Good morning, Chatty House. What's going on, friends?
What's up, everybody?
Oh, that didn't work.
Appreciate everyone who showed up yesterday.
Yeah, thanks for showing up, everybody. Mute. Ham and side dishes Tuesday.
You know, David, we're out on the birds. What's up, Katrina? What's up, Jason? What's up, Bryce? Johnny G? Brian? Greg, what's up?
Ramsey, you got the belt. So many moving pieces around me. Good morning, everybody. Welcome into the Insiders. I'm James Ham. Joining me today, Jesse Tapia. We have Kyle Madsen, still on vacation. He was not able to fly back in England in time for the show.
Not a company man, I'd say.
Not a company man. No, missed a watch party. We had an incredible watch party at Tom's Watch Bar last night.
Yeah, that was fun stuff.
It was nice, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was very, very cool. Shout out to everybody who made it out to the watch party. You showed up better than the Purdue Boilermakers.
Give them some credit. They did show up in the first half. Second half, they were kind of like, but
I was sitting there watching. I'm like, is the only thing you can do is throw the ball to Zach Edey?
Well, you were right if that's what you're thinking, because that's literally the only thing. Dump it down to Edey in the paint or whatever. If it goes in, it goes in. If it doesn't, hey, maybe it will next time.
Yeah, and if he gets fouled, maybe he'll make one of two. It's just like a disaster. Like the whole thing was like you relied so heavily on the guy.
Yeah, it's kind of weird now that like we're talking about it after. It's kind of like as a fan watches, oh yeah, Zach Edey, let's get into it or whatever. National championship, keep feeding the ball. And then the next day it's like, wait, why didn't you guys use anyone else?
You know what? I felt bad too because I thought Edey just completely got exposed. Like there were so many moments in the game where if you're a pro scout, you just went, nope. Like, sorry, man.
What do you think? What do you think his NBA career turns out to be?
I don't think he'll have one
at all. Like he's can't even have like a Boban Marjanovic, however you say, like Marjanovic. Boban can't have that kind of career.
A Boban career. I don't know. Okay, so the reason why Boban sticks around the league is because everybody loves him. Like, it's not because...
It's true. Boban was in John Wick 3, I think.
Yes, he was in John Wick 3, and, you know, he did grab John Wick by the head. I mean, that's...
a crazy scene.
That's part of why Boban is in the league, because of John Wick. No, I mean, realistically, like, Boban is a very effective player. It's just the fact that he can't keep up with the pace in the modern NBA. And the problem is that Edey has... He's 7'4" with a 7'10" wingspan. I mean, just to put that in perspective, it's a big wingspan. It's not Victor Wembanyama, but like DeMarcus Cousins had the second highest longest wingspan in his draft in 2010 at 7'8", and Hassan Whiteside had a 7'9" wingspan, and the Kings drafted both of them. Anyway, the problem that you have though is that, like, UConn dragged him out to the perimeter, and he's like barbecue chicken.
Yeah, but they do that to Rudy Gobert in the playoffs, and like we give that guy Defensive Player of the Years.
Yeah, but that's different because
Yeah.
that guy is a super athlete. He's very mobile through the hips. And then the other problem was you get him in the pick and roll and he's dropping in the pick and roll and was not a factor at all. They either flipped the ball over the top of him or you got a floater in the lane by the guard. And to me it was just like, oh man.
Yeah, I see what you're saying about 80. I think he'll stick around like as a backup, then maybe the backup to the backup or whatever. I think he can stick around 5, 6 years, maybe.
Okay.
Maybe. I'm not saying he's gonna be like a star or anything like that. He'll, like I said, end of the bench guy. But I think he'll maybe find a spot for himself at least for a few years.
I hope so. I mean, I think he'll play a lot in the G League and then they'll give it a shot. Clearly he'll probably get either a rookie minimum deal to start. I mean, most mock drafts have him projected in.
Well, I've seen too. He's getting kind of
Early
late first, early second, right? So I
Yeah.
figured people do think he can. Like that, he'll get some years in the league. I think.
Maybe. I just know that watching a game where a guy scores like 33 points or whatever it was that he finished with and grabs like 8 or 10 rebounds, I was just so unimpressed. I mean, he's got soft hands around the rim. That's fine. But again, Boban can do all of that. Like, really, he can.
Give the guy a chance, James.
We'll see. I feel bad because he's a college player that was fighting his way through, and he seems like he's a good kid, and he led his team all the way to the finals. But at the end of the day, like,
Manny throws it in here too. Like he was literally just doing everything by himself yesterday. Maybe let's get the guy some help.
I guess
not saying like he's like make him the focal point, but just more so where he doesn't get exposed like that or whatever.
Yeah. No, it's possible he looks a little different with real talent around him. I just still 37 and 10, 15 and 25 from the field, but they were just super one dimensional. Outside of that, it was kind of a quiet sports day. Shout out to Lindsey Harding, who, according to Woj, is getting she's set to interview with the Charlotte Hornets for their head coaching job. This job is getting a little interesting for me, Jesse. They like Jordy Fernandez. They've already sought like permission to speak to Jordy, and I think the Kings gave permission. They also they hired a president of basketball operations, which is Jeff Peterson. And Jeff Peterson was with the Brooklyn Nets. He was the assistant GM with the Brooklyn Nets, but long before that, he was hired into the NBA by Wes Wilcox. And so there are ties there, and there were murmurs early on as soon as he took the job that Wes Wilcox might be in line for a general manager job there. So I think there's a lot of interesting Kings ties, and it kind of lends me to the question, like, are the Kings doing things right? Because it sure does seem like when you do things right, other teams trying to emulate and try to steal from you.
I'd be kind of offended if teams weren't trying to take coaches off my bench.
Yeah.
They're like, nah, you go ahead and stick with those. Stick with those guys, Kings. Like, yeah, like I feel like you see the best teams, like their assistant coaches get poached all the time and stuff like that. Assistant GMs go take better jobs and all. They take GM jobs and stuff. So I think, yeah, you can only be encouraged by stuff like that.
I did notice something interesting about the Kings bench.
What is that?
So you got Mike Brown, who has no hair. You got Jay Triano, who has no hair. You have Doug Christie, who has no hair. And you have Jordy Fernandez, who has no hair. That is your front line bench.
All I'm hearing is that Kyle Matson's in place to take Jordy's spot if he leaves.
There you go. And then the second line bench is Luke Laux and a bunch of guys that all have hair.
But your hair havers.
I like you're looking up front, and I think some of these guys are like, do I have to shave my head to get to the front?
Maybe you ask him at the next press conference. Are you going to able to ask him questions tonight since they're in OKC?
No.
All right. So when they're in Sacramento, next press conference, Mike, what's the deal? It's only balds in the front. Why? Like, can we get some hair havers in the front? What's going on here? What's the deal?
It feels a little odd, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, ridiculous. Okay, so I had this horrible situation this morning. I told Jesse I was going to tell a story.
Yeah, I'm very curious. I don't know what you're going to tell me right now.
Okay, so I have a 16-year-old, right? I have a 20-year-old and I have a 16-year-old. My 20-year-old is almost 21, but my 16-year-old, I think for Christmas, I was able to abscond with a nice insider's hoodie, right? So he never wears it because he only literally wears like the same exact clothes to school every day.
I can relate.
He washes them and then wears them again the next day, like all the time.
Guy likes what he likes.
He does. He likes what he likes. It's very, very specific. Anyway, this morning I got up and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna wear shorts. We had a long night last night. we're out at Tom's Watch Bar. I'm going to wear shorts. I'm going to wear a sweatshirt, wear a baseball hat today. So I look, and there's the black hoodie sitting there. So I go grab the black hoodie, throw it up, put my arms in, thinking this is a little snug, but it just got washed. So I'm like, okay, pull the thing over the top of my head and got it to like right here, and realized, Jesse, this was not my sweatshirt. This was my 16-year-old sweatshirt, and he's not nearly as big as I am. And so I had got him a medium, and it had just gone through the wash and shrunk a little bit.
James out there in a crop top or what? With the insider's hoodie?
I'm standing there with a crop top, insider hoodie, and I'm stuck. But I've talked about this on the show. I have a shoulder impingement. I can't raise my right arm up.
Oh, yeah.
At
This
all.
is like trying to get the shoulder pads off.
I can't throw a ball. I can't reach behind me, like to run my belt through the belt loops. No, I can't do any of that with my right arm, which is my dominant hand. So I'm stuck, like literally with my hands halfway up. Like I'm wedged in.
I would have yelled, somebody get the scissors. James needs scissors.
I look at my wife, and she's busy, and I'm like, I'm stuck. I go into our game room, and one of my son's buddies had stayed the night, and he just starts laughing. I'm like, Brandon, I need help. He's just standing there laughing, and I'm like, so this 20-year-old kid, 21-year-old kid is literally like wedging and trying to rip a sweatshirt off the top of me, and I'm sitting there like, oh.
See, and if I'm that kid, I'm just wondering, like, God, I hope I don't take James's shoulder out of place right now or anything like that.
Oh, it fully got, it hit the nerve, and I'm like, got dead arm, and he's like, are you okay? I'm like, I'm really not, but it's okay. Thanks for getting this sweatshirt off my head. But yeah, that was my morning, Jesse.
That never happens here. We're cutting the sweater off, bro.
We're just cutting it off.
Yeah, we're cutting it off.
You're not going to help a brother out?
I'm telling you, it's like the football player trying to take the shoulder pads off. I can't help you with that. We're just gonna cut the jersey off.
I'm just stuck. I'm like, oh, ridiculous morning. The A's and Giants. Let's see. As of last night, the A's had the night off. The Giants got trounced 8-1. I hate to tell Giants fans, but there's no difference between the A's and the Giants in the standings at this point.
That's a tough one.
It's not good. It's not good. So
that's still early though. I know a lot of fans were excited coming into the season. They had Blake Snell and stuff like that. We'll see if they pick it up. But playing in that division is just like makes you sad.
You know, I was watching a bit of the game while we were at the watch party, and like watching Matt Chapman play third base is just spectacular.
Yeah.
I mean, him at bat is not great, but him playing third base is just like a joy to watch. I'm glad Giants get to experience that. He's tremendous at third.
Yeah, one of the guys probably they should have kept, but there's a long list of that.
Yeah, it's like 150.
You throw that up there like the Browns QB jersey, I'm sure.
Yeah, there's a lot of players that they should have kept, but he's right at the top of the list. The NBA had the night off last night.
Can I say something? I hate that. I get it. I need at least 1 game, 2 games or something. I get like we're trying to give the national championship like its own shine, but we got to show to prepare for the next day, pals.
You don't like the night off?
Not like there's just nothing. Nah, give me like at least a couple NBA games or something. Because the game was a blowout at that point. Like, what am I supposed to watch after that?
No,
in the second half.
Very true.
Like, give me some, like at least one. I get it. I get what they're doing. Just give me 1 game.
Okay.
It could be Blazers versus Hornets.
Okay.
Just something.
Something.
Just something.
Give me some. Okay, so I'm okay with it. The only thing I don't like is that because you give them a day off on Monday, now the Kings have like a Thursday, Friday back-to-back.
Oh, yeah. Home. Kings are fighting for their playoff lives. Fellas, sorry. UConn, Purdue got to play on Monday.
Got to play on Monday, so we can't move the games around, extend out a little bit, add an extra day here. Yeah, it's just kind of weird. Yeah, but I guess that's the way it goes. All right, so we got a packed show today. We're super excited about today. First and foremost, we're going to break down the Kings Oklahoma City Thunder matchup that is, I think, is at 5:00 tonight.
Yeah, I believe so, 5:00.
So that's going to be a huge game. The Kings have a little bit of an injury concern out of nowhere, on top of their other injury concerns. We also in the second hour, we're going to have Kings legend Jerry Reynolds drop by here in studio and hang out with us. Super excited to see Jerry, and it'll be a good show. So you're listening to The Insiders on ESPN 1320. I'm James. He's Jesse. We'll see you in just a few. What's going on, everybody? Yeah, the Giants got smoked, Drew down. Jason Siebenthal. James will not shave his head, even if it meant getting on the bench.
Keegan, they're asking about Keegan in the chat. He's got a sore calf.
I think that's what it is. He's questionable. We'll get to it. Do I think the Kings are staying? I have no idea where the Kings are staying. We talked about this a little bit. My prediction, I think I said it on the. I said it on here, and I think I said it on the Kings Beat podcast. I believe they'll finish 7th, but there's no reason for me to believe that. And even that's not great. That just means you get to.
They win the next 4 and finish 6th, though. Like, let's all just get nuts. Like, yeah, they'll win the first round too.
Okay.
Let's all just get crazy with it, because obviously that's not going to make any sense. Them turning up finally.
Man, OKC is in there, number 3.
It's a tie race for that top spot.
Yeah, they're still in it. The Paycom Center.
Is that where they play? OKC?
Mm-hmm.
It's a horrible name.
OKC's final 4 games: Sacramento Kings, San Antonio Spurs, Milwaukee Bucks, and the Dallas Mavericks, who may or may not need to worry about that game. What are we talking about in the chatty house here? I'm not sure that this is appropriate.
Sac Kings Rock, I am Mexican.
Is he talking about you?
Yeah.
And why would we call him that? Like,
I don't know, but just for the record, my name is Jesse Tapia. I'm Mexican.
My name is James Ham, and I am white.
That reminds me. I used to work at my buddy's. Like his family's owned this fast food place, Foster Freeze. You know Foster Freeze?
Oh yeah.
I used to own one in Modesto, so I used to work under the table there, help him out or whatever. And like the son used to work there. Mind you, they're Koreans and stuff like that. So like it's a family place, so people know like everyone. So they come up to me like, oh, they think I was the son. Like, oh, are your parents back there? Like, ma'am, they're Korean. Like, you know this. I'm like, no, they're not my parents.
Welcome back into the Insiders. I am James Ham. Joining me today, Jesse Tapia. We got a lot to talk about. Sacramento Kings take on the Oklahoma City Thunder at Paycom Center tonight. We got a 5:00 tip-off. This is a big one, Jesse. That's
literally no other way to put it. You got to win these games at this point.
The whole ball of wax. This is a huge game for the Sacramento Kings. They have a 2-1 season series advantage over the Thunder. This would give them the season series, which would be really weird because that would mean that the Kings own the season series over the Denver Nuggets, Minnesota Timberwolves, and Oklahoma City Thunder, the top 3 teams in the Western Conference. Of course, they're 0-4 against the Houston Rockets.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know, I guess.
0-4. Yeah.
Sure, Kings. Fine. Play against all the top teams, but just what happened here?
Yeah, just really, really strange to see what's happening here with the Sacramento Kings. They have 4 games remaining in the season, and it means everything for them at this point. Every win is imperative at this point. They realistically, if they go 4-0, They got a shot to move all the way up to the 6th seed in the Western Conference standings. If they go anything less than that, we're talking 7, 8. I don't think they'll slide back into the 9th spot. I think that they've got enough of an advantage over the Los Angeles Lakers. Basically, they own the season series against the Lakers, and they have a 1-game advantage. The Lakers only have 3 games left. The Kings have 4. So kind of interesting to see how this is all going to play out here, Jesse. But this is about as big as it gets.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, it's against one of the top teams in the West. I mean, OKC, they've already clinched playoffs, but they're still playing for the top seed in the Western Conference right now. So they're going to get their A game, and I mean, hopefully we get the Kings A game.
Yeah. So the Oklahoma City Thunder, they haven't been playing extremely well. They lost at Philadelphia, at Boston, at Indiana before picking up a win against the lowly Charlotte Hornets.
I believe they were without Shea for a couple games there too.
Yeah. And tonight, they're going to be mostly at full strength. It looks like Shea is not on the injury report for tonight. Jalen Williams is on the injury report as questionable. So that could be a little bit of a problem for them. He's done really well against the Kings, especially in the last time these two teams played. Gordon Hayward is also out tonight.
That move, real quick, that just has not worked out for the Thunder. That's not worked out for Gordon Hayward, I'll say. Thunder are fine without him, but you figured that was one where they kind of like coming off the bench, they give him a little bit of oomph, but it's not been working out.
Yeah, I think Gordon Hayward is close to done.
I think so too.
The injuries have stacked up. He's been a dude who, can't stay healthy throughout his career, but specifically over the last couple of years. And even when he starts rolling, it doesn't last all that long before he's got to go sit out a couple more games. The Thunder are 53-25. They're just a game behind both the Nuggets and the Timberwolves, who are tied at the top of the Western Conference. Really wild to see a young team like this take a leap like this. What's impressed you the most about the leap they've taken this year?
The fact that they've kind of maintained it, I think, because it happened early on. Like they didn't just catch fire like in January or whatever. They've been kind of steady and consistent all season long. And I think the talk about them early on in the season was like, yeah, they're hot now, but maybe they'll fall off a bit, and other teams will kind of they'll come back down to the surface, and they've kind of maintained. So I think that's kind of what's impressed me so far, especially with them being a young team. They don't really have like vets or anything like that to like take them across or anything like that. So for a young team to do it and be as consistent as they are, that's pretty impressive to me. I
would add that you mentioned they brought in Gordon Hayward to like help out, right?
Yeah, brought him in on the trade deadline around there
to be one of those vets. But outside of that, almost every single one of their players is homegrown.
Well, yeah, because Mark Daigneault too, like he's not this old coach who's been around the league as well.
Yeah, no, this is a team that like they are 7th since the All-Star break. They're 7th in offensive rating at 116.3. Defensive rating, they're way up there as well. They're at 112.4 is their defensive rating. They're plus 3.9 net rating. This is a really high quality team. It's a team that, like, I think the biggest thing I'll say about Mark Daigneault is that he developed a culture there, and it's sort of like the Sam Presti culture, right? But they've developed a culture where you're going to play hard for 48 minutes. Like there is no giving in. It's a little bit like what Taylor Jenkins built with Memphis, where you can be up 6 on them with 45 seconds left, and you have to play out that entire 45 seconds.
Well, you got guys like Chet Holmgren. I can't remember what podcast he was on. I seen the clip this morning. We just talking about, yeah, if you want to come to, like, if you're not thinking about winning championships and stuff like that, like you can't come play here at all. So it's like they have their standards set already.
That's interesting because I mean, technically he's a rookie. He did get drafted 2 years ago and missed all of last season. He missed his rookie season with a foot injury. I like this matchup though. The Chet Holmgren versus Domantas Sabonis matchup. I think it's one that right now Sabonis he has a huge advantage over him just because of the sheer like weight differential and strength differential between him and Chet. But you can see where maybe 3 years down the line, this is going to be just crazy. Like Chet Holmgren is very, very talented.
Yeah, you see it already. You see the talent and all that, the potential. Not even potential. He's already really good and stuff like that. But you just see the heights he can ascend to.
Yeah, he was the guy that I had kind of circled that I really was hoping would fall to the Kings in the 2022 draft when they were selecting 4th.
What if they ended up getting the second? Because Chet went second, I think.
Yes.
Yeah. So what if they get the second pick and Chet's playing next to Sabonis at that point, right?
Yeah.
What does that look like?
I think it would be brilliant because I think Chet is a much better shooter than he's allowed to be right now. And so you could have him, shooting the corner three. He's also a solid rebounder. He's a solid passer. So when Sabonis stepped off the court, you can run the offense through him. On top of that, he's an excellent shot blocker. And that's kind of, it's what the Kings have to start looking for. They have to look for that shot blocker to put alongside Sabonis. And whether it's a 3 or a 4 that has that ability, I think it's imperative that that's a type of player. It's just hard because, guys like this with this type of talent, I mean, they go number 2 overall.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, you're not really gonna have much of a chance at getting them unless you're just really bad.
Yeah, what is your match of the game?
Matchup of the game. I'm gonna go Keon Ellis versus whatever guard he's guarding. I need Keon Ellis to kind of set the tone, whether it's Shea or whoever else. Like Keon Ellis, I need him to set the tone defensively because I don't think the Kings are gonna be putting up much points today.
Oh, okay.
I'm not saying like they're gonna be like winning the game, score 90 points or whatever, but I think we're kind of just past them scoring 130 a night and all that. Like I need the defense, so I'm gonna look to Keon Ellis at the tone.
Okay. No, I do think that's it's a good matchup. Like I think Keon Ellis gives them a different look. And so my matchup of the game, I put everyone versus Shea because Shea Gilgeous-Alexander is incredible. He's had an MVP caliber season. I don't know if he will win the MVP, but he's got to be in the running. He, every time I do the straw poll with Tim Bontemps at ESPN, I usually have him at number 2 or number 3. I think the latest one, I do have Jokic number 1 and him number 2. And I think that's fair. I think Shea needs maybe one more year to prove it. He has taken sort of a meteoric rise here. But I think the Kings have a uniquely, like if I were looking at the Kings early in the season versus who they are now, I think they're better prepared for Shea than they were before. Because I think you can throw Davion on him for stretches. I know he's got like a major height advantage over Davion, but I also Davion's tough. He's not going to let you just go right to the basket. You can throw De'Aaron Fox on him and say, okay, well, what do you got? You can throw Keon Ellis, and now you got the Colby Jones situation. And then, hey, look, if none of that works, and Keegan Murray is able to go, Keegan Murray tonight is questionable with calf soreness.
Yeah, we'll talk about that one. I got some thoughts.
Yeah, if Keegan Murray is able to go, though, I expect to see him on Shea Gilgeous-Alexander quite a bit. I mean, this is kind of what the Kings are doing. They're building a team where you can throw different looks, even at a star level player. I'd even, if Kessler Edwards wants to come in and play some solid minutes against a guy like this, where you're just playing defense, okay.
But yeah, there's different matchups for Shea to see too. Like maybe you're going with a quicker guy like Davion or whatever, and then you got a lengthier guy you got to shoot on with Keegan and Murray later on. Like it's just like you said, giving them different looks.
Yeah. Okay. So projected starters for the Oklahoma City Thunder, we've got Josh Giddey, we got Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, we've got Jalen Williams. They have 2 Jalen Williams. This is the scoring Jalen Williams, not the big man Jalen Williams. Lou Dort, who I absolutely love as a player, and Chet Holmgren. Who do you fear for like a defensive matchup against the Kings? Who do you think is going to stop De'Aaron Fox?
I mean, I don't think anyone like the only De'Aaron Fox can stop De'Aaron Fox. I feel like I don't think like any of these guys are going to lock him up and stuff like that. Like I think like the conversation with him and his poor shooting since March has been like his legs. I think the only thing that's going to limit De'Aaron Fox is himself today. Like you see him go up against Boston and stuff like that, going up against guys like Drew Holiday, like put up 41. Like he's going to go out and get his. I don't think there's anyone really on OKC that's going to really limit him other than like Fox himself.
Okay. That's an interesting take.
Yeah. But I guess the point with that is like just Fox is just a good enough star where he can just get his no matter what.
Yeah. And I mean, like, look, Oklahoma City is built kind of an interesting way as well. They can throw Jalen Williams on him. They can throw Shea on him. I don't think Josh Giddey just will roast Josh Giddey.
Yeah. Like you can't stay in front of Fox.
No. Although Josh Giddey's played a lot better lately. I don't know. Like I've been impressed with his development in year 3. He has taken some reasonable steps, especially lately. Okay, you know what? Let's step aside. When we come back, we're going to discuss more, including our keys to victory for this Sacramento Kings versus Oklahoma City Thunder game. I am James. He is Jesse. We're the Insiders on ESPN 1320. What's going on, everybody? No, SGA is no longer on the injury report. Jesse, we'll try to run this to like 44, and then I expect Jerry to pop in. You guys all excited to talk to Jerry Reynolds? Tom L. Science. Keys to victory. Score more than your opponent. Oh, I forgot to say join us on the Twitter box after talking about this. Damn it, Jesse.
Let's see what that bump looks like. Okay, where are we at? I'm looking. Yeah. Oh, we got a little bit in there. See how that goes. Jerry is awesome. Yeah, Emmy, the game is at 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Or 7 p.m. Central Time. I think that's where they are. Jesse, what's our coming back time? Okay, cool. Oh. Secure and Bagley. Ham, do they practice on the road? Yes. Actually, they probably practice more on the road than they do at home. Yep. It depends too whether they have to go find a gym or whether they practice at the other team's practice facility. It just depends on the team and how they do all that stuff. Johnny G, we're playing a little bit of everything, I guess. Whatever Kyle's got on here, we're just clicking different things.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Kyle's got all kinds of stuff built in, and he doesn't do he builds his own beds.
Yeah, he's got like a whole hockey page right here. It's a bunch of different music.
Yeah. Yeah, so a lot of times, Secure and Bagley, a lot of times if the Kings are going to say fly to Oklahoma City, and you're not allowed to travel on game days in the NBA. So teams will get done with the game. They'll get packed up, everything onto a team plane at like 11 o'clock at night after a game in, say, New York. And then they'll fly to Oklahoma City that night because they're not allowed. Well, I guess they could stay in New York City and then fly out midday. But if you have like a back-to-back or you got to fly across the country, you're not allowed to fly on game day. A lot of times when the Kings are leaving Sacramento, they'll fly to a city, get off the team plane, go right to a practice court. Welcome back into the Insiders. I'm James. Jesse Tapia joining me today, filling in for Kyle Madsen, who is away, hanging out in England, having a good time, I assume. Jesse, the injury report dropped yesterday afternoon.
It's scary, James.
It's not great. Kevin Huerter and Malik Monk, of course, are out. Kevin Huerter is out for the season. Malik Monk is out for the foreseeable future. We have no idea. He was supposed to be reevaluated in 4 weeks. We're about a week and a half into that, I believe. And then Keegan Murray pops up, questionable with left calf soreness.
I'll just say right now, Kings have no chance of winning this game if he's not playing. Like there's too many injuries to overcome at that point.
Yeah, I'm
against a
kind of
team like this.
I'm kind of with you. Yeah, this is one of those injuries that pops up and you're like, oh no. Plus, calf injuries are they're they're like super scary,
Well, yeah,
right?
because like I mean, we've seen the worst of it with like Kevin Durant. You had a calf strain or whatever comes back, and it's just like you don't mess with calves.
No,
You
no.
don't come back till the calf tells you to come back.
Exactly. And that's again, if you look at what happened early in the season, a calf strain cost, which I'm not saying that's what Keegan Murray had, but a
Yeah.
calf strain cost Trey Lyles first 13 games of the season. And that happened right before the last preseason game. All of a sudden, like, oh no, what's that?
Point is, you don't mess with the calves.
No, you don't mess with the calf. So basically, the calf muscle, for those people out there that would like to know this type of stuff, the calf muscle is the only thing that supports the Achilles tendon. And if the calf muscle is weakened, you can potentially cause damage to the Achilles, which there's really not a lot of things you can do to an Achilles outside of rupture it uh, or tear it, and that's not something you want because then that's a year. I'm not saying that that's the situation with Keegan. It's a sore left calf, so questionable. That means
Still
he's
could play.
50-50 to play. For the Oklahoma City Thunder, Jalen Williams is questionable with the left ankle sprain, and Gordon Hayward is out. Outside of that, I think everyone else there is ready to roll. Both of these teams had players away for the G League, especially with the playoffs going on. I don't know if the Kings called all these guys back. If Jordan Ford and Jones and Jalen Slauson all join them on the road, or if they're just waiting in Sacramento for the Kings to come back. But with the G League season over, the Kings will at least have some more bodies on board. Maybe they flew one or two of those guys out just because of the Keegan injury, just to give them a little more depth.
Yeah, it's a tough time, honestly, to be getting hit by injuries right now at this point. With the race that they're in, it's all hands on deck at this point.
Yeah, and Jesse, that's why you don't mess around.
Yeah, you win the games you're supposed to.
Yeah. I mean, again, if you mess around during the season and then you get deep into the season and something bad happens, which is exactly what's happened to the Kings at this point, it just puts you in a precarious situation. You needed to build a couple of game buffer, and the Kings didn't do it, and now they're sort of faced with that situation. Let's get to our keys to victory. We'll start with yours, man. What's your first key to victory, Jesse?
All right, my first key to victory, I need some from De'Aaron Fox tonight. Not in like a way where it's like he hasn't shown up, but more so it's OKC tonight, top team in the league. Like I'm gonna need my star to take us home today.
Okay.
Like I don't know if it's his legs or whatever, but I need a big game from Fox tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've seen Fox try to fight through some of this, right? And I think that he's been like really solid when he can. Like, just go back to the Boston game you talked about where he drops 40, right? He played 44 minutes on the second night of a back-to-back. Like, that's where we're at in this season. Like, the second he steps off the court, like, the team isn't as good, especially with no Malik Monk. And I think that's where you miss Monk the most. It's the De'Aaron Fox, the non-De'Aaron Fox minutes. And those guys played a lot together, but the fact that you don't have that second guy who's attacking like Fox does, who doesn't get to the key and get the spray three and all that stuff, it's a huge deal for the Kings. And so I'm with you on this. Like, De'Aaron Fox has to be spectacular tonight.
I mean, we're at a point like Malik Monk isn't going to be here to save the day. Kevin Huerter's not going to maybe get hot from three today or anything like that. Like, it's just no bodies at this point, so you're going to need your star to take you home.
Yeah. Okay, so my first key to victory is let Sabonis go to work against Chet. Just keep feeding him, man. Look out for Lou Dort coming in for the swipe down and stuff like that. But, man, Domas has an ability to treat Chet like a rag doll.
Well, yeah, Chet is just not big. He's just not size enough to deal with Domantas Sabonis.
Yeah, he's not strong. He doesn't have the weight yet.
Yeah, he doesn't have the strength.
I don't know if there's ever going to come a moment where Chet weighs 200 pounds. I mean, they may say he weighs, I don't think he weighs 200, but he's certainly not going to get up to like 230. And if he did, couldn't you imagine if Chet weighed like 230? It would be like long, skinny arms, long, skinny legs, like skinny neck, and then like a pot belly.
Yeah, you'd imagine so.
Yeah, that's kind of how you would envision Chet Holmgren as like a guy who bulks up and gains a bunch of weight. I think it'd just be awkward. You're like, okay, that guy doesn't look right. He doesn't look like an NBA player.
I'm gonna hit a little bit of a theme with our keys to victory right here. I need Harrison Barnes has got to step up right here. Like we need you, HB. I get it, but we need you to step up. The Kings are, like I said, black bodies and all that. we can't afford these 0 of 2, 1 of 4 games or whatever. He has to step up. And I think for the Kings to have the best chance of winning, like he has to play well today.
Yeah, I mean, especially if there's a way that Keegan Murray doesn't play, like this is your third scorer. Like Harrison Barnes throughout his career has been a second or third scorer, especially all of his time in Sacramento. Like this is a moment where, hey man, this whole 0 points, 6 points, 10 points, like 4 points thing.
Yeah, if Keegan's not playing, I need at least 50, and I'll call it 18 shots from HB. Like you need at least that.
Yeah, you need 20 points plus.
Yes.
Yeah, you need him to get right back to where he was right before he went on this little 4-game hiatus. I think that's a tremendous key. And not only that, but I think he needs that. Like the Kings fans, he sees it. Like the rumblings again, people like turning on Harrison Barnes.
What's what the team counts on you for too?
Yeah.
Like I'm sure as the vet, I mean, you go anywhere else in the league, like as the vet or whatever that's been around, like the team counts on you. Just can be that consistent presence there.
Yep. My second key to victory, don't foul Shea. I don't care how many times he throws his head back. I don't want, just don't foul him. Like, and I know the Kings have had trouble with this in the past, like fouling guys that are like what Kyle likes to call foul grifters. And Shea is one of the best in the league. He's a big time foul grifter. He keeps his dribble longer than almost anyone. And he just keeps coming at you in different ways and then throwing his head back and trying to get calls.
Went to the James Harden school of drawing fouls.
Yes, exactly. He probably should grow the big beard. So then that way, like the beard shakes and everything.
Oh,
like,
beard shakes. That just adds to it.
Yeah. You see me get fouled. My beard shook. Yeah. So I'm kind of, if the Kings can defend Shea without fouling, he's still going to go for 30. And, we have this weird thing where he scores like 31 points, like almost every single night the whole season. It's like over 30 times, isn't it? That he scored 31 points exactly. Totally bizarre. But that's my second key to victory. What's your third?
My third key, I'm going to generalize this one a little bit from what I have on the paper, but I need Mike Brown's Kings to show up today. Meaning you're going to win this game through your defense. Like I said, Fox needs to step up and all that, play the way he does. I need HB to put some points up. But I think ultimately, if you're going to win this game, it's going to be through your defense again. I don't think you're going to put up 125 today or anything like that. You're not going to go toe-to-toe with Oklahoma City Thunder. You have to play defense today and win that way, I think.
You think this is going to be like a bare knuckle, like...
I think the Kings need to make it into that.
Like 92 to 87 game?
I won't say that. I think modern day version of that will go 102 to 97.
Okay,
something like that.
Okay.
Kings got to make it. Kings got to make it physical a bit. I know it's not their MO or anything like that, but play defense. Like you need a defensive game here.
Yeah, and I also think just to add to this is that moment where, like, look, Oklahoma City just skipped like 3 steps. They went from like a good, talented team that wasn't a threat to the number 3 seed in the playoffs. It's what they did, what the Kings did last year, right? And the big difference that I see is that most of their players aren't in the 25, 26, 27-year-old like grown man range.
Yeah, no, these are all guys still getting into the league and stuff like that.
Yeah, they're a bunch of young guys. So this late in the season, I think you can get physical. I think you can play playoff basketball against them. And
I mean, that was the conversation last year about the Kings, right? Like the Kings have not been in this situation before. Like make it physical for them and stuff like that.
Yeah, you need to get physical. You need to hit somebody. You need to make them feel you the entire game. We hear that all the time, but that's like how you win this game right here is you have to like punish them and be physical. And again, feed Domantas Sabonis again and again and again. Let him go to work against this front line. And then Fox needs to use his speed and quickness. And so I think that's going to be the tough thing for this team. Like, how do you it's not about matching physicality. You have to be the more physical team in this game.
Yeah, Sean, you just have to enforce it at some point.
Yeah. My last key is contain Jalen Williams. Jalen Williams really tore up the Kings last time they played. Now, again, I don't know if Jalen is going to play or not. He's got a sprained ankle, but if he does, he's a guy that the Kings, he's that 6'8", long, super athletic scorer that the Kings struggle with. And so the Kings are going to have to figure out how to do it, how to slow him down, especially slow him down while slowing Shea down, because you can't let both of them. Last time they both went off for 30 plus, and you can't have that again.
Kind of like if King can't play, he can't play, but that's where you need him. You're just not going to get through this game without Keegan Murray today.
No, I totally agree. Yeah, I think this is a game, and if you do, somehow you do, it's like Harrison Barnes playing out of his mind, Domantas Sabonis playing out of his mind, De'Aaron Fox playing out of his mind. And look, the Kings have a whole lot more on the line than OKC does. They're going to have a tough time, even though it's a 1-game advantage, jumping over, these teams here. And I think right now they're also in a position where they can kind of line up who is it that you want to play. Do you want to play a 6 seed? Do you want to play the Dallas Mavericks? Do you want to play a 7? Are you okay playing a Pelican squad or a Phoenix Sun squad? Like, which team do you match up well against? Because they're in a position where, they can kind of control their own destiny, like as far as like either jumping up, trying to jump up and be the number 1, or do the 2 seed or the 3 seed in the Western Conference.
I'll say too, a game like tonight, like, because they're at home the next 3 matchups after this, right?
The Kings?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So a game like tonight, like, you don't want to go home like where it's just kind of like, all right, we got to win these games coming off a loss to the Oklahoma City Thunder. Like, we talk about vibes on D'Lo KC and all that stuff. Like, you need to win games like this just so, I don't want to say you're pumped up because they're NBA players, but more so just so, like, it's just, how do you say it? Just a better mindset going into these games rather than we lost to OKC. Now we got to see the Suns and the Pelicans. It's tough. You just need some confidence going into this last 3-game stretch.
No,
all the confidence you can get, you need it.
I agree. And Jesse, I'd add too, the Kings have been a solid road team all season, right? They're not quite as good as they were last year, but they're very close. Right now on the road, they have a 22-18 record. This is their final home game. I mean, their final road game of the season. And you had this 4-game road trip right at the end here that looked really, really daunting. And right now they're 1-2 on that trip. I feel like you need a 2-2 trip to like build some confidence and to come back strong.
Well, yeah, going 2-2 against teams like the Thunder. I mean, you lost to the Celtics and Knicks or whatever. Which the fact that you played tough teams this trip, and the fact that you come away from it 2-2, like, yes, that should give you some confidence, I think.
All right, yeah, it should be an interesting night tonight at the Paycom Center in Oklahoma City. Kings 5 p.m. start against the Thunder. I think everyone in Sacramento is going to be tuning in to see how this thing finishes with just 4 games left on the Sacramento Kings schedule, and with them sitting currently in the 8th spot in the Western Conference standings. All right, Jesse, if you were going to choose, if you're going to predict this game, what do you think? Where are we going?
Can I pass, James?
Still?
I think OKC's winning tonight. What hurts me what kills me with the Kings is the fact that there's too many injuries right now. HB's on a milk carton. Like, you don't know if he's going to show up tonight. Keegan's dealing with a sore calf. It's just, there's a lot going against them. I could see them winning, and there's aspects we lined out or whatever that they need to hit. Like, do this, and you probably have a good chance. But it's just, there's too much working against this team right now. I almost feel like they're kind of hanging on by a thread in a way.
It's interesting because I do see the same thing, that you kind of feel like they're hanging on by a thread, and you're not sure if they're going to be able to, figure this thing out. And then you're hoping that somehow they survive the final couple of games here. And then what happens? Like,
well, the toughest part about it too is that I think this team was finally starting to find their identity too. Like,
okay,
we're starting to play well defensively and all that. And it's just like, oh, Malik's out for the season now. And it's just, now you're just dealing with injuries at this point.
Yeah.
Like, we can say for the whole season, there was just no flow at all to this.
It does feel like the lack of flow, even like within the offense. You never just felt like for full 48 minutes that they were just flowing and they were so good.
You could probably count on your hands how many times the Kings probably played a complete game this season,
no,
even in wins.
I think you're right. I mean, if even we go back to last year, you remember they had the 176-175 win over the Clippers. And it was one of the greatest offensive games that I think we've ever seen. And it wasn't just like one guy getting on a heater. It was like everyone firing away. I think that's the game where both Fox and Monk both went over 40. And, you're just watching this game of free-flowing, wild, sort of unabashed, no defense or limited defense, but just one of the most beautiful basketball games and wildly entertaining games that you've ever seen. And we just haven't had, I don't know if we haven't had like a signature win, or if we haven't had a signature stretch of wins where you start to build some confidence that this is who they are.
It was always just, it's just been stop, start with this team.
Yeah, that's what it feels like fits and stops. Yeah, it's like the whole time you're like, oh, when are they going to actually Like, show us who they are.
I mean, there are things, though. It's not all doom and gloom and stuff like that. Like, I think Keon Ellis, like, you might have something there with him being your starting too. Like, maybe it's a little bit clear going into like next season what you need and stuff like that. Like, it's not more so, there's only 4 guys showing up for us right now. Like, we might be in trouble.
Yeah. Okay. So let's get to that. If you were to put what is your biggest positive from this season?
I mean, biggest positive, I guess, like throwing Sabonis right there. Dude's been a monster all season. He's kind of like Sabonis has gotten better every year he's been here, and I feel like this year, like he's just way better than what he was last year. But I mean, narrowing it down to something smaller, like I like Keon Ellis playing the 2 all season long. We were searching like Kevin's just not doing it right now. Chris Duarte's not doing it right now. It's just not working. Then you throw a guy like Keon Ellis. Now the Kings are playing defense. So I think that was probably one of the biggest positives for me this season. Just the fact that he got like the Kings are playing defense now.
Yeah, I do think like that's such a good point. I think the Mike Brown staying the course, and like he's been saying this since training camp. Like, look, we're going to take some steps back, and people are going to get frustrated. But the fact is that if we're going to make the playoffs, we have to have this type of identity. This is who we've got to be. And if we don't develop that identity now, then we're not going to get there.
Yeah, because you look at the Kings, like I'm more encouraged, like with the season they have, like if they find an identity, if you're just going through like just like I said, the stop and starts, where just like this team just doesn't have like a flow or anything to it, like that gives you so many more questions going into like next season and stuff like that. But the fact that it's kind of like no, now they're playing like a Mike Brown team, I think that's encouraging.
No, I agree. Yeah, like it is a little bit more of a, and then I think also one of the other keys I think is that you can see the path forward. Like what they need and everything else. Hey, look at this. We have the Jerry Reynolds. The Jerry Reynolds is popping in to see us. Jesse, do I need to turn on his mic over here?
I got it.
You got it. We're going to enter stage. There is the Jerry Reynolds.
All right.
Jerry Bear, what's going on?
Not much, buddy.
I got you a little water over there.
I see, and popcorn.
I got you. I know you love your popcorn, although it's skinny pop, so
that's okay.
It's a little healthy. It's a little healthy.
Yeah, okay, that's good. That is very good.
What's going on, man? How are you?
Well, everything, for being 8 decades old, it's going as good as it's going to get. I mean, that's all I got to say.
That's all you got to say.
yeah, it's. I mean, there's no. No happy ending. It's
it all goes the same way, doesn't it, for everybody?
Yeah, everybody's got the same rules intact. So,
that's right.
I've already kind of beat the system, so to speak. So
that's right. That's right.
No complaints.
Since the last time you came in, you turned 80.
Turned 80. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you feel any different?
Not really. I've been feeling like old for about 10 years now. So,
I have too, Jerry.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Well, I was gonna say the time you hit 70, you kind of get the picture that your glory days are over. I mean, I'm not gonna get out there and shoot any hoops or anything like that.
Okay, so 70 is not the new 40.
No, it might be the new 50. It might be.
Okay.
It might be.
Yeah. I was telling Jesse earlier how we started the show. I got one of these cool sweatshirts for my son, but he's a size medium, and his sweatshirt was sitting there. My sweatshirt was sitting there. I didn't notice. I didn't look at the tags. So I threw his sweatshirt on, and then I got stuck.
Oh.
And I have a shoulder impingement right now, so I can't do anything with my right shoulder, and I'm stuck in this sweatshirt. And I had to have one of my other sons, his buddy was there, and I had him literally had to pull the sweatshirt off me, and it's just embarrassing, man.
Yeah, no. I mean, like I say, one of the real challenges to me in the morning is just tying my shoes,
Slip-ons, Jerry.
Yeah,
that's why slip-ons are beautiful.
Yeah. I was gonna say, boy, little things become very important at some point.
It's funny when you're a kid, you can't figure out how to tie your shoes, and then when you get old, you don't want to tie them.
You don't want
to tie them. You just want to slip into something.
No.
We got a big game tonight. Oklahoma City Thunder playing Sacramento Kings.
Huge game. Yeah.
Yeah. Where are you at with this? This has been just a wild up and down, just crazy phonetic season.
Yeah, it really has. I mean, the record doesn't surprise me so much as how they got there. I mean, they've basically this team has a winning record against the top 3 teams in the West, but then they've lost games at home, especially. I think every team loses games on the road to bad teams. The Celtics have, the Nuggets have. I mean, everybody does. That's the way the league is. I think sometimes as fans we forget that 82 games will catch you. But generally speaking, you don't get embarrassed at home by the real bad teams. And the Kings have done that, with the Pistons and the Hornets and the Wizards and they've just lost to some teams.
So many of them.
Yeah, especially at home.
Yeah, I feel that too. I mean, we're looking at their schedule right now. Like the Kings are 23-15 at home, and 22-18 on the road. And then you look at the Lakers right below them. The Lakers are 28-13 at home, and that's more around what you were hoping this team would be this season.
You've kind of got a right to expect that. I mean, I think the road record is terrific. I mean,
It's
all
fine.
you could ask for.
Yeah.
But the home record just isn't as good as it should be, and it really wasn't last year either.
No, I know they won 25 games on the road.
Yeah, they were better on the road. So I don't know what it is. It's like one of those things. I don't know what they're doing, but they probably ought to find something different because the last couple of years just hadn't worked very well.
Yeah, I totally agree. And it's something that it's kind of been like the last 5 years. I mean, we could even say it's been the last like 16 years where the Kings haven't, 17 years where they haven't been a great home team. But I just kept remembering like one coach after another saying, I can't believe we're this bad at home.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and you look at the crowd is incredible. And I know Alvin Gentry was just like imploring his guys, like, how could we be this? How could you embarrass yourself in front of your family? And how could you come out and just not be ready with your home crowd, which is, a sellout every night? Like Kings fans have been absolutely spectacular, like carrying this team through.
Well, and they're involved too. I mean, as compared to most arenas, the fans are more involved, I think, here. And of course, I think there's another side to that. We've talked about some in the past, but I think so many of the top players in the league love to go on the road and silence the crowd.
Mm.
And I really think that the great crowd in Sacramento at some point kind of works against you a little more because so many crowds aren't really into it, aren't really loud. And the big, it's always been the case where the great players always said, we want to go in there and win the road game and quiet the crowd, tell them, that sort of thing. And I think that really is maybe a little factor sometimes.
I also wondered, Jerry, do you think it's just random, but do you think that the lighting of the beam actually plays into that exact thing as well, where teams are like, no.
Yeah. Oh, I don't think there's any doubt. Probably it's such a motivating factor for the Kings, but it's every bit a motivating factor for the opposition. That's one more reason. No, you're not going to light the beam on us.
Yeah.
Type thing.
Yeah, I thought it was really cool. Did you watch the Brooklyn game on Sunday?
Mm-hmm.
You could hear through the TV.
Yeah.
The light the beam chants.
Light the
in
beam,
Brooklyn.
and that's got to be kind of a national thing. As a marvelous marketing idea. You just couldn't come up with anything better. I mean, I think it's just tremendous. Probably teams around the league are trying to come up with something individual, that works for them.
Yeah, that was the great Mo Brazelton that came up with the lighting.
Was that right?
Yes, the beam idea was Mo.
I'll be darned.
Yeah,
well, good for Mo.
Yeah, good for Mo, right?
Yeah,
does a great job with the in-game experience. All right, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna take a break here. When we come back, we're going to have Jerry Reynolds for the entire 11 o'clock hour. We're going to talk about disappointments. We're going to talk about positives. We're going to talk about the Sacramento Kings and their chances of making it to the playoffs for a second straight year in the 2023-24 season. So you're listening to the Insiders here on ESPN 1320. We'll see you in just a minute. Yep. I brought the salt out just in case you needed it. It doesn't have much. Okay, so I'm going to do this. Okay, and then I'm going to do
winning?
But you got a lot of rain and snow up here. A little bit of snow probably, didn't you? Up your way.
I had to drive to Grass Valley the other day after here for a chiropractor appointment, trying to because I've been doing physical therapy and my shoulder hasn't been breaking loose. And I full on snowstorm. I came out and my car's got this much snow just while I was in the doctor's office.
So, yeah, I'm ready for this spring to get here. I guess we got maybe Saturday and Sunday a little more rain than something.
All I know is my front yard is overgrown with green. It's just so like we've got so much wet weather.
About every 4 days.
Well, I'm glad you're eating the popcorn. I didn't know if you would eat. You like?
Yeah.
I have a locker. We call it the Fortress of Snackitude, and it's
really?
filled with snacks, including the popcorn there that you got.
You watched the college game last night, I'm sure.
Yeah, we had a watch party down at Tom's. Yeah, so we were down in Sacramento. Yeah, I was disappointed with Purdue's just inability to do anything other than throw the ball to Zach Edey. It's like, who are you? Is that all you got?
Well, you know, it's one of those things where just watching Connecticut, though, they've been able to just shut teams off.
Oh yeah,
You know, and I mean,
yeah.
you had a case of 6'5" athletes guarding 6'2" smaller non-athletic guys.
Yes.
And they just couldn't. I mean, if it wasn't for Edey, they wouldn't got any points.
No, I totally agree. But I was telling Jesse, I thought Edey just got exposed so many times in that game where you just looked at him and said, "No, you're not an NBA player." I'm sorry, you can't play the pick and roll like that, and I'm sorry, you can't defend the perimeter at all.
He's probably going to be a backup guy in the league. You know, maybe.
Second round pick,
Second
yeah,
pick, probably.
yeah. So
Actually, the Connecticut kid, the big, would fit better.
they consider him a top 10 pick.
Mhm.
Yeah, Klingham, yeah. So yeah, I like him. Yeah, like UConn they've got something building there. I hope Danny Hurley doesn't leave. Like, why would you leave? You got something going, unless you like. Well, Kentucky. Why would you want to live in Kentucky over Connecticut? Oh yeah, it's not great. Okay, all right.
But I mean, I wouldn't leave if I were him because he's got 2 championships. He's got security for life. And in Kentucky, that's there's a reason Cal got out.
Yeah,
they expect championships.
Yeah, I don't love Cal. I got to be honest.
No, I don't either.
I've always thought he's a little bit of a used car salesman.
Yeah, it's exactly what he is.
Yeah. I mean, he's really good at it.
He's very good at it. He's
Yeah.
probably the best. I mean, he's been able to, like I said, Massachusetts, get a top guy like Camby.
Oh yeah.
Go to Memphis and get top guys like.
Oh, we're coming back.
Okay.
Welcome back into the Insiders. I am James Ham. Joining me in this second hour, we have the incredible, legendary Sacramento Kings man, Jerry Reynolds. What's going on, Jerry?
To the end of this NBA season. Obviously, the college season is now over. Focus on the NBA, which is the way it ought to be. No NFL football. It's NBA basketball time. And of course, the Masters coming up. I'm a big golf fan. So, but definitely, it's really this week for NBA basketball. I don't know when I've seen it more exciting final week where both in both the East and West, I mean, more so in the West, but the only thing that's really settled is the Celtics are just
Way better.
They're way better than everybody in the East, but the rest of the East is like the West. It's a few games separates about 6 or 8 teams.
Are you surprised just how good the Celtics are this year? I mean, we talk about it in so many different ways. I think they're 12 games up on the Bucks. Their net rating is a +12. They're one of the best defenses in the league, but also
the best offense the league has ever seen, which is just incredible. And we talked last season, the Kings posted a 118.6 offensive rating, which was the highest ever.
Mm.
And the Celtics are like a 122.6.
Yeah, I mean, it is kind of, well, I'm surprised because, but then, everything they've did, and Brad Stevens has done a marvelous job, outstanding coach for sure, but he may be a better general manager. But, to pick up Porzingis, and he stayed healthy pretty much.
Yeah, that's
Which,
interesting.
I mean, we'll see how that if it goes all the way through. But I mean, and then Drew Holiday. So they really improved 2 positions from a team that was really among the elite last year. And of course, I've always said, we talked about this earlier. I think, Milwaukee, when they traded Holiday to get Lillard, if they'd have known that Portland was going to trade him to Boston, there's no way in the hell they would have ever made that deal.
No, that's very true. That's very true. And like the swap out of Drew Holiday for Marcus Smart, I know Jesse in here is a big Boston Celtics fan. I would have taken that trade any day of the week.
Yeah, Marcus has been a terrific player, but really that ship sailed a little bit.
Yeah.
I thought his last 2 years he was sliding. And then, of course, he's been hurt all year. So, yeah, they got much better. And Marcus Smart, maybe 5 years ago, you wouldn't have said that. But you certainly would. They got better at that position. And certainly getting Porzingis, they got better at that position. So that's how you get to be an elite, truly elite team.
Yeah, I mean, just absolutely incredible. Now, let's get to the Western Conference, because I think it's really, really crazy to see it playing out the way that it is, where, first of all, hat tip to Adam Silver and the competitive committee and whoever's idea it was. Like, I wish we knew whose idea it was to come up with the play-in tournament, because to me, the play-in tournament is made the bottom of the Western Conference. There's Houston fell off, but before Houston fell off, man, this was crazy. You had all of these teams, and we're still seeing it play out, where the Kings can go anywhere from 6 to 9 in the final 4 games of the season, and we have no idea where they're going to play.
Yeah, and the depth of the West, and really, you could almost say, I mean, there's nobody, if you're as a Kings fan, that you're sure you couldn't beat. I mean, obviously, I think Denver's maybe a little bit of the class, but the Kings have had success against them.
3-1.
And it's also true there's nobody in that top 10 that you're confident you would beat. And I mean, I think, and that goes for everybody, probably, pretty much.
Yeah.
I mean, there's truly the parity is in place now. Like I say, you have to like Denver a little better than everybody else because they've done it, and their starting 5 is so solid, and their coaching. But I think even the Minnesotas and OKCs, the better teams, the Clippers, I don't think I don't know why you'd be totally confident in those spots either. I mean, they're
yeah. I think if you're looking at the Kings too, the fact that they are 3-1 against Denver, they're 2-1 against Minnesota, they're 2-1 against OKC coming into tonight. They split with the Clippers 2-2. They split with with Dallas 2-2. They're split with Phoenix 2-2. The only team that you can really point to and say they're a bad matchup is, for some reason, the Pelicans.
Mm-hmm.
And that team, they just can't figure out, where everybody else seems to be able to figure out the Pelicans.
Well, I think too, the Pelicans, I think the lament on those guys has always been, when does Brandon Ingram play?
Yeah.
When they're all healthy, and he's a key guy, but he's a key guy who doesn't play a lot of games.
No.
It's a little bit like Kawhi Leonard. I mean, if there's no doubt, I mean, he's not as good as Kawhi Leonard, but I'm just saying, there are these teams that they have these guys, when they're healthy and at their best. And when the Kings played the Pelicans, Ingram was at his best and playing. And and with him, I think they are a threat. Without him, they're probably not.
Yeah, and I think it's also interesting, if it's not Ingram getting hurt, it's Zion.
It's Zion.
Yeah, and so they're almost like dueling banjos. You're just waiting to see which shoe drops.
Mm-hmm.
And then again, how long are they out? Because I think more than any other team, I think those two players, when they go out, Well, I'd say the other player that's kind of like this is Karl Anthony Towns. When
Mhm.
Karl Anthony Towns goes out, you don't know if it's a 2-week injury or a 17-week injury. You're just like up in the air. Like, we have no idea. Same thing with Zion. Zion is one of those guys, like, he's been reasonably healthy this season. He's played a lot of games, but when he goes out, it could be like he might not play again for a year, and you have no idea. And Ingram is another guy who, again, when he goes out, it's like, all right, man, your team really needs you. You're at like 9 games out at that point. When are you coming back? Are you going to get back before the All-Star?
Yeah, there's
before
some
the
players
playoffs?
like that. I mean, and I never would because you never know about injuries,
Yeah.
but there's some players just seem to find injuries. I always say that as much as I like OG Anunoby, he's one of those guys that as a player, he's really good, but he misses 30 games a year
Yeah.
or more. I mean, he has
No.
for almost his entire career.
No, you're
And
right.
it's like, well, yeah, then at some point, we've said many times, availability is such a valuable thing. That's why, somebody like Sabonis who you just, okay, he's he's going to play. I mean, short of maybe a broken leg, he's going to trot out there. You
Yeah.
can count on him.
No, I think it is amazing how not just like the fact that he plays every day,
Mhm.
but the fact that his stat line is so similar every day. I mean,
Mhm.
maybe he drops to 14 points some days. Maybe he goes up to 24 points one day. But the fact that his variable is really only a couple of points here and there, and then his rebound number is so incredibly consistent. His assist number is so incredibly consistent. Just his shooting percentages, everything is just so incredibly consistent.
Yeah, it's like I always said about his assist totals. I mean, that's strictly related to guys making open shots.
Yeah.
I mean, that's about the only variable there. And I think the other thing, to your point about his consistency, and I've always said, well, when you think about it, the thing that why it's so consistent, his effort is so consistent.
Yes.
I mean, there's probably no player I've ever watched for a lot of games that play so hard, so consistently.
No, it's true, and he gets hit in the head for doing it.
Yeah, he needs to
all the
wear.
time.
They need to get a helmet for him, not just
Yeah.
not goggles. They need to get the helmet.
Yeah, big giant helmet. Just go out there and like play with a helmet on. Yeah, I said like John Olerud. He's a John Olerud of the NBA, the old Toronto Blue Jays first
Yeah.
baseman who wore a helmet in the field.
Yeah.
We talk about the consistency there of Domantas Sabonis, but on the flip side, what do you make of this Harrison Barnes thing?
It's hard to. I mean, I've tried to, to be a fan, and I still am to a degree because he just, but he can be so good and then just invisible. I mean, I think that's the worst of it is like, well, it's like Keegan. There's games when he's not real good, but you still know he's out there.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, doing things productively, one way or another, whether it's defense, rebounding, or if he's not shooting well. But I mean, with Harrison, that's been the amazing thing to me is to where he'll have 3 or 4 game stretches where he's been really good, and then he'll have a 2-point game and a 4-point game and 1 rebound, and it's like, wow, I don't get it. I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I mean, the Knicks game, he finished with more turnovers than rebounds, points, and assists combined.
Yeah.
He had 3 turnovers and one rebound. And like everyone knows how big that game is. Yeah, everyone knows that you're looking at a back-to-back with the Celtics the next night, and there's almost no chance of you winning that game on the second night of a back-to-back. Like you push all your eggs in one basket. It's that Knicks game, and to have your veteran not show up at all.
And the fact that the Knicks, if they have a weakness, it's at the forward line.
Yeah.
Their guards are terrific. I mean, obviously Jason Hart's a forward, but I mean the bigger forwards. And but I mean the Villanova guys, that's who wins for them.
Yeah. Yeah, and I would say even the Hart thing, at least keep him off the glass.
Yeah.
What you can't do is have him go out there and put up a 30-point near triple-double.
He is a baller, though, isn't he?
Oh, he is, man. He's good. He's good. All right, we're going to step aside. We got to take a break. When we come back, we've got a whole lot more Sacramento Kings talk, a whole lot more Jerry Reynolds. You're listening to The Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320. See you in a sec. Mm-hmm.
He's a different player in New York than he was here or Golden State.
Gotcha.
You know.
Oh yeah, yeah. No,
He's been really good.
it's like since January, I think he's averaging something like 12 3-point attempts per game.
Yeah, I mean, he had a 40-point games, hadn't he? Something like that.
Sorry, Jesse, I turned Jerry's mic back on so people can hear him during the break. I know he's eating popcorn.
Oh,
it's okay. Yeah, no, I turned it on. It's okay. Like that way people can hear you.
eat it.
Popcorn's there. You got to eat it, right? People don't mind you eating popcorn as long
Okay.
as you talk to them on occasion. You see the chat on the right hand side, right?
Mhm.
That's the chatty house. That's all of our.
I can't read it, but I don't have my reading glasses. So.
That's okay. Awesome. Yeah, I'm just, the DiVincenzo thing, that was such a weird situation. And then I got caught in the middle of that whole situation. I've talked about this where, I got agent coming to me and say, hey, like he's really upset. And I'm going to the Kings saying, hey, I don't know why I'm in the middle here, but like you got a player who's super upset. And I'm going to give you a little bit of leeway here and see if you guys can figure it out before I write anything. And I got people inside telling me, well, just tell his agent to call us. I'm like, that's not like, what are you talking about? Like it got really weird. And then they rescinded his qualifying offer and just let him become an unrestricted free agent. I know you planned on getting, you already had like kind of set your sights on maybe the Kevin Huerter trade and maybe the Malik Monk signing, but I just got to be honest. Like, what would this team look like with Dante DiVincenzo, the player he is now?
The player is now. Now, I mean, of course, now I don't know if he would be that here.
That's true.
That's what I say. I mean, I give Tibbs a lot of credit there. I mean, he's even Hart. I mean, he's been a good player wherever he's been, but he's a notch better there than he's ever been.
Yeah,
and certainly Brunson too, for that matter. I mean, Brunson's MVP. He's an MVP caliber player.
Yeah.
A little bulldog boy.
He is, man. He's very, very similar to prime Isaiah Thomas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's good. That's a good analogy.
Yeah, when IT was playing at for that very small window where he was unstoppable in his prime.
Yep.
I thought he was just like spectacular.
Yep. I would agree totally.
Yeah.
And that's one, you kind of like to see guys like that, that just were kind of under the radar and just kept getting better and better and better.
Yeah.
And, I always get a kick out because Mark Cuban had two terrific players and Brunson didn't want to pay him and Steve Nash.
Oh,
it's like, good,
good luck with that.
Good luck with that.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I totally agree. And the fact that it like Drew Down in the chat brings up the Villanova connection, like they have 3 stud Villanova players. And what that tells you is, once again, just a reminder how good the coaching is at Villanova.
Yes, Jay Wright. I mean, clearly, if I'm Kentucky, I'd be one of the first calls I'd make.
Yeah,
to Jay Wright. I don't know if he wants to coach again, but I imagine there's a price tag.
Yeah,
and it is Kentucky.
It's funny. I always looked at like I love how Bill Self takes. Oh, we're back in 5. All right. Welcome back into the Insiders. I am James Ham. Kyle Madsen's on vacation this week, so we're usually we call this James and Friends. Some of the people in the chat and maybe Jesse over there decided to call it Ham and Side Dishes.
That's good.
So Jerry, which side dish would you be? Because Jesse is the mashed potatoes, because he's the guy that like gives you substance. What would you be here?
Well, it'd probably be turnip greens.
Turnip greens. I don't even know that people eat turnip greens outside. Well, one time I went to my grandparents' house. My grandfather was a farmer, and he like pulled a turnip out of the ground and used a pocket knife to shave off the outside and clean it up, and then handed it to me and was like, "What in the world did I just take a bite out of?"
Well, you got to, turnip greens, buddy. Yeah, you can get good turnip greens at Cracker Barrel, so you can.
Okay. So are you a big Cracker Barrel guy
Love it.
like the Geralds?
I love it. I mean, chicken and dumplings almost as good as my mommy used to make.
Oh,
almost. I mean, it's great, but my mother and my grandma, they both could. They could make some chicken and dumplings.
yeah. I grew up on chicken and dumplings too. My mom's from Oklahoma, so like we grew up on our poor people food.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's what we did. Yeah.
Yeah. All I know is that you can call it poor. It is poor people food, I guess, but it's awfully good.
It is good. It's made with a lot of butter,
and that keeps me happy. That's all I know.
That's right. That's right. Have you kept up with Gary? He's in his 39th season.
Yeah. I was with him at a little event last week, in fact. And
Matt George's event.
Yeah. And I talk to him periodically, and of course I listen to him every now and then. I mean, he's still, he's still got it. The guy is still terrific, and he seems to hadn't lost any enthusiasm. He's remarkable. I mean, I really believe Gary Gerald's the best radio broadcaster of an NBA game that I've ever listened to, because he really paints the picture. You can see the game without being there, and well, anyway, he's just the best. I don't know how much longer he wants to go, but he's still good at it. So, and has got the enthusiasm. I know in my case, I was probably starting to lose a little of the enthusiasm, and yeah, I just like to watch games more than I wanted to do them.
Yeah. No, it's incredible the way he paints a picture. I've told the story before, but I worked at Big A's Drive-In in Grass Valley growing up. It's like an old A&W that had been, when they stopped doing franchises and someone had bought it. And I would, after we closed, I would turn Gary Gerald on when I cleaned the grill. You put a little wire mesh and you're scrubbing the grill and trying to clean it all up. And I would just sit there and listen. And the way he would tell the story of moving from left to right on your dial. And so you're sitting there like, okay, I know which way they're going. And he just, like, the way he's able to put you in the game. And I find that, like, when I'm listening to some baseball announcers, like when I'm watching baseball games, because I do listen to more baseball than I do basketball just because I'm usually there. But when you listen to baseball announcers, there's some guys who don't understand that they're calling a TV game and everybody sees exactly what they're seeing.
Yeah.
And then there's other people who call a game on the radio as if you're seeing what they're seeing. And you're like, hey, man, tell us if it's a foul ball. Like, like we don't, tell us.
Yeah, we can see the game. Well, I always said it's funny. Years ago, when I first came to the league, a lot of teams did simulcasts.
Oh yeah,
and which is weird. In fact, because I did a game once with Gary when Grant missed a game for a flight reason or whatever, and basically was doing a simulcast. It's weird because I'm sitting there next to him, he's saying, so and so's he's dribbling down the left side of the floor. It's like, well, they can see that.
Yeah, they can, but the people on the radio
can't. People on the radio can't see that.
Oh, that's amazing. Yeah, you wouldn't even think about it. Yeah, he's such a treasure, and I love walking in the door and seeing him every single night at a game. I hope he keeps doing it as long as he wants to.
Oh, me too. Yeah, that's the key. Do it as long as he feels like he wants to, and he's good at it, and both things are true right now.
Yeah. Let's get to this season specifically. I think, like for you, I'm sure it, just like for me, it started to wear on you that this team was bad, and they were always bad, and it didn't matter what happened, who the players were, who the coach was. Everything was always different, and they still remained that way. They remained bad for my first 12 years. I mean, I've talked about this. I was 240 games under 500 as a beat writer my first 12 seasons. And then all of a sudden they're good. But I wonder, what is it, the toll it takes on you to have to get up for a game every single day when you know that they're probably not going to win?
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, I do think you look for things to be positive about. I mean, you have to search. find a player that's having a really good year, or something you can kind of hang your hat on, whether it's a rookie that's developing, or boy, this kid they picked up, in the second round looks like he's going to be a player, and some of us may not even be true, but you talk yourself into it so you can so you don't get so down and depressed, because it's easy to do, I
Yeah.
mean, because like you say, I mean, full well that no, this team isn't good enough to win. Basically, the way they win is if the other team is playing poorly and not taking them seriously, uh, as opposed to being good enough to win every night. That's kind of why I enjoy this team currently so much. I know some fans are more disappointed maybe than I think they should be, because it's a good team. It's an unselfish team. They play hard most of the time. Yeah, they've blown some games, but after 16 years of losing, this is a winning team. And whether it's winning quite enough to, and of course, I guess the other part for me is I never thought they were a serious contender for the championship, you know, when they started. They were the same team from last year, and I knew that there were more talented teams in the West if they stayed healthy, and that's exactly what's happened.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Like, and I would even harken back to like, we go back to like the 98-99 season so much. And I think people just, you skip the steps that team took.
Yes.
You instantly remember the 2001, 2002 playoffs, the 2002, 2003 playoffs. You forget that, they barely squeak into the playoffs in that first year. They're 27-23. Their second season, they're fifth out of 7 teams in the West. And they're
44 wins.
44 wins,
And
right?
44-38, and they got swept by the Lakers in the first round.
Oh yeah.
And I mean, that was very similar, I think, as the season went on, I always remembered, because fans were disappointed in that team as the season went, much like this, because of the excitement of that 27-23 win team that had the exciting playoff with the Utah Jazz, and they were expecting more,
yeah.
And then, of course, now the third year, then they went up to 55 wins, and they're on their way, and they still made some moves. But to your point, is exactly right. It's a work in progress.
Yeah.
Ask Denver.
Yeah.
I mean, generally speaking, unless you're going to be Miami and get, Chris Bosh and LeBron James to join you, and it took them an extra year there even.
Oh yeah.
But I mean, generally speaking, it is a work in progress, and certainly for small market teams, you're not going to get there overnight.
Yeah, and I would even like caution fans, like the team that started this, last season, the run it back team this season, like the team that will win at a much higher clip, you hope, won't look like this.
No.
There was the Doug Christie, Corliss Williamson trade.
Yeah.
There was the Jason Williams, Mike Bibby trade.
Yeah.
Yeah, and guys like John Barry were part of it, but year 1, year 2, we're talking Tony Delk, we're talking Vernon Maxwell. Like there are these guys that you forget played as part of that. You forget that Nick Anderson was a starting shooting guard for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Or Tariq Abdul-Wahed.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's like, you got to remember that. And I mean, it's like I always say, and I don't mean this disrespectful to any player on the current team, but in my mind is really they've got about 2 starting positions that need to be filled better.
Yeah.
And I mean, I just think quite honestly, they need a better off guard, shooting guard, and a better power forward type.
Yeah.
More athletic and lively, and you do that, you get if you had a Naz Reid and a Derek White, this team would be a championship contender now.
Look at you. We talked about Naz Reid last year.
I know.
We talked about Naz Reid. He was our guy.
My love affair was strong, and the year before, is Bobby Portis. Now I got a new one this year. It's Jalen Smith from Indiana.
Oh, that's right. We did talk about Jalen Smith. All right. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to step aside. We're going to take our last break of the day, and then we'll have a long segment to finish this thing off with Kings legend Jerry Reynolds in the house. You're listening to The Insiders on ESPN 1320. We'll see you in just a sec.
Yeah, I mean, it was tough. I mean, I know.
Let's
you
just
know,
cook with Jerry. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, I mean, I'm sure Monty and them tried to do a lot of things, but it's tough, because you just basically the team was counting on Vesnikov making a major difference, and of course, it hadn't happened,
No.
and by any stretch, and so you're running back with, like say, the same guys, and then more injuries.
No, that's true.
And so it's tough, and then you add to it, it's like I said, Dallas. I mean, they added 2 starters at deadline.
Yeah. No, they did. I mean,
PJ Washington and Gafford. I mean, those are 2 guys that really helped them.
well, they were dead in the water before that.
Yeah.
They were dead in the water.
Yeah.
Like the Grant Williams thing didn't work out at all.
No, not at all.
And the word on the street was that wasn't working at all behind the scenes either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think it helped the Celtics moving him out too, by the way.
Yeah, maybe it did. Yeah. I think it's interesting. Again, we'll talk a lot about this stuff on the air, but like I don't blame Sasha for not stepping up and not being able to fill in. I don't I keep trying to explain this to people. I don't blame Harrison Barnes or Trey Lyle. Like the 4 forwards that they have
Mhm.
are too similar.
Yeah.
It's just it is what it is. The fact
That's what it is.
the fact that Keegan became something bigger and better than what you thought defensively,
Mhm.
like that's helped, but that's not the solution. And we saw it when Trey Lyles and Sasha Vezenkov went down. Mike Brown keeps saying like, I don't have a real power forward on the roster
No.
with those guys down.
No, I mean, it's like I think with Vesnikov, I mean, things may still work out. I don't know.
Yeah.
He's too, he hadn't really played enough. And Lyles, I think, is a nice 8th, 9th man.
Yes.
Yes. He's not the problem, but he's not the solution.
Yeah.
You can have him on your roster, but if you need him 35 minutes a night, you're going to be probably disappointed.
Yeah, I think if you take one of them, it doesn't matter which one outside of Keegan, and you switched him out for, say, Jeremy Grant.
Yeah.
This team looks 100 times different.
Yes.
I would feel more comfortable playing Sasha major minutes with Jeremy Grant than because of the length and the athleticism.
Yeah.
And I think that's part of the problem. And again, when you throw Kevin Huerter in this mix and you have a guy who's not super athletic, look at Jerry ringing.
I'll call you back. Call you back.
That the wife?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it's just a weird mix. That's all. And I think that's something that has to be addressed. And again, I don't know, like we knew coming in that there was going to be defensive limitations on that front line, but now you see it like 100%.
Yeah. Yeah.
And again, you throw Kevin Huerter in and you see it like you can't have Harrison Barnes and Kevin Huerter as your 2 and your 3.
No.
If you had a really good 3 that's a shot blocking, super athletic guy, he could cover for Kevin Huerter. But if you don't, then you have
that's
trouble.
the thing. I mean, with Keon Ellis, I mean, you're better differently just because he can hold his own defensively.
You're just better.
You're just better.
Yeah.
And
all right, we should save all of this for the show.
yeah.
10 seconds. 10 seconds. Welcome back into the Insiders. I am James Ham. Joining me today, Kings legend Jerry Reynolds. Jerry, we had a long discussion during the break. If you guys aren't tuning in on ESPN 1320 TV, go to youtube.com/ESPN 1320, and we stay live through the breaks. And you miss a lot of content. We were having a discussion. We figured we'd take it to the air just about sort of like the team build. And I think what we've seen so far is like there are limitations to this roster. There are length and athleticism that has to be addressed during the offseason. Like Jalen Smith. We like Naz Reid. there are other guys out there that are going to have to, that the Kings are going to have to look for. But I also just think that it's kind of a weird mix. And I think that, like just to go back to the old Kings, the 2002, 2003 Sacramento Kings, where they were just so incredibly good. Like Doug Christie and Mike Bibby worked together because they were like a perfect tandem. Like you could play Mike off the ball, you could play Doug on the ball. Doug would defend the toughest guy. Mike didn't have to defend the toughest guy. He could go sit in the corner against a guy who just shot. Like there are all of these nuances, and it feels like that's the ingredient that we see that's missing now. Like year one of the build, we saw it like they somehow found this like synchronicity, and they all work together so well. And it's like, okay, how did this happen so quickly? Because I think that's even a bigger question. How do you go from just adding all these ingredients into a pot, and next thing you know, they're the highest offensive rating of all time? Really intriguing stuff. But then year two, you see the sort of the inadequacies of the roster. And what is it? How would you sort of look at this roster and go into the offseason if you were in Monty McNair's shoes?
Well, I mean, obviously, I don't. I mean, I know a lot less about it than Monty does. That's for sure. But I do see this team as a, to me, they still have a need at the off guard. You need a bigger, stronger defender. I mean, I love Keon Ellis, but I think he's probably more of a third guard. Could be a third guard on a good team, a contender. And then, but you just use an example, somebody like a Derek White that's with the Celtics.
Yeah.
A 6'5", 6'6", long guard defensively, can switch on small forwards and still play points. That kind of guy, make shots. And then, of course, a lively 4 that can also protect the rim and could play some center. And that's why I've in the past years we talked about Bobby Portis, who I love, or Naz Reid, which obviously Minnesota loves him and Milwaukee loves Bobby Portis. There's a reason, but that type of player would be in my mind, would be a perfect fit with a Sabonis, because they could fill in some of his weaknesses of rim protection, and yet could play off of him because they can shoot threes. Good 3-point shooters and keep the floor spaced. And so, and that's kind of what in the early 2000s did, was obviously when they got Doug Christie for Corliss, who obviously Corliss, terrific player, just like Doug, but it allowed Peja to be the starter at small forward. And then once you got Doug, you knew you basically had a guy, that made Jason Williams a little bit more expendable. And he's a terrific player, as he went on to prove. But Bibby could come in and play off the ball, on the ball. Doug could play on the ball, off the ball. And Doug, so once you got Doug, you knew, okay, now Jason becomes a little more expendable to fit that one need of a pure shooter. A guy that could really score the ball and play off Weber screens and stuff like that. And so, it's as you pointed out, it's a process. It is. And you can't know what I always say. That's one of the reasons you want to get in the playoffs, is to find out what you don't have.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of fans, I used to argue with fans all the time. They say, well, what's the point of getting into the playoffs to be number 8 and get beat number 1? Well, how do you know how good you need to be until you get there? And there again, ask Denver. They made adjustments to their roster in the last 2 or 3 years to make, getting Kentavious Caldwell-Pope and Gordon were guys that they didn't have.
No, it's very true. I think it brings me to that question too. I like Keon Ellis a little bit more. Like, again, I don't think you dislike Keon Ellis, so I'm not putting words in your mouth, but I like him. I think he can be a starter as long as the guys around him are scorers, right?
I don't disagree with that. I just think on a perfect world, if you had somebody better than Keon, then you're really in good shape.
Yes. and to be honest, like I think, like I always like to be fair, right? So I think that when the Kings went out and traded for Chris Duarte, they were hoping that he might become a Derek White type player, not a Derek White, but a type player.
There's a reason to believe that. I mean, his career, at that point, had probably been better than Derek White's had been to that point.
Yeah.
But, and you don't know where Duarte going to. That's why I say with so many guys, you just don't know. It's like we go back to, the Tony Delk letting him go and picking up Bobby Jackson.
Oh
Well,
yeah.
that was very unpopular at the time, but Bobby Jackson was just starting to become a player.
Mm-hmm.
I always say it's a little bit like why I have had more faith in Davion Mitchell than a lot of people, because I always say, patience is a virtue.
Yeah.
Give these guys, small guys in particular, a little more time. And Bobby was a case in point. It was his, I think, fourth team when he got here.
Yeah.
And then became really all he could be. And or Seattle, Minnesota, maybe his third team.
Yeah.
Yeah, his third team, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe fourth. He might have played Denver.
He played in Denver. He played in I definitely remember Minnesota.
Minnesota and Seattle. So that was his fourth team.
Okay. Yeah. And you know what? Look, I think that's you've got that type of player.
Yeah.
As long as you can keep Malik Monk, you found your Bobby Jackson.
Oh yeah. Well, Monk is, and to his credit, I mean, that's why I worry about this team right now is that, in my mind, he's the third best player.
Mm-hmm.
And really, other than Fox, they don't have anybody who can go create a shot very well.
Yeah.
Keegan's getting better, and someday he'll be good. But Monk and Fox are the guys that when the offense breaks down can go get a shot.
No, totally. Yeah, and so if we look at the rest of the roster, again, like I think we're both in agreement, like they need to address the shooting guard position in some way. And then I think they need to find a forward that's long, that's athletic, that can block shots. And I keep telling people, again, let's not try to ask Domantas Sabonis to do even more than he already does, because the guy's already averaging 20 points, 13.7 rebounds, 8.3 assists. Like he's one of the best players in the league. You need to put the players around him that help support him.
Yeah, I
the
totally
right
agree.
players.
Yeah, and the one thing with Sabonis, people say, well, he doesn't protect the rim well. No, he doesn't really, although he's, I think, better at it this year than last year.
Yeah.
But what he is, I will say this, I don't know of a center that gets out and switches out on wings and guards and doubles out on the floor as well as he does.
Yeah. No, I think he's done a great job of improving defensively.
I mean, it'd be, watch Embiid sometime or trying to do that. He can't do it.
Yeah.
And he won't do it.
Watch the national championship game. We just watched Purdue.
Yeah.
Zach Edey couldn't do anything, not only on the perimeter, but as soon as they started running at him in a pick and roll, it was like, oh no.
And react.
Yeah, we're talking about a college player for sure, but it's still something you see all the time at the NBA level too. Guys that cannot play the pick and roll. I remember my first year of covering this team, the Kings got killed in pick and roll every single night, and they had Samuel Dalembert, they had DeMarcus Cousins, they had Hassan Whiteside. The only guy who could defend the pick and roll was Darnell Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
And like Paul Westphal just kept looking like, I can't play Darnell Jackson a bunch of minutes, but he's the only guy that will defend the pick and roll.
Defend the pick and roll.
Yeah, so I think there's some things that people need to appreciate with Sabonis, and again, the limitation to Sabonis. Hey, look, he doesn't have a 7'3" wingspan.
No, he's a short. I mean, it's amazing how well he rebounds. Of course, I've always said that it's pretty clear why he rebounds as well as he does, because he tries to get all of them.
Yes.
His effort is consistent. I was kind of with Dennis Rodman in his day, at 6'8", 6'9", that's all he was, and a little and long armed though at least, but he tried to get every rebound.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the old Larry Bird story I've told you many times, where he told me how he was averaging 11 rebounds a game as a small forward. And I said, that's really great. You're among the league leaders. And he said, no, I'm not a very good rebounder. He said, Kevin McHale's a great rebounder. And I said, really? He's a power forward and he's getting 8. And he said, yeah, but the difference is he only tries to get 10. I try to get 100. But I mean, there's some truth in that simplicity. And I mean, I think that's where the great rebounders, and then now you have to put Sabonis in that category, is why does he get so many? Well, he's not a great jumper. He's not tall. He's not long, but his effort is great.
He outworks
everybody.
He the entire time. And the one team that I've seen him have trouble on the rebounding side, the one team I can circle off the top of my head, is the Pelicans. And it's because Valanciunas just works it because they know each other so well.
Yeah, he's bigger and stronger.
Yes.
And can take the physicality of
Yes.
and will take it. I mean, there's as you know, there's a lot of players in the league that just don't want to deal with that because Domas is physical and he'll sting them a little bit.
Oh no, you come out of a game for all the times that Sabonis gets hit in the head. I would probably say probably a third of them are intentional, and I also think that probably a third of them they're intentional because of the pain and damage he inflicts on the others.
Yeah.
On the people around him, but like, and they don't care at that point. They're getting battered. Like, I wouldn't want to know what a guy looks like with his shirt off after a game against Sabonis. I'm sure he's got like bruises and scrape marks all over him. Like, man, Sabonis, he works you over.
Well, too, it's like I always say with his screens, he's such a great screener. And a lot of it is, if you notice, guys in the league know it. So you don't see guys, trying to run through his screens. There's a reason they don't, because it hurts them.
Yeah.
It was a little bit like the old Mitch Richmond thing. It's like, Mitch was so physical that guys just didn't want to mess with him. They would just, if they accidentally knock Mitch down, they go over and pick him up and apologize and try to be friends again.
That's right. That's right. I think that's something that the Kings need to address this summer too. Like, I think that Trey Lyles is probably, outside of Sabonis, probably their most physical player, and they need to keep finding more guys like that. I think I like what Monty's doing with his pipeline, though. Like, I think he's doing a really, really nice job of finding a Keon Ellis with an undrafted guy, signing him to a two-way to get him in your system, because that's a carrot that you lured him in with, and then developing him in the G League level, and then finding a way to get him on the main roster. I'm seeing the same kind of pathway with Colby Jones, where all of a sudden you're seeing Colby Jones playing. Like, I don't know why Colby Jones is playing the last week of the season after he barely played the entire season, but it's out of necessity. And it's also Mike Brown being flexible enough to say, hey, look, I need help, and this kid might be able to give me some minutes.
Yeah.
But what do you think about that pipeline that they're creating, where they're bringing in these guys that somehow make sense?
Well, I think they've really got a great front office and coaching staff. I really believe that. I mean, that's a strength. That's not a weakness by any stretch. And they do develop players, and I think they're great at identifying them. I mean, obviously, as a fan, which is what I am, fans always wish they'd get this guy or get that guy. Well, you don't know. You can't make trades for guys if the other team doesn't want to trade them. I mean, that's
science.
That's the part that we can't know it or anything. But I really believe that these guys really know what it takes, and they're on the right track. I mean, I'm sure they missed on a couple of guys they wish they could have got, that type of thing. But that's always the case, and they've drafted well. Could they've with Davion, could they have got somebody a little better than maybe? But Davion's a good player. There's guys drafted in front of him that aren't as good as he is.
Yeah.
So I always say, as long as you're getting really value out of your picks, you're on the right track. And like say the free agents they've signed, that's what the whole thing with Vesnikov. I think you just got to give him time. I mean, I'm convinced. I think that probably next year we'll see a better version of him.
Yeah, I think like Sasha, I think he's had a little trouble acclimating. Like I think it's kind of funny. You think when you're if you bring over a young kid that he's gonna like have trouble. There is no language barrier with Sasha, which is a big deal in the 90s and the early 2000s with some of the foreign players that were coming over. That's not a problem anymore. Sasha Vezenkov speaks more languages than you and I and Jesse and everybody else in this office combined, most likely. But I think when you look at him coming over as an older player, it's tougher. I think when you're a 19-year-old kid, like 19-year-old kids around the globe are universally similar. They all are on the phones, they're Instagram, they're playing video games, they can connect in different ways. They all eat pizza, so they can all go, you know what I mean? Everyone just kind of, they're in the same spot. When you're 28, you're a totally different player, a totally different person. And coming over at that point, I think he's just had a little bit of trouble, not with like his teammates, because I think his teammates like him, but I think just like in general, like he doesn't like the food here at all. He's like, it's got way too much flavor. He's like, I don't know why they put so much flavor in all the food. It's not good. But there's so many other things that you don't think about. And I also don't think that the Kings did him any favors with the group of players that they brought back. Now, if every time Sasha played, he was playing alongside Alex Len for the entire season, maybe you could disguise some of the things that he's not great at. But just the fact that I think oppositions try to attack him because they think he's not good defensively, it just adds that element that you're constantly under attack as a defender, even if he's not bad defensively. I think
he's got a little toughness about him, and
yeah.
And the one thing I do think that probably a little harder for him to adjust to, as opposed to younger guys that come over, is he's been kind of a key player for a long time. So now he's used to being kind of the go-to guy, the main guy for several years. And now all of a sudden he's coming into a league where he's just trying to get minutes. And I think for an older guy, that's a lot tougher, where a 19, 20-year-old can say, well, yeah, okay, I can wait my turn.
Yeah.
But he knows
clock's ticking.
Yeah. And I don't have many years to get my turn.
Yeah, no, I totally see it. And that's why I think that they were wise to do like it's a 3-year deal, but the third year is an option.
Mm-hmm.
And if he's not working out, or if he wants to go back to Europe, I wouldn't be surprised, and I wouldn't blame him. Like
no, he's got to look after his own best interest, and so does the team.
Yeah.
And and they'll know by the end of next year, just they'll know pretty much what they've got.
No, totally. I think so too. All right, so we've got this wild 4 games that are left in the season. You got OKC tonight. You got the Pelicans on Friday, followed by the Suns Pelicans on Thursday. Friday is the Suns, and then the Blazers
on Sunday.
Yeah. Just where's your confidence level with this team?
Oh, it's a little shaken. I mean, it's a case of, I think they could win all of these games, but the scary part is they could lose them all. Not all. I mean, they shouldn't lose to Portland. I don't know.
But they shouldn't have lost to Washington.
But they shouldn't. Yeah, they shouldn't have done. Yeah,
or Charlotte.
But the thing, just the time. One thing about this team, about the time you think you can figure them out, then that's when you get the jolt. You get the Minnesota game on the road where they blow the Timberwolves out, or the Clippers or something. Just the time you think, well, these guys, I don't know, and then they go down and show you that they can, play extremely well, which we've seen. But that's what they'll have to do. I mean, they got to play their A game these last 4 games, certainly the next 3. And I mean, they can play their A game tonight and still lose.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that's also true. But I mean, if they play their A game, they're going to have a chance to win all of them. They'll be in the games, and that's, that to me, that's all you can ask for. I mean, if they don't play a real close games with all these teams, I would be very disappointed at this stage.
Now, disappointment is a word. Are you disappointed with how the season's gone, or do you just feel like this is a natural progression of a team and expectations may have been a little too high?
I suppose I'm a tiny bit disappointed, but mostly just tiny, because I thought at the start of the year, I said, if things, the way talent, I just looked at league talent-wise.
Mm-hmm.
I said, if in the West, if these teams stay healthy, the Kings can't finish third. They're just not that talented. And I mean, I wanted to be wrong, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
But I was just saying, as just studying the league a little bit, it's like, well, no, that last year was a little bit of an aberration.
Yeah.
And so I didn't expect. I thought they had a good chance at 6. That's what I thought, and to win 46 to 48 games. That's really kind of
okay.
So they're pretty much on track with what I thought would happen. I didn't quite anticipate the West staying healthy and as good as they have, as the league has. And so that's worked against the Kings. And then they've worked, and like I say, they've hurt themselves with the terrible 2 or 3 home losses that you just can't rationalize.
Yeah, I would agree. The West has been absolutely brutal. I mean, these guys are beating up on each other every single night. And again, the only team in the top 10 that the Kings don't have a winning record or a tied record with is the Pelicans. That's kind of the team you probably don't want to face unless you beat them this weekend, and all of a sudden you feel a little more confident. But do you think that the road here that we're seeing, the pathway, is sort of perfect for the amount of growth that the Kings need? They need to go through this. They need to not just fight through a playoff series, but feel what it is to fight to get in.
Yeah, I don't think it any going to hurt them. I mean, because really the last week or so has been playoff basketball
Oh
for
yeah,
the most part, and that's and as a fan, and I think sometimes we forget that is that we'd like to see them have won more games and be in a better spot. But I mean, just think 3 or 4 years ago, the idea that you'd have a team really fighting hard for different playoff spots in April, how many people would have complained then? And so I always try to keep myself in mind when I feel like pouting about something. I say, wait a minute, I know what I thought 4 or 5 years ago. I said, boy, if we can have a team that is fighting for spots in April, I'll just be quiet. So I'll try to be a little more understanding. But as a fan, we're all front runners one way or another. But you got to keep things in perspective. We've had 2 years of a really good team. That's a work in progress. You got some star type guys. You got some good young players. You got a terrific coaching staff, a front office that's proven to be very good.
yep.
And they're going to be challenged, all of them, next year for sure. It's going to be a challenge, but why not it's easy to be a Kings fan. I still say that. It's very easy to be a Kings fan right now.
That's right. All right. That is the legendary Jerry Reynolds. Thanks so much for joining me again, man.
Well, it's always a thrill and fun and everything. Enjoy your show a lot.
Awesome.
Of course, if what fans don't know is that they got the best James Ham story driving down to San Francisco. That was the best show.
Those are always the best shows. James in a car driving too fast with Jerry. That's right. All right. That's going to do it for this edition of The Insiders. We will be back tomorrow. We will have another co-host alongside me. We got D'Lo and Casey coming up next. Thanks for tuning in to The Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. We survived. We survived. Oh, excellent.
Everything's good. Family good.
Good, man. Everything's good. Yeah, the kids are. My oldest is almost 21.
Wow.
And my youngest
He didn't even hear you. Jesse, what's happening? Chatty House, what it do?
What up, though? Huh? Yeah, man, I got Sac A's gear. Now,
They got it already?
they got little shirts here and there that are
I,
I want a couple shirts.
I see. I think it was a hoodie. It was a black hoodie that had like just the sack, but had the A's with the A. Yeah, I want that one.
I want that one. That would go hard. That would go hard. The unlicensed Sacramento A's gear is fire so far. But to anybody wondering, I've had this hat for years.
Just for this moment.
My dad was an A's fan.
Played for the A's and T-ball. That counts.
I don't think I ever played for the A's. I got this hat when Reese played for the A's.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
That's good, baby. Bob, check right quick. How y'all feeling? Headed into Oklahoma City tonight. One more time. We welcome you in here to the Tuesday, April 9th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Borling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir. Acknowledge me.
And we in here. Shout out to Jerry Reynolds, man. Always
Come on now.
such a pleasure to see him here, man.
Yes, indeed. Always, man. Always good vibes. Always good knowledge. It's always just a all around good time when Jerry's around.
Yeah,
where you can hear his voice.
He's a great guy, man. Absolutely great guy, and just a special figure to this city.
Yes.
Forever.
Yes.
Love you, Jerry.
Yeah, man.
Always great to see Jerry in here. And I know Jerry's got his feelings about the Sacramento Kings, who embark the final 4 games of the regular season. Their 41st road game of the season tonight in Oklahoma City. As I'm going to choke here right at the beginning of the show.
Well, like, hey,
Die on the air.
Do it, go all the way.
Mm-hmm.
Eat the ratings.
Die on the air. Well, we don't. I
We
can show them
don't.
to you.
No,
but,
we definitely don't.
But I
they
mean,
were still there. Are they still there?
No, I threw them away
Oh,
yesterday.
okay. The other day.
There's
They were still there when I was here.
there's a certain point where you're just rubbing it. Like, throw it away now. Come on, man. But if I die, I'm dying on this show. We're gonna get numbers out of it. Y'all make sure you circulate the video. If I just as Jeremy says, I'm just choked up at the end of the regular season. I'm like Samantha Irvin at the end of WrestleMania, just choked up.
The King,
Man.
41st.
Yeah.
Love Samantha.
Did you see her at Wale
Everything
Mania?
she does, yeah.
Yeah. She's the one. Yeah, she is the one.
She's really, really good too.
She is.
I did see her at Wale Mania though, too, with the violin.
The flute.
The
I
flute,
think it
the
was the flute.
No, it
Yeah,
was the
she was
flute. It
doing
was
the
the
Razor
flute.
Ramon, and then she
Yeah.
just started singing.
Yeah.
She started singing to the Razor Ramon theme, which doesn't have words. I don't know if she made it up on the spot or if,
I'm
like,
sure
if it was a freestyle sing or what it was.
Yeah.
I was like, yo, what is happening right now?
super talented. Super talented. And she's just a great ring announcer too.
Oh, yeah, she's phenomenal. She is phenomenal. And as Leezy said, the Kings must finish their story.
Yes, they must finish their
way
story.
to tie it all together, Leezy. We appreciate you, my man. We'll get to the Kings here in just a heartbeat. Shout out to everybody who came through to Tom's Watch Bar last night, and there were a lot of you, man. We had a blast. Shout out to the Hall of Famers, Ramsey,
Yes.
and Warren. Shout out to Zay and his dad
Katrina
who
was in
came
the
through.
house as well.
Of course, Katrina
Yeah.
came through, man. Absolutely.
Jason was in the house. Big
Great
Jason.
time. Yeah.
Even producer Roland came through.
Producer Roland came through. And that's another great segue. Jake, here you go. UConn Huskies, back-to-back championships.
Man, what a dominant performance.
And you're talking about this year. Man, this program is – we were talking as we were wrapping up, headed to Tom's Watch Bar yesterday about – because I was thinking, man, the UConn has won multiple titles with 3 different head coaches. I was trying to remember if Kevin Ollie got one, and he did.
Yep.
Obviously, Calhoun has his. Now, Dan Hurley's got a couple. It's like this organization has this program has 6 championships, and he was like, I think they've all been since the 90s, 1999.
Yeah, that was the first one.
They've got 6 national championships with 3 different head coaches since 1999. Northeast, the Northeast of the United States of America. You talk about Storrs, Connecticut. Yo, that's impressive. Storrs is in the middle of nowhere. It feels like Connecticut is in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, that's
it's what it feels like.
in,
Because the thing with Connecticut is how close are you? Are you on the Boston side? Are you on the Rhode Island side? Or on the New York side? That's what Connecticut is. Plop Storrs into the middle of nowhere. That's not near New York, not near Boston, and not near Rhode Island. And that's where Storrs, Connecticut is.
It's cold and it snows.
It's very cold and it snows a lot.
Yeah.
And they've been able to get young people to come to there and elite level talent come through there. And man, 6 national championship yesterday for that crew.
Shout out to that program, man. I was never like a UConn fan, but I never hated UConn. But you just laid it out. I mean, what Jim Calhoun was able to start there, you know, and this is just talking to Jesse yesterday, and he was like, you know, are they on the level of the Dukes in North Carolina? So I was like, yeah, absolutely. But the difference between them and those schools is they started this, like I said, in the 90s, I think early 90s. I remember Calhoun saying his first recruit, I think was like big time recruit, might have been Donnie Marshall, you know, getting him there. And, you know, and just building from there, getting your Ray Allens, getting your Rip Hamiltons, your Khalid El-Amins, finally getting that first championship in 99 against Duke, one of my favorite championship games of all time. I'll never forget that one. And then building on that with your Emeka Okafors and your Ben Gordons and obviously Kimba, Shabazz Napier, and the group that they have now. And it is absolutely one of those programs in college sports. And we talk about the men's because that's what happened yesterday. The men's won. But, I mean, altogether, what are we looking at? It was 17, 18?
11 from Gino, 6 from
17?
the men's side, so 17.
17 national championships. And that also, Gino is also in the 90s. So in the last 25 years between the two programs up there in Storrs, Connecticut, 17 national championships. That's unreal. That's unheard of.
And they're impressive for like different reasons. Like UConn women's basketball is Gino, and they have, you know, they'll have the Pat Summitt problem when Gino retires, which probably isn't too terribly far away. It's like, how do you like UConn is Gino until proven otherwise, right? But the fact that the UConn men have done it with 3 different coaches. That to me, that's the part I can't get over. Because you can talk about Dukes and all. When you talk about Duke, you're talking about Coach K.
Yeah,
that's what you're talking about. And when you're talking about Syracuse, you're talking about one guy. To talk about, you know, UConn and naming 3 different coaches. And did Ollie win multiple titles?
Ollie just won one. He won the one
in 14.
Yeah,
and so Calhoun won the one in 11.
Yeah, with Kimba. So Calhoun has 3.
He got 3. Ollie got 1 for now. Yeah.
And Dan, he smells it. He smells the opportunity to be an all-time great. He's knocking on the door right now of being an all-time great. And he understands this era of men's college basketball better than anybody else. That's clear as day. How to recruit, how to win, with this transfer thing, everything that we've talked about. He understands how to navigate through that and be successful better than anybody else in the game right now. Better than anybody else in the men's college basketball game right now. And he smells just like I was telling Jake when this tournament started. And Dan was like really intense, I think in the Big East tournament and something else. And I was like, oh, he senses there's an opportunity here to do something special, to go back to back. No UConn team has ever done that. No team has done that almost in the last 20 years, about 18 years, 17, 18 years since Florida did it. And he smelled that opportunity, and he was locked in to make sure these guys didn't lose focus. Same thing with being an all-time great. I think he sees that opportunity. He gets another 1 or 2 in the next year or 2, 3 years. He's on that level. He's one of them ones. And he comes from good stock because his dad, had that type of mentality as far as a coach as well. His brother, Bobby, was a great player and does good things over at Arizona State.
Yep.
So he's knocking at the door right now. He is knocking at the door. The one thing I'll repeat it again, and it just can't be overstated in my opinion. He understands this era better than anybody in the game. It's almost like he's got a head start of how to coach, how to recruit in this era of college basketball. And
elaborate.
He understands getting the best players that aren't All-Americans, so to speak.
Got you.
You know what I mean? So he can get a group that might be around for a little bit. He can grow with them. But they're like really, really good players, but they're maybe fringe NBA talent.
They're not 2, 3
exactly
overall picks
it's
in the
not
draft.
one and done type guys,
Yep.
but they're really, really good, and they understand how to play in his system really, really well. And he's got that on lock. Everybody else is trying to figure out, transfer portal. How do I navigate losing players? Should I go after these one and dones? All that they haven't really figured it out. He's figured it out. He's got it right now.
To tie it all together, 2004 and 2014, I believe, both programs won national titles that year. The men's program and the women's program. Of course, as always is the case, I believe there are stories that Calhoun and Gino did not vibe. I don't know how many people Gino actually does vibe with. Besides
how many people Calhoun actually vibes.
Woo, Lord.
Get some facts and then come talk to me.
But I'm sure Dan and Gino get along to it.
Yeah. Aldrin in the chat, he says, I think UConn replaces Georgetown when it comes to blue bloods. That happened a long time ago. I love Georgetown.
Georgetown is unfortunately a thing of the past.
Yeah.
It's like it's almost a figment of our imagination at this point. Because John Thompson was a long time ago. When we say the John Thompson name, we're referring to Big John Thompson.
Yeah.
That was a long time ago.
The one thing that I was a little upset with last night, and I'm just talking about within myself, and I saw it around, it's just it wasn't a bigger deal last night.
I got you.
About the men's championship game. And I come from an era where this was one of the biggest days of the year. The men's national championship game, that Monday, was a major night in the sports calendar. And last night, it just felt like another night, almost like a random ass game.
Yeah, it was. I was happy we were at Tom's Watch Bar with our crew.
That's the spot right there.
It absolutely is the spot, and we were with great people because I didn't care about that game. Like I would have had it on, it would have been background noise. I can't say I would have
been background noise to Raw.
Well, the way that first hour of Raw went, we were. Of course, the game hadn't started yet but we were, we got there. We were all huddled around the phone trying to make out what The Rock and Cody Rhodes were talking about for 45 minutes.
Was The Rock talking for 43 of them?
Well, he was talking for 43 of them. All to say he's going to go. And I don't like the way The Rock is moving lately. I really hate that stupid belt he's walking around with. This whole thing that Muhammad Ali's widow gave it to, like, stop it. WWE made it, gave it to Muhammad Ali's widow, said, hey, lady, give this to The Rock at the Hall of Fame ceremony and keep it moving.
Yeah.
And that's what they did. And he looks ridiculous. Like, sir, what is that? Like, why are you walking around with that? You look stupid. Also, a few things that we discussed, I think
Uh-huh.
got confirmed last night.
Oh,
We'll talk about it. We'll
Okay.
talk about it during the commercial break. That's
Okay,
what we'll
okay.
do because we got Kings basketball to talk
absolutely.
about.
Hey, this is a start of a huge
it.
week
Yep.
in the NBA.
Yes,
Big
indeed.
time week.
Yes, indeed. And we'll talk about it with Dylan KC returning here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
While we're in agreement that the men's game stinks now or whatever, can we start putting basketball games on the day now? Like, can we watch the NBA?
I don't know.
It doesn't need to be all by itself. The game
Say it one
yesterday.
more time, just
Yeah, do what?
Now that the game, we all agree the game, men's national title game stinks. Can we start putting NBA games on Mondays when they play?
Oh, nah.
No. They tried that before.
That's going to make it worse.
Well,
Nah,
so
I gotta do
because
that.
I got to fix these headphones. We'll say one more time, Jesse.
He said, can we go back? Can we put NBA games on?
Oh no,
the day
no,
of the
no,
game.
No. That ain't never happened. It ain't never happened. Yeah, you gotta let them rock. That's part of what I talked about yesterday. They gotta work in cohesion. The NBA has to work in cohesion with NCAA.
Leave them behind. You know how hard it is to plan a show the next day?
Yeah, I saw that.
They gotta work.
Salute to
together.
you two. Fucking assholes.
They gotta work together.
I think we were right. I think Seth is hurt. I
Oh,
don't think Seth was healthy.
Yeah,
I watched the way he left the match. I watched the way he left the Cody Rhodes celebration, and the fact that he wasn't even on Raw last night. It's like, oh, I don't think he was healthy. Like he did it. He gutted it out. I'm sure he was very, 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 very handsomely compensated for it. But I don't think he's healthy.
I don't think he's healthy, and I don't
think he ever was.
I don't think he ever was. But I also don't. I think something happened on Saturday.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, the way he left the ring after with the Cody celebration, when they might not have even known the cameras were still on. I was watching him leave like he's not working. Like he's hurt. Like he's not putting on a show. Like he's in pain right now. And the fact that he wasn't on last night is like, oh, he's got to be hurt.
I think I saw something where it said he's going to be out maybe a couple months.
Oh wow!
It was unconfirmed, but rumors have it that.
Okay.
He's got to take care of that.
Oh wow! Yeah, that makes all the sense in the world to me. All the sense in the world to me. Oh, okay. Right on extra white chocolate. I missed that.
There we go.
Okay, very good, very good. That makes a ton of sense. A ton of sense.
Soren, if anyone knows about being a dog and getting it done in the playoffs, it's Nate Robinson. So good for him.
Things suck.
He's running around yelling at people. What's wrong with that man? Oh, Michigan. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Love to see it. Love to see it. Love to see it. Yeah, Seth is a badass, man. He's he's the one. He's the one. I appreciate you coming through, Zay. It was good stuff. Great to hang out with you as always. Great to meet your dad. It was good stuff.
Yeah. I saw something that was interesting the other day. They played that clip. It was like on this day of, I forgot the lady's name, but from North Carolina hit the game winner in the women's national championship game, 1992 or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And in the video, I think the person who made the pass, the inbounds pass, Marion Jones.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember?
Mm-hmm.
Jesse, do you remember Marion Jones?
That name always sounds familiar because is that the lady, the track star who got caught for doping? Okay, yeah.
She was like the biggest track star in the world.
Okay, yeah, that's how I know her name then.
She was a phenom.
And she played hoops too?
Yeah, she played.
I didn't know that.
The Tulsa Shock brought her in.
I don't remember that.
Yeah. At least I think they did. I'm pretty positive they did.
That sounds right.
Kenny brought up name from the past, Marion Jones, and how she was on North Carolina, and I feel like it was the Tulsa Shock that brought her in after all of the Olympic stuff happened. because she was a basketball player. I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, she worked out with San Antonio on March 10th. The Tulsa Shock announced that Jones had signed to play with them for $35,000.
I remember she was a pretty good basketball player at North Carolina, but obviously track was her thing. But I remember that was always part of the story about she can play basketball too.
Yeah, she wasn't a pro player. She was not a pro player.
Only thing I know about her is that video
Which video?
where she was crying and saying whatever.
Oh yeah, she was. She's one of those names that like she was one of the biggest stars in the sports world. She was a massive sports star.
Yep.
And for her now to just kind of be an afterthought or somebody that's thought of with
she's
that scandal.
like Ben Johnson.
Yeah.
Ben Johnson was a star. Not in America.
Mhm.
It was Carl Lewis versus Ben Johnson, and he's only associated with one thing.
Mhm.
You think we get a star this year?
Yeah, I mean, what old boy is kind of like he's got eyes on him. The guy who talked about world championship or what?
Oh, yeah.
I forgot his name off the top of my head, but he's in commercials on
Drew
NBC.
the ire of
and
the
he's
NBA.
actually one of the best,
Mhm.
you know, and I think this is the opportunity for him to be a star.
Yeah, but you better.
You better.
You better.
Yeah. All eyes are on him one way or the other.
Yep,
You better
yep.
win.
Get them
And
to-
if you lose,
the
they
whole-
gonna talk crazy about
The
it.
whole NBA is rooting against you, my guy. Go get yourself a gold medal, my man.
That Olympic Village lunch is gonna be
Cold.
Can you imagine he's doing his little track thing or whatever, and LeBron's and them booing him while he's going on?
Hey, real quick before we get into the Kings and everything, I want to give a big shout out to my Uncle Al. He's watching. He's got some things he's got to work through right now, some things he's dealing with, but he's a big fan of the show.
All right, Uncle
and
Al.
keep you're gonna handle this, and then you're gonna be right back where you need to be. He said he wanted to say what's up to you too, Damien. He said this is the real Uncle Al. I guess one time he was in the chat, and I was like, "Oh, Uncle Al's in there." He was like, "Is that your real Uncle Al?" And I was like, "Yeah." And he wanted to say, "Yes, Damien, this is the real Uncle Al."
All right, the real Uncle Al.
So yeah, man, he
Appreciate you. Shout out
just
Uncle Al.
got some things he handling right now, and he's gonna knock that out, and then we're gonna be right back at it. So shout out to Uncle Al.
Uncle Al, we all got things we're trying to handle, so we're with you, my man.
Yeah,
We're with you 100%. We're also big Clippers fans this week. Clippers got 2 against the Suns coming up, and the rules of last week are not the rules of last week are not the rules of this week.
So what you mean by that?
Well, last week the rules were whoever wins the first game win the second one.
I got you.
I need the Clippers to beat the Suns. If it's only once, it's only one, but preferably twice. Beat the Suns twice, because the Kings aren't catching the Clippers. There's no conversation to be had there if the Suns get them twice.
Tell you right now, that's over.
Yeah. Clippers need to in fact, I think the Clippers clinch a playoff spot. If they win, the scenarios are out there. I think if the Clippers win and maybe Sacramento loses, or I think it's more than just the Clippers winning. There's a couple of things that have to happen. But they can secure a playoff spot. It might be the Kings losing and the Pelicans losing or something along those lines. But regardless, we are big Clippers fans this week, as we need the Suns to drop a couple, because I don't think much is going to happen in the other game. It's the Pelicans versus the Blazers.
No, nothing's going to happen.
Yeah, not counting on it. Not counting on it whatsoever. And as we noted, the Kings will play their 41st road game of the season tonight in Oklahoma City. SGA will play. It looks like Jalen's listed as questionable at this moment, at least the last I looked. He's listed as questionable. But this is a team still fighting for something, man, and the Kings are going to have to – this is going to be the case on Thursday, Friday, and Sunday. Yes, on Sunday against the Blazers. They're going to have to be hitting on all cylinders.
Yeah, that's what this part of the season is all about, man. It's what this part of the season is all about. You've got to play your best basketball of the season coming up. You got to do it. You got to close out this week strong. They're dealing with injuries. They're dealing with a different team. And like we talked about yesterday, kind of feels like in a lot of ways they're leaking oil a little bit. Can they get there? Can they finish out strong? And I don't know. One of the things I'm not sure of is if they're leaking oil or it's a home road situation. Like they looked really good and were able to execute at a high level, score at a high level on those games, even without Monk at the Golden One Center. Nets be damned. You know what I mean? I mean, hope they figured that out before Thursday. But even besides all that, they were playing well. And then it got on that road trip. And, you know, it's one of those old adages, the others on the road.
Well, wait a minute. When did the Nets thing start again?
On Sunday. No, actually, I think it was
That
Friday.
was against Utah.
Yeah, well, against Dallas.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, look.
I was going to say they're undefeated with the Nets.
But they're 2-1 worst case scenario. I understand.
So what do you care more about, the Nets or the playoffs?
Sometimes I care about looking good.
Wow.
Sometimes I care about looking good.
This guy, you hear this? This guy'd rather look pretty and lose.
I didn't say we was going to lose.
Are you Kings?
Wow. I don't think
Are
he
you
is.
Kings?
I don't think he is.
I think that'll help them.
Man.
But no, I mean, just all right, fine. Look, if they win on Thursday with those Nets, keep the Nets.
Okay.
Just keep them as long as you need to.
All right.
But the second there's a sign of slippage, get those damn Nets out of here.
All right. Fair enough. Fair enough. If you got to change them at halftime, change them at halftime.
Yeah, do what you got to do.
Always got to change if there's slippage.
But I'm anxious to see what that is. Is that them? Obviously, they miss Monk and Herter. There's no doubt about that. But can they survive, or is it a situation where they just don't have it? You know, they're leaking oil. I like to think maybe it's just a home road thing. When they come back home on Thursday, they're going to play, really well. But they got a game tonight that they got to figure out. They can get this one tonight. That'll go a long way into how I think this team can close the season.
Well, it'll go a long way till Thursday.
No, how I think they can close the season.
Oh, okay.
Like if they win tonight, I'm like, oh, yeah, they handled business there. They were able to get that 2-2. That's what I talked about almost a week ago. 2-2 on this 4-game road trip. I'll feel good coming back into the Golden One Center to close out the season.
The Thunder right now, a game out of first. I don't know the tiebreaker situation involving Denver and Minnesota. In fact, I can tell you I wasn't even really paying attention to who either of those two teams are playing just because it doesn't involve us. It looks like Minnesota has Washington. Oh, for goodness sakes. Minnesota has Washington at home. Denver has Utah on the road. And so you have Oklahoma City and Sacramento. So Oklahoma City is looking at this like, yo, we've got the toughest. Yeah. We've got the toughest game of these three. We could wind up playing ourselves out of the number 1 seed here. We could potentially, with those two opponents, we could potentially play ourselves out of the number 2 seed if we're not careful. So that's something that, we talk about the Kings and making the playoffs and everything they got in front of them. Kings are fighting to get a guaranteed series, and the Thunder are fighting for something as well. Kenny's dying. Like, this is two of us in the first 27 minutes of the show.
What do the views look like if you both die on the show?
Man, I wonder if our sales team would be able to sell it. 4 million people watch this. I wonder if they could figure out how to sell it by that point. When
they're already going national.
Well, all right, man.
I'm gonna start going door to door.
They gonna have to get that quote out of my head by execution. I'm not gonna forget that one.
Y'all hear something?
Nah,
Kings, huh?
How about them Kings?
Kings.
How about them Kings? I can't gauge. You said tonight, a win tonight against Oklahoma City will kind of.
It'll make them feel good.
It'll tell you a lot about what the Kings' chances really are the final stretch of the season. I can't gauge my confidence level with this team. Yeah, I can't. I don't know. Like, would I be surprised if they won tonight? Absolutely not. Would I be surprised if they lost tonight? Absolutely not. And I almost feel like I don't. In this exact moment right now at 12:28 on April 9th, I don't feel confident in the final 4 games in them earning a top 6 spot. But if you get in that 7 versus 8, and I don't care which one they are, I've made my feelings about them playing at the Golden One Center clear. Doesn't mean I'll be sad if they're playing at the Golden One Center. It means like, oh my God, you got to be 7th at all costs. I almost feel better about their chances in a 7-for-8 or a 7 versus 8 than I do the next 4 games.
You talk about not being confident in them or not knowing if you are or whatnot. Like, that's the Kings giving us any reasons to be these last 4 games. I mean, Harrison Barnes is
Well, they haven't given us reason to be confident, in my opinion, the entire season.
See,
Well,
I'll
they were
push back a little bit on that. Sorry, just go.
I was gonna say they were playing well for a stretch and then Monk got hurt. I don't know if that just kind of tore everything up, but like just even now at this point, it's just like they were playing all right, but
They're not. I'm not trying to say they're trash.
No, not
like,
trash.
I'm not saying that. It's just like am I confident in them? No,
no, because I'm with you. I'm the same way. I'm just asking, like, is there even any reasons to be confident right now in them?
Are we off?
Mine is a little different. It's just it's the same place, but different way to get there. It's the injuries, man. It's not just
For
them.
sure.
It's not having Herter or Monk there.
But that's the reality of the situation, though.
Yeah.
We can't pretend like it's not, and it's not it's not an excuse for Sacramento. It is like we're asking them to overcome a lot.
Mm-hmm. Now, that the reason why I'm not exactly sure is because I'm not sure if it's a home road thing. They played really well those 2 games after Monk at home. I know it was against Utah and a Clippers team.
You said you're not so sure that it is a home road thing.
I don't know.
I got you.
I don't know.
Okay.
Like, I don't know if they're just incapable now due to these injuries, or they're just not capable of doing this on the road. You know what I mean? And at home, they can beat New Orleans or Phoenix or anybody they need to. They're a tougher team at home even with the injuries than they are on the road. I want to see what happens on Thursday, really.
It's 23-15 versus 22-18 at this moment.
Yeah, but I thought they were turning the corner a little bit before the injuries. And then the way they played those 2 games after Monk was out at home.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, obviously the Jazz are the Jazz,
Mm-hmm.
but they beat the hell out of the Clippers.
Mm-hmm.
They beat the hell out of the Clippers. No Kawhi, but still they handle business, you know. And even at the first half of that Knicks game, they played really well. The funny thing about all of this is we're talking about like a half, maybe 2 halves of them not playing well without Monk and everything. Like, if we really break it down, like they played well to
so
start.
break down the Boston game for me then.
I thought,
because that was like spurts of really good basketball.
Yeah.
But there was a lot of frustrating basketball mixed into that 48 minutes. And I don't think it's as simple as a half.
Yeah, well, I thought in the first half they did a good job of hanging in there.
Mm-hmm.
Almost the second half, I kind of throw away because even when they made their comeback, it was against, different guys. So I can't be like, oh yeah, they were playing great, up until that point. I mean, they had their starters in the Kings against the Celtics bench team, and they were able to come back. But that's just kind of a weird game. We could even for argument's sake, we could say the whole game was just bad for argument's sake. It's really one game in this, I don't know, 5-game stretch where they didn't show up without Monk. So I maybe they're better than I'm giving them credit for without Monk and Herter, because they played well against Utah. They played well against Dallas when Monk went out. Monk went out, at the beginning of that game
early, yeah.
And they played well. They couldn't finish it, and that's where you missed Monk, and maybe that's where you missed Monk against the Knicks as well.
That's where you missed them against the Celtics.
They're too.
They're making that run.
Yeah, so I don't know. Maybe I'm being a little too critical of them since Monk has went out, but it's about confidence level, and my confidence just isn't there with that group without Herter and Monk right now.
I think the Knicks game is particularly frustrating because the Knicks feel like it sucks to lose to the Celtics, especially in the manner that they did, right? With the way that the game went, the opportunities that they had late. But in the end, without a story, Doc Rivers, I
wish you'd tell the whole one though.
It's the Celtics. It's still the Celtics.
Right.
It's still the top team in the league. The Knicks feel like they're on par with Sacramento. And this was the part that angered me a little bit that I didn't really share because I wasn't with you that day. Is the Kings are better than that version of the Knicks. The Knicks are on par with Sacramento, but I'm talking about Julius and OG. You can't sell me on, oh, that team is no, that team is on par with Sacramento. That version of the New York Knicks, the game shouldn't have looked like that, in my opinion.
I don't know. I think this version of the Kings is on par with that version of the Knicks.
And that's perfectly fine too. That's perfectly fine too. That game shouldn't have played out the way that it did. That was the thing that frustrated me a little bit. I think this version of the Kings is a little bit better than that version of the Knicks. And it didn't play out that way.
I don't know. I think
that's fine. And I'm not saying they're, New York's not Charlotte in this situation, but that was the one. That's what we talked about. Like if you no one said, well, if you drop one to the Knicks, you can go out there and beat the Celtics. No one, literally nobody said that. It was, you've got to beat the Knicks because you have the Celtics. Everybody penciled in the second night of a back-to-back against the Celtics as a loss. And that's in New York looked like a more winnable game. If the games had been flip-flopped, no one would have said, well, beat the Knicks on the first, or beat the Celtics on the first night of a back-to-back. It would have been, hey, go out there, do your best, kids.
The old college try, the old NBA try.
But beat the Knicks on the second night. It wasn't a first night versus second night. It was the Knicks versus the Celtics. Right. And those two teams aren't the same. And it felt like that's one that the Kings should have had. And it was the one, to go back to your Monk measurement, so to speak. It's the one they played the worst in.
Yeah, well, and even with that, though, I mean, it was an 87-87 game going into the fourth quarter. We can talk about how they blew a 20-point lead, and maybe that's not good. But they did. It was the first half. It was like a first quarter lead. The first half. I mean, so like I said, maybe I'm being a little too harsh on them because the game was up for grabs. The Knicks got hot in that fourth quarter. The Kings couldn't throw it in the ocean. Or in that, fourth quarter. And that's kind of what happened. But it's not
33 to 22 in that fourth quarter.
Yeah, that wasn't like that Mavericks Kings game, the first one, where they just uncompetitive. It wasn't that. And they haven't played that way since the Monk injury. So maybe I should have a little bit more confidence in them in these last four games. But the confidence is shaky. I'm not gonna lie. I think Monk and Herter are just that influential and important to this team going down the stretch. I think I can't have a great amount of confidence. That's all I'm saying. Not that they can't do it. Not that I don't think they're capable. But you talk about confidence level. I don't see where it could be really high with those two out.
Well, good, because it's not. It is just definitively not very high.
But like I said earlier, though, they would go out and win this game tonight. That'll change some things. I'll be like, they're coming home. They got a big win on the road. I feel like they can handle business in these next two. Next three.
And okay, I don't think anything changes my confidence level until it's done.
But they beat New Orleans. They win this one and beat New Orleans. Friday, you're gonna be feeling good.
Yeah, I'll be feeling good.
You're feeling confident?
No, absolutely not. But I'll feel great. Absolutely. Now, if the Suns have lost a couple to the Clippers by the time they get here, now we can have a different conversation. Because if the Clippers lose 2 and the Kings win 2, I don't know the math. Is that a de facto playoff game?
It feels like it would be one. Oh,
so they're one game back. So work with me
right now.
Yeah, they're one game back.
One above.
They lose 2. They lose 2. Kings win 2.
They're one up. Kings are one up
against the Suns.
Yeah.
So that becomes the Suns. Remember, the season series is on the line as well. Now that might not matter because of New Orleans, but if the Kings have won 2 in a row, that means they've beat New Orleans. That becomes a de facto playoff game. That might be a situation. I don't know.
A playoff game for
The Kings could clinch
for the Suns. The Kings would still have a little bit of buffer where if they lose, it still may come down to Portland. But for the Suns, it would be your 6 seed opportunity is on the line on Friday if that were the scenario.
But if you again, correct me if I'm wrong. Doing math on the air is terrible. If the Kings were to win that game,
beat the Suns,
yes,
yeah,
they'd clinch the top 6.
I think so, yeah,
because
the Suns are
they
2
have
games
there's
back
no
at that point.
situation where Phoenix can catch them.
No, they're 2 games back.
They would have beaten New Orleans, and so
now New Orleans.
now that's the
you might still have to win on Sunday because if you end up
you
tied
might
with
have a
New
game on New
Orleans,
Orleans. Yeah. Okay, all right.
But you would eliminate Phoenix, and you would finish no worse than 7th, maybe, because I don't know what the Lakers are doing either.
Lakers and Warriors tonight. The Warriors could get to 9th.
I don't know.
Not tonight, but the Warriors, like they're right there.
Part of me, I was trying to think about what I want to see in this game. I think I want to see the Lakers.
They could get to 8th.
I think I want to see the Lakers win that one.
Okay. Yeah, that
because
okay.
with the Warriors loss, that'll almost guarantee them in the 10th, almost. And even with the Lakers, where say you lose in your half game, so you've got the tiebreaker still.
You're prepared for a Kings Warriors winner go home match at the Golden One Center?
No, not at all. Not at all. I'm just trying to I'm trying to eliminate people.
I'm going to put this on wax. If that happens, I'm not going. I'm not going to that game. I'm going to stay my ass at home. I'm not going to that game.
Oh, that one would be, oh gosh. Please just either get in the 6 or win that 7-8 matchup. Please, Kings. I can't handle Warriors. I can't handle. I don't even know which one. I think I can handle less Warriors, Kings. Kings, Lakers. Yeah, I don't want to see that either.
But it's also
right now, we've talked about this numerous times.
Yep.
Right now, we hate the Warriors more than we hate the Lakers.
Yeah, I don't want the Lakers because of that 4-0 thing.
Well, there's that.
So y'all just gonna so y'all are the Rams against Kyle. Y'all are Sean McVay, huh?
Needed one.
Like, yeah, I don't want that, and I don't want to see the Warriors either. The Warriors are
and
1-7 of the last 10.
They're playing good basketball,
and they're going to come in here.
That's why I need the Lakers. I think I need the Lakers to handle business.
They're going to come in here confident. The Lakers have won more games in their last 10 than the Warriors have.
Lakers need to handle business. Last I saw,
I'm just going to need the Kings to get to 6. That's what I'm going to need.
Hey, first and foremost, Kings win tonight. Then you ain't got to worry about none of that stuff.
Do that.
But I think that's last I saw, LeBron and AD were still questionable
tonight.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll pull up. I guess we'll keep the injury report on live update status. Though I think with those two, those would probably be updated by the respective NBA insiders.
What's wrong with you? Something's wrong. It looks like something's off with your boy's camera. Your boy Bob Myers.
Well, yeah, they've got the lower third covering his stupid face. Like, you couldn't shave, bro. You couldn't shave. You couldn't do your hair.
The little bullets in his covered.
Bro, you look ridiculous. Bob Myers looks ridiculous right now in his stupid little room with the sunlight coming through. You couldn't have shaved for TV. You got your stupid AirPods in.
When Zach Lowe was on there, they covered up his chin. They covered up Bob Myers' chin.
And here's the thing. Bob's probably better in this setting than he is and Zach Lowe looks bored with life. Like, every time they show Zach Lowe on this TV screen, he looks like he is just miserably trudging through life. He sounds so disinterested in whatever the hell Bob Myers is saying right now.
Oh, man.
But Bob is better at this than he is at calling games.
Raise your camera or tilt it or something. Bob's been talking for a long time.
Is that his attic? I didn't even know they had attics like that here in Cal. Does he live in California?
I think so. He's from the Northeast, ain't he?
I don't know where Bob's from.
I don't know.
We'll come back. we'll talk more about the Warriors and the Lakers in that game tonight. We'll talk more about the Kings as well. Klay Thompson was on Draymond Green's podcast, and Orlando's looking for it too. We'll talk about it.
Yeah.
Phone lines are open as well. 916-909-1320. Steelo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino. Get in on the action. Sky River Casino is the place to play with 2,100 of the newest slot machines and over 80 table games. Sky is the limit at Sky River Casino.
The over-the-ear joints.
Sound different, huh?
Sounds great, actually. I just don't like it all over my head. Pause. Got the pause in there before Jesse heard it. I don't even know if I should encourage this, but and appreciate you for tapping into the show. The hot one, what are you talking about?
So I was looking at like
Got a couple of
funny
those
thing-
in there, dude.
Yeah, no one can see it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Only
'cause
us.
yeah, no one can see it. So just
That's what I know.
just let my man talk. No one's paying attention because no one can see it.
We got a couple of those that just talk in the chat. Don't know to who, but they're talking.
What are you
There was one guy during the insiders talking about Malik Monk not making like any sense at all.
What are you talking about, bro? Patrick, shout out to my people over at Phenom. They had an Air Max day a couple weeks ago, and they had a little thing where they were making shirts, man. So shout out to my boys Phenom. Hong, what up, though? You know what I'm saying? All my people over there doing what they do. And yeah, it was a cool little event. Air Max day. The new Air Maxes look dope. I bet they feel great too.
Mm.
See, the thing is, Air Maxes be like $200. So I'm like, I'm spending $200 on some Air Maxes. I've done it, but it always makes me think twice.
I have a J. Cole question. Not even about him, but if Drake did the same thing, it's I don't want to diss Kendrick or whatever, just don't sit right with me. What would the reaction be?
What would his reaction?
Not even Dames. I'm literally because everyone is like whatever.
you.
Like are
See
we,
this fucking guy
I'm not
right
even
here?
talking about you because like whatever.
yeah, that's a good question. What would your reaction be to Drake doing
Because are we singing Kumbaya for everyone then? Like are we just being cool with everyone?
that? Hell no. To answer your question, they would fry Drake if he did that.
Because Cole has taken shots at other rappers before too. Like it's not like this is the first time this ever popped up. I'm just asking questions.
And once again, I want to reiterate because I got to reiterate this all the time. I ain't got no problem with Cole. There's a big part of me that loves what he did. And he's still a great MC, one of the greatest to ever do it to me.
Cole is a legend. I just think the move is weak. That's all.
But that's a great question, Jesse. If Drake had done that,
I think people were being nice to J. Cole.
what would Kamara say if Drake did that?
Oh. Oh. 916-909-1320. If you want to get in on these phone lines, man, we back in here. Preparing for the prospect of the Kings versus the Warriors or the Kings versus the Lakers.
Oh, man. I really hope they get. Well, I mean, it still might not matter. They still might play those guys.
we do this every day because I always forget. Warriors, Grizzlies, Pelicans. Those are the Lakers.
That's the Lakers.
Yeah, last 3 games.
The Warriors is even worse. They got like the Jazz and they should go 3-0. I mean, I don't know what's gonna happen
tonight. Yeah,
this should be their last tough game of the season.
Well, they got 4, and you're. I think the one that you're missing is the Pelicans.
Ah, that's right.
So they have the Lakers. They're at the Lakers tonight. At the Blazers. Then they host the Pelicans. That's a back-to-back. At Portland versus New Orleans. That's a back-to-back. And then they close out with Utah. So they got 4 games left like Sacramento does. The Lakers only have 3. Yeah, all these teams are intertwined here.
Yeah.
Blazers, Kings, Warriors, Lakers. That's the Pelicans' final schedule.
You know, the biggest thing, you know, and it's easier said than done. And I understand it's you're always looking elsewhere. But hey, man, go out there and win some games. You know, I still believe. I don't know if the math checks out, but I still believe 3-1. They'll have a shot of being in the 6th seed. Worst case scenario, they'll stay in the 7-8. But go 3-1 in these final 4 games. Go 3-1. Worst case scenario.
Yeah, the tough part about that is the one either has to be tonight or it has to be Portland. Like to have a shot,
right?
It can't be the back-to-back. You have to win Thursday. You have to win Friday.
Right.
Regardless of what happens tonight, you have to win Thursday. You have to win Friday.
Is New Orleans,
or is it? Yeah, that's right. Thursday, Friday. Yeah.
Is New Orleans how do I put this? A losable one and still stay 7-8?
I don't.
They're a game behind New Orleans. What you
wait? It's a wait. I'm sorry. Ask the question again.
Is New Orleans a losable one and you still stay 7-8 worst case scenario?
Oh, for the playoffs?
Yeah.
Or postseason? Yeah, I think you could do that. You're talking about not falling to 9th or 10th.
Right.
Yeah, I think you could do that. Yeah, absolutely. I'm talking about moving to 6th.
Oh, yeah, 6. Yeah, it'd have to be tonight
but it also depends on.
But it also feels like it just be tonight.
The Kings aren't in control. Like, what do the Lakers in that situation? Like the Kings aren't. Like, what do the Lakers do? What do the Warriors do? The Warriors, with only 3 games left.
Well, they're kind of in control though. Those two though, because if you win your games, like you can win your games and not catch up to Phoenix and New Orleans. But if you win your games,
yeah, I was talking about the scenario you presented.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they probably need some help along the way. Though, with the it was the Warriors that we just God damn it, I hate this. The Warriors have 4 games left. The Lakers have 3, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So the Warriors can't be. I was looking like the Warriors are going to be ruled out tonight if they lose, but that's not them. The Lakers are the only ones. And why do the Lakers only have 3 games left?
Who knows?
I think they're the only group, they're the only team, in this cluster that doesn't have a back-to-back. They play the 9th, the 12th, and the 14th. As we noted, Golden State has a back-to-back. I don't think this Phoenix series with LA is a back-to-back.
It is.
It is a back-to-back.
Yeah, tonight
and tomorrow.
Because they play on Friday.
Yeah, and then they play, the 12th and the 14th. So
I think New Orleans is on the second night of a back-to-back when they come here. Does that sound right? No, because they played it. They played at night. So
New Orleans is the first night of a back-to-back.
First night. Gotcha.
They'll have the Warriors on the second night.
That's right. It's a tough back-to-back for them.
And if you missed this, we'll do it again tomorw. Then we'll do it again Thursday, and then we'll do it again Friday.
More joy because we would have had one more game.
Yeah, one more game played. So there can be, sometimes like there's not movement. There can be movement today. If the Kings win, there could be movement, but it would require the Clippers to win. Mm-hmm. If everyone wins out, it means nothing because Oklahoma City doesn't really factor into what's going on, and I don't think any of us believe that the Blazers are going to beat the Pelicans.
No.
I don't know that any of us believe the Blazers are trying to beat the Pelicans.
No, it shouldn't be.
Though they're not on an insane losing streak like some other teams in the league are.
The Blazers will get here on Sunday and be like, All right, guys, job's done. Let's go out with the bang, man. Let's bring all the guys out there. Anthony Simons, you're playing 37 minutes. Let's go.
But when we play the Warriors, we're just going to sit everybody. They're conspiring against Sacramento.
Everybody is.
That's what's happening. They're conspiring against Sacramento.
But
Hateful behavior.
The thing, I mentioned and we talked about is, hey, man, win some of these games you got right here. You know what I mean? And you are in control of that. You're not in control, obviously, of anything else that happens around you.
Yeah. But
you are in control of your game and what you can do. And go and win some games.
This is the fourth matchup of the season between the Kings and the Thunder. The Kings lead the series right now 2-1. They won the first game back in November, 105-98. The second game was in December 14th, 128-123. And then the Thunder beat the Kings 127-113 on February 11th. Season series means nothing. All this matters. The only thing that matters in tonight's game is the Kings winning or losing. The Thunder don't factor into this. Of course, the Thunder, though, they're looking for a top spot in the conference.
Yeah.
Then you got the Warriors playing the way that they're playing. They're within striking distance, not only of the 9th, but of the 8th as well. I don't think they can get any. They can get to 7. They just can't get to 6, I think, at this point. And the Lakers could jump the Kings tonight if things don't go well either.
It really feels like a win tonight would do a lot of good. I know that's Captain Obvious, but it feels like a win tonight would kind of keep the Warriors out of contention for you, kind of regardless of what they'll do, because they would need.
Well, it might keep you from falling to 10th if the Lakers beat them.
True.
But it doesn't eliminate the scenario we were talking about a second ago. Because in that scenario, the Lakers beat the Warriors. So if the Kings and the Lakers win, the Lakers are the same distance behind, which means the first slip up, it's Kings Warriors at the Golden One Center.
True. But they also, the first slip up would only get them tied. Like that's the disadvantage of only having those 3 games. So if the Kings say the Kings win, the Lakers win tonight, right?
We'll get you tied with who?
The Lakers. The Lakers and the Kings.
Okay.
Because Kings are a half game up. So if the Kings lose on a day that the Lakers don't play.
Right. Okay, got you.
And that's not going to be good enough for the Lakers. They've got to finish a game ahead.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the disadvantage if you're talking about Lakers of only having those 3 games because
you got to take care of all 3.
You got to cover 2 games essentially in 3 games.
Got you.
So that's one of the advantages the Kings have in that situation. The Warriors.
So we'll know. So if the Kings win, does that change who you're rooting for in the Warriors-Lakers game?
No.
Because you could, and I didn't think about that. That's a great call by you. If the Kings win, and this is like it feels like every conversation starts with if the Kings win.
Right.
The Lakers might fall out of the conversation
because
there'll only be 2 games left. Right. And which is why I'm asking if the Kings, and we'll know because of the earlier start time.
Yeah.
If the Kings beat the Thunder, do you root for the Warriors instead?
That's a good point. That's a really good point. Because my first thought was, let's just work from the bottom and eliminate teams as much as possible. So like my first thought was, let's eliminate the possibility of you going to 10 or the Warriors passing you up. So that would be my first thought of trying to get them to lose. But if you win, you got a little wiggle room. So maybe you would want to, you could, well, here we go. Killing animals again. You could eliminate 2 birds in 1 stone.
I don't know why that happens, but
eliminate them
again in the scenario, you probably clear yourself of the Lakers, but because the Warriors won and the Kings won, you don't gain a game. So I think in that scenario, you're distancing yourself a little bit from the 9-10 spot. Of course, again, it all predicates on the Kings winning. It doesn't. In reality, what happens after that doesn't matter.
Hey,
Like
just
we
gonna be
can
happy.
we can work all of these stupid scenarios out all we want to, and we've got 3 more hours to do it, and we'll do this all again tomorrow. By the way, the Kings beating the Thunder, and now I kind of get what you were saying earlier. Kings beating the Thunder, that goes a long, long way in what the rest of this season could look like. Because then you could you start looking at other games. Not everything is, as we're all very well aware of, regardless of the Kings winning or losing, not everything is going to go the Kings' way. Yeah. So Kings lose tonight. Lakers, Warriors, somebody is going to feel really good about catching the Kings by the end of the night. Mm-hmm. If it's the Lakers, they actually do catch the Kings for a night in that scenario. Pelicans, Suns, like who knows? Maybe the Suns are white hot right now, and they take out the Los Angeles Clippers. And then no one has the Pelicans losing tonight, nor should they. They're playing the Blazers.
Yeah, man.
Now, I don't care how bad the Pelicans are playing. Like, the Blazers aren't a good basketball team.
No.
I'm going to respect the hell out of them on Sunday if I have to. But, yeah, they're not a good basketball team.
Kings, now, look, I respect Kings. That's the one I'm counting, right? It's the one I'm counting. I know you shouldn't.
Kenny missed the whole season.
They beat the hell out of
the whole season.
Well, recently they've handled business. They beat the hell out of the Jazz. They beat the hell out of the Nets. Blazers ain't no different than them. Probably worse than both of them.
I feel like we did that before, didn't we? Say, oh, they beat Toronto. They beat the Grizzlies.
And it was the Washington loss.
Yeah,
it was. But look,
still there. You can't say, oh, they've been handling the business. Yeah, I guess for the last 2 weeks they have.
The Kings in that situation they should not handle. They'll beat the Blazers. I'll say that. They'll beat the Blazers.
Okay.
I guess I'll cut that clip.
No, it's good. Famous last words. That's good. Play that clip in the montage of us dying on the air.
The Kings, they'll beat the Pistons. The Kings, they'll beat the Wizards. The Kings, they'll beat the Hornets.
I don't think I said that this year.
We all have said it.
We said they should. And outright said they'll beat them. They'll beat the Blazers.
AK says, F that. Fool me 13 times. Shame on me. Well, my man's got a point. My man's got a point.
Once again, somebody had the somebody had the stat in the chat earlier where they had the Kings, as grim as it seems, they're 20-8 against teams under 500.
Mm-hmm. We can name all 8.
We can name all 8, but it's probably top 5 record in the league.
What if we did Kings versus teams below 500, below 350?
They're offers.
They're probably 500 because they didn't get swept by anybody.
That's a shoot. Now
so they're probably 5.
Let me take a look. Like, what could we set the number at? It might actually have to be lower.
Start with the Grizzlies in the West and the Raptors in the East. And
okay. Well, that's perfect. They're right by each other. The Grizzlies,
they're probably a little over 500.
The Grizzlies are 346. That's their win percentage. Toronto's right below them. They're at 321. Here's.
Could I give a guess?
I don't. You can. I'd have to do like math.
I think they're probably like 10-5. That's my guess.
So you played Detroit twice, you split. You played Washington twice, you split. San Antonio was 244. You beat them three times. Charlotte.
Now you're 6-3.
Charlotte, you split.
You're 7-4.
Portland, you only lost to once, and you
2-1?
Have one left. So that would mean you're 2-1.
So now you're what, 9-4?
Toronto,
you're 2-0. You're 11-4.
So. And did they didn't lose to the Grizzlies this year, did they?
No, that's probably like 14.
So if you could make the number look worse by setting the number at
Houston or Utah might.
No, Houston's way up there. Houston's 38-40.
Utah's not on that list, but they've swept them.
Yeah, Utah's right above. So you set it at Memphis and Toronto. Utah's right above Memphis.
Gotcha.
So to make the number look its absolute worst, you could set the number. Shout out NBC Sports California. We're doing it reverse style. What would the Sacramento Kings win percentage be against teams with a winning percentage of 275?
Now we're looking at like, I don't
And
know what
that's-
the percentage is.
that's
It's probably
Portland.
like 10-4.
So that's Portland. That's 2-1. Charlotte was 1-1.
Mm.
San Antonio was 3-0. Wizards were 1-1, and Detroit was 1-1.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 4 losses, 2, 5, 6, 7. They're 7-4 against teams with a win percentage of 275 or less.
Yeah, that's awful. You gotta be, what's that, 11 games? You gotta be like 9-2 worst case scenario. Worst case scenario.
Yeah, that's tough.
The Blazers are in that group too, right?
Yeah, they're 2-1 versus the Blazers right now, with the 4th one coming up the final day of the season.
You turn 2 of those into wins. They're the 6th seed, right?
Yeah.
Not even asking for much.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You turn 2 of those losses into wins, and they're the 6th seed.
Well,
And that doesn't, and I know, I think it was our man Hunter Patterson that did this, who kind of threw these out there a couple of days ago, and it doesn't factor in other games like
the Miami, Indiana with no Howley and all that other stuff.
it doesn't factor in the Phoenix game.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't factor in the Milwaukee game. Doesn't factor in any of that stuff. Those games happen. They suck. But like when you're talking about the Bucks, you're talking about the Suns, you're talking about playoff teams, potential playoff teams, postseason teams. Those suck. The Indiana's a playoff team. It sucks that they lost without, Tyrese out there, but it happened. Miami's a whole culture. It's written on their court. It takes a while to read. It's the war. They got War and Peace written on their damn court. But like it's legit. It's a culture. Those things happen during the season.
Mm-hmm.
But this, and that's tough. This right here, this 7-4 against teams with a win percentage of 275 or lower. That, as of right now, is the story of the season. We could talk about Malik and Kevin Huerter. We could do that all day.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, that's the story of the season.
And we said after the Washington game, and there's probably another game in there as well. I mean, well, it's a combination of games. They don't make the playoffs. You're going to point directly back to, I think it was those 4 losses, right? It was Portland, Charlotte, Detroit, and Washington.
Mm-hmm.
Those 4 losses,
Mm-hmm.
that's what's going to keep you out of it. You know what I mean? If you don't make it, and you can point directly to those games where you should have went 4-0, maybe even 3-1 in that situation, and you would have been good. You would have been in the playoffs.
Yeah.
But they didn't handle business there. With all that being said, they will win on Sunday. There's no doubt in my mind.
Yeah, and it might not matter.
Might not. But if it matters, if it doesn't matter, or if it's the biggest game of the season, they'll beat the Blazers.
Could be
on
that
Sunday.
too. 7-1 versus the Nuggets and Lakers.
Jeez. The crazy thing about it, though, is because we did it to, and it tells the story, like, to make it as worse as we possibly could. That like really locks into the story. But that also, when we zoomed out before, they are, what was that, 14-4 against those teams? When we included Memphis and Toronto.
Oh,
And then we didn't even talk about the Jazz, which would make it like 17-4.
yeah, they haven't lost versus Toronto, right?
No.
So that's 2 more. Memphis they haven't lost to.
It's 3.
3 more. Utah they haven't lost to.
No.
That's 3 more.
17-4, I think, is the number. Maybe 16-4.
I mean, I want to spice it up a little bit. Brooklyn's next.
2-0.
Throw Brooklyn in there.
The only one of those teams they've had trouble with is Toronto.
This is probably where we'd have to cut it off. Did they beat Atlanta both times?
Yeah.
Okay. So you cut it off there because Chicago's next and Houston's
Chicago's-
after that.
Chicago's a split too.
Chicago's a split, right? But they're next, and then
Houston is where we'll stop.
Houston's the end. But in once you go just above 275, that's where you add 5, 10, 12 more wins. Put you at 19-4. 19-4, and that win percentage now hits. Where do we stop? Atlanta?
Yeah.
462.
And then like you really tell the whole story like with that, because like if you just look at the number and say they were 19-4, 20-4, whatever it is, or even throw Chicago in there and be like 20-5, like that's understandable. That record against all those teams is understandable. Like it's good, but the losses aren't the losses you'd be expecting. Be like, maybe Atlanta gets you one time. Maybe Memphis gets you one time.
Well,
you know what I mean?
and that's what I'm
maybe
saying.
Maybe Toronto does. Like you're not, the losses on there aren't the losses you're expecting. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's where you tell the whole story, and it's like it's even more frustrating.
Yeah. The story is not the below 500 teams. It's the 7-4. It's the 275 teams.
Yep.
That's the story.
Yep.
Let's get TC in here. 916-909-1320. TC, what's going on, baby?
Hey, man, let's keep it short and sweet. Hey, what's up with my two brothers? Let's keep it short and sweet. Check it out. The Kings won by 7 tonight, and I got a quick question, man. I'm glad y'all had I'm glad y'all had a good time at times. I wish I would have been able to come out.
Yeah, where was you at, man?
Wasn't it? Hey, I couldn't pull up, man. This wasn't my time. I'll be at the next event. Check it out, though. The question to Kenny and D-Lo. Listen, man, y'all getting, I want those bread sixes bad, bro. Are y'all getting those?
Who wants what?
Bread sixes, the Jordans. Yeah, hell yeah. Hell yeah, I'm going to try and get those. I might have to come stay at your house, though, TC. There's like 10 shoes that I want that, well, I might get in trouble for purchasing.
Man, listen, Kenny. Hey, listen, I got to come stay with you, D-Lo. We got to go stay with him, man. He's snatching all the shoes up, man. He got the deal.
We? I ain't going to, no, see, we ain't no we. TC, you can go with KC. KC's going to get thrown out. Y'all both are going to have to come stay with me. And you know I ain't getting no bread sixes, man, because I ain't wearing black shoes.
Yeah,
those are for y'all. They look great. They just don't look good on me.
I've seen you with black
shoes. You can pull them off, dude.
It's not an issue.
Top Golf.
It's not an
issue.
It
was John Bull's foot. Yeah, his shoe, his right shoe.
It's not an issue.
The only time it looked good was with the loafers. The loafers look fire.
Yeah,
same
thing.
That's not
the same situation.
It's different. I don't think I can. If I did it tomorrow, everyone would notice.
Well, yeah, because you talked about it.
You'd say something.
You had never met
Jesse's, Kimberly would say something. I guarantee you, if I walked in with the normal joggers with the ankles out, no.
With Karosh,
no.
It's only because
neither one of them are going to be like, "Hey, you look like an idiot." Kimberly,
they're not Kimberly twice.
Kimberly would look at me and go, "Something's wrong with you today. What is it?" I can't.
How about you wear some black sneakers? I'll throw up a button up. Kenny can wear something he normally doesn't wear, and we'll all do it together.
No. I don't have a pair of black shoes.
Well, that's nothing.
Yeah, Kenny's got. Well, I said Kenny's got some for you to borrow.
Well, no, he can go get. I mean, that's nothing. That's like a drop in the bucket. That's like loose change in the spaceship. Oh, there's a couple hundred. Let me go get these shoes.
No one believes you when you do this. I don't know why you do this all the time.
Though.
It's not.
They should believe me.
It's not. Everyone knows I'm broke after buying one of your proproperties. I told you I
have no property.
I hadn't said this on the radio.
He bought it.
Yeah, I was telling everyone at the I got some nice congratulations, and I was like, well, I'm just thankful for Kenny who's liquidating a little bit and decided to sell me one of his properties at only a slight increase. He was like, look, Jabroni, you're not getting a discount because we know each other.
Now that's
we ain't even that close.
That's something
we don't even talk to each other outside the show.
That's something nobody should believe. That right there.
If we took a poll, I think the Chatty House would believe me.
No, absolutely not.
They believed me last night.
Like,
they know. No, you play this well. No, that's fine. I know. You're trying to be the everyday man.
I am the everyday man.
All right.
I'm trying to get to Thursday night.
The game?
No, payday.
Oh,
shout out Wells Fargo early payday.
Facts. Yeah. Shout out to direct deposit. We all trying to get there. Goodness gracious. Direct deposit, the greatest thing ever. And shout out to Philadelphia being 3 hours ahead, because every once in a while.
Yeah, I'll be like,
that thing drops. Things drop Thursday afternoon. Yeah, that thing drops Thursday afternoon. Hey.
Put the can of beans away.
Yeah.
We can go to Chipotle.
Yeah, right.
Hey, maybe set it on Wednesday too. That's when they turn it in.
Yeah, I got a story when we come back. I got a story.
Oh, word?
Yeah,
Okay.
I guess.
All right. Story time with Kenny Caraway when D'Lo and KC return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Yo, this is crazy. The last 2 pitchers for the Boston Red Sox were black.
Like
Black men.
Tyrone Black?
Yeah,
or like,
man. One had a do-rag.
Oh. All right.
I'm just blown away by this.
Salute. I didn't know. Jesse,
Blown
is this
away.
true?
I'm thinking about it, bro. Like there hasn't been many. Like
Blown
case,
away.
yeah. I never thought about it.
2 in a row now. Red Sox down 3-1 to the Orioles.
Am I tripping or was the last one Pedro?
Yeah, but Pedro isn't. Pedro
Yeah.
ain't Tyrone.
Yeah, he's not a black American.
Sure.
I don't know if Leezy's in here. Leezy had an all-time pause moment when he got a little too excited about his Chipotle.
What do you say?
Oh man. Drew Down, do you remember what Leezy said on his story? Where is it? Oh, here it is. Oh yeah, he tweeted a picture of his Chipotle burrito, and it says, "I keep that thing on me." Like Leezy, like nobody should be that excited for a burrito. He said, "I keep that thing on me, sir. It's a burrito. Don't publicize that." Oh, Jay, I don't know how many 20-point leads the Kings have given up this year.
No.
They've blown 3 that have resulted in losses. That's the most in the league.
They've blown 3 that have resulted in losses, and that's the most in the league.
Yes, sir.
Well, that sucks. God bless it. That sucks.
So you take 2 games that they
Wow.
have lost to the teams with 275 winning percentages and maybe don't blow 20-point leads.
Kings,
Wow.
honestly, like we can make a realistic case. They should be like the 4 seed if they had.
So Phoenix is one, right? That was a 20-point lead.
Chicago's probably another one. Was Chicago 20?
22.
22.
It was 22. And then the
another
third one was
Knicks.
the Knicks. Wow.
But there's our 9 losses in a row stat.
Wow. Well, that sucks.
Okay, so you take 3 games, you give them 5 wins, take out 5 losses. Where are they?
Jeez.
I mean, hell, we don't like. I always do like just
I got this.
just the even. Like we won't go with the absolute best case scenario. Win 2 of those games.
I'm saying don't give up the 3 20-point leads. You win those games, and
I'll even give you 2. Let's just say they give up 1.
You're basically
Give
at
up
the
2.
5.
Give up 2 of those, and then those 4 other games, win 2 of those. It's
You're-
4 more wins.
You're probably playing tonight. No, you're not. Not yet. You might be playing Wednesday with a chance to clinch a top 6 spot if that's the case.
and that is
And that's
like,
splitting. That's
yeah,
splitting the difference.
I'm just saying. I'm not even giving you. You should win all of them. You should have beat all those sorry ass teams. All right, you should have kept all of those 20-point leads. Hell, 2 of them. Suns was in the 4th quarter. Chicago was late in the 3rd.
well, that's the thing. You can
Mhm.
cut them some slack with. Hey, you did it once, whatever, but like that happens. But 3 times,
It's tough, man.
The funny thing is it actually seems like it's been more than that.
what was
It
the thing?
hasn't.
They probably blown more 20-point leads. The other ones they saved their ass and didn't lose those ones.
There you go.
I think Toronto's one of those. Toronto at
You're right.
home.
Yeah. That was a huge lead. Yeah. What was that?
I think it was 25.
That felt like it was close to 30.
My guess is 25.
I can find it real quick. Toronto at home, right? No, that's at Toronto. Damn, when was that game?
When was that game?
I must have missed it. I must have scrolled past it.
Bow, 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 bow.
I must have forgot to put that game in my notes because I can't find the box score in my my little
I think it was
archive
like
here.
January or so. That'd be my guess. January.
Oh, there it is. I got it. Yeah, January 5th. I got it. January 5th, Kings versus Raptors at the Golden One Center. Kings were up 23. They won by 5. We realized during the commercial break, we didn't realize Jesse had this stat. Someone asked, how many 20-point leads have the Kings blown this year and lost? 3. And that's the most in the league. They've blown 3 20-point leads and wound up losing those games to the Bulls, the Suns, and the Knicks. And we were talking about how it felt like they've blown way more, and it turns out maybe they have. They just didn't lose the game. And Toronto came to mind as they led that game by 23. And I feel like they led by 23 rather late.
I think it was more like middle of the third.
Third.
So that game got to 2. Got to 129, 127 with
it ended
2.5 minutes to play.
Yeah, it ended at 135, 130.
They entered the fourth up 10.
Yeah, the fourth quarter they were outscored 40-30. The fourth quarter they were outscored 33-28. 73-58 in the second half they were outscored.
So that high water mark of 23 came at 6:42 in the third.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, so we just split the difference between that and that vaunted schedule against the teams with a winning percentage of 275. You just get 2 or 3 of those wins, not even all of them. And it's a completely different season, a completely different conversation. Yeah. And to me, you know, when you look at losses and this feels like a post-mortem show, like that's not the case. These will be conversations that are probably repeated when all is really said and done. But Bulls, I mean, that Suns game, the Knicks was a first half 20-point lead. I don't look at that. The Bulls was the second half. The Suns was like a 7-minute in the fourth quarter blown 20-something 22-point lead. But Hornets, Pistons, Wizards, that doesn't feel like a talent problem.
No, I think I don't, and that's the frustrating thing with this group, right? Because I think a lot of people were mad, frustrated, upset with this team, all the unserious and all this. I don't think any of that has been true about this team. I think this team has.
Unserious was the most overused phrase of the NBA season.
Yeah, I hated that. But I look at this team, and maybe I just like them too much or something. I don't know. I can't put my finger on it because I don't think they, had a lack of effort, or they didn't like each other, or they didn't listen to Coach Mike Brown or something like that. Some of those things were just to it. We can excuse it away as much as we want. 2 of those losses, those 20-point losses, were just like, damn, everything that other team did and then they needed to do happened for them. The Phoenix one, everybody had to hit threes. They did that. I mean, I think in that fourth quarter, forgot what it was. I think they had like 7 or 8 threes in the fourth quarter, something like that. And they all had to have them. The Chicago one, DeMar DeRozan was hitting threes.
Yeah.
DeMar DeRozan, they put everybody on him. He couldn't miss. And maybe you say, don't let it get to that point. I understand that and agree with that. But, I mean, they literally had to make every shot, or he had to make every shot late in that game for that to happen. And it happened. Phoenix had to make
10 of
every
12 from
shot.
the field, 2 of 3 from 3, and 11 of 12 from the free throw line.
Jeez, come on, man. And it's just, I don't want to say it's like, what are you going to do? Like, toss your hands up, because you got to find a way to win those games. But, yeah, it was fun. Like those games that they lost, weren't like the Toronto game that they lost. They won, excuse me. Toronto just kind of kept fighting. King started missing shots, didn't really work out. But it's not like Siakam went 11 of 11 and there's nothing you could do about it. It was more along lines of a regular game. And they just, they got him.
135 is a ton. Man, the Kings in that game against Toronto, man, what a bizarre game. They had 21 threes in that game. Toronto hit 13.
Man.
And the game got within, what'd you say, 2?
Yeah. I think the Kings fouled a lot, too, towards the end of that game. I think that's one.
Turnovers and then points off turnovers were about even. Man, what a bizarre game. Yeah, bizarre game. You said you had a story.
Yeah, it's not involving the King, but we talked about you're talking about payday. That's where it comes up. So Saturday after Mania, the family was going on. Wife was about to go get something to eat. She's like, "What do you want to eat? We're going to Chipotle." I said, "Word? Okay, I see how you, yeah. She said, "Stop making a big deal. We're going to Chipotle. What do you want?"
You even got yelled at when you got what you wanted.
So I go and get my normal steak, white rice bowl, mild sauce, corn, cheese, light lettuce, get some chips or whatever. Everything's good. I'm eating, whatever I got to do. Almost towards the end of the bowl, rice gets caught in my throat again.
Oh, no.
So now, this is not happening with anything else.
Yeah.
But
and what was the phrase?
times.
What was the phrase that you used while I was away?
What I used, I don't remember.
I believe it
Jesse,
was.
you remember?
It was
I think Kenny said the rice was stuck in his throat. Someone was messing with his throat, playing with his throat or something. Something was going on with the man's throat.
No, that's correct.
I don't know.
That's
Kenny said
crazy.
it. I didn't say it. Kenny
I
said it.
believe the phrase was your throat was going crazy.
Yeah, there was something going on with the man's
Yeah.
throat.
No, the
Yeah.
last one was crazy.
I was like, hey, I leave for one day, and this is what we're doing here in the show. All right, man.
The last one was crazy. But yeah. So I mean, everything worked out, but now they're like, "Oh, it's a sign. Someone's trying to tell you something." What, you want me to give up
But
Chipotle? The last 2 times. That's only happened twice. Both times with Chipotle. The last 2 times I've had Chipotle.
Good.
I said, I'm willing to die for this.
Wow. Wow.
Chipotle, cook that steak a little longer next time too.
It's the rice. And I have rice and other, like I, go to a Mexican food place. I have their rice. We'll have, a rice and cabbage or something. I've had rice in other situations in that time.
Mm-hmm.
But for whatever reason, a little grain of rice at Chipotle.
You imagine Chipotle sees Kenny walking every time. Yeah, he's there. They throw in
Get him.
one dry grain of rice just to try and kill him.
Oh, that's comedy.
Stephen Brown, chill, bro, chill. Chill. Stephen.
The clip was cut. I didn't know what was going on, so I didn't retweet it. I just stayed. I was like, hey, I'm not there. I don't know what's going on in there. But the clip was cut, and it was put out there on social media. You can't.
Okay, I can't be an adult around here on this show. I can't grow up. I can't be an adult.
I'm sorry.
I'm trying to tell you about something that's going on in my life, and I need help, and I need, hey, how do we fix this? And people this is how it is.
You're right, Kenny.
Wow.
Be an adult. What was going on? Wrong. Sorry. Be an adult, Kenny. Go ahead, say it. What was going
Well, you already said it. By the way, I got confirmation. The second graders listen to both shows.
Oh no.
They listen to both shows. Now, right now they're in school. I think they get out at around 2:30 or so. So that's.
I don't know the local school districts. Can you imagine one of them taking us to court though?
Man, so I guess we're so at 2:30 we need to clean it up.
We were just talking about throats, bro.
And so they hear the KSFM show too?
Yeah.
Well, KSFM show isn't that bad.
No, I mean, the parents are letting them listen to that music. Then, so be
Well,
it.
no, wait till hey, go ask Uncle D'Lo about Soak City.
Can we throw a parental advisory logo on the D'Lo and Casey logo though? I feel like that would be fire.
That would be fire. That would be fire.
Like, I don't know if it was like
Yeah,
you
yeah.
like legally you like you have to do something to do it,
the
but
parental advisory logo is trademarked.
by who?
The parental advisory label board. That's a shoot.
Bro, it's like the WWF.
We
Pandas.
had, was it Corners of the Culture? I think we have a Corners of the Culture. I think Donnie made us a Corners of the Culture shirt that was mimicked after the parental advisory logo. And I named it the parental advisory t-shirt. I got an email that was like, hey, you have to change the name. You don't have to get rid of the shirt. You have to change the name of the shirt.
Yeah.
Because obviously it looks like the parental advisory logo, but you can't name it that. You have to name it something else.
That's crazy.
I was like, oh, okay, no problem. So I changed the name of the shirt. It's never been a problem since. But yeah, that logo in 3 words are trademarked.
That's crazy. I've always been amazed about how people find everything.
Mm-hmm.
Like how do they find that? Like we doing our thing or whatever, but the parental advisory lawyers and board just, we see it on this D-Lo and KC website. How'd you even find this? YouTube
search
for 2 seconds. Some music is played.
Mm-hmm.
Carl Lewis national anthem.
That's a shoot. Yeah, that's trademarked by someone.
That's crazy. Did you see the last dive bar trademark Las Vegas A's?
Yeah, who I thought was it Hammer told us that?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. All right. I ain't even go. Look, hey, they having a good time trying to deal with what's going on. I ain't gonna lie to you. I got a little pissed off over the weekend. And if there's one thing you don't want to do,
I've heard that.
It's piss me off. Don't piss me off.
Mm-hmm. That's KENN. Oh, you're not going to tell us?
No, but
okay.
You ever held back on this show?
Wow.
No, it's just look.
I get it.
Look, hey, Oakland A's people, man. I hope everything works out in the long run. I really do. I ain't gonna lie, y'all was pissing me off a little bit over the weekend, and it hasn't stopped. I'm just trying to move on from it.
Okay. You want to move on to something better?
Like Carisha, she said, I'm moving on.
Well, we can move on to something else. She was talking about food, and the thing that was going. 2 things go through my mind in that story you were telling. There are 2 very distinctively different types of people. You and my man Io would just get along marvelously.
It's my guy.
Because you said after Mania, the wife said, I'm gonna go get us Chipotle.
Mm-hmm.
Mania ended at like 8:30.
Yeah.
So that's a different type. It's a different type of wired to eat dinner at like 9 o'clock, 9:15, 9:30. That's not me.
What are you about 6:37?
Yeah. Now, yeah, it's about what it is.
It's the ideal time.
But all I could think about when you talk about food is like, I'm eating this weekend because we're going to be in Oak Park, and there is no chance I'm leaving Oak Park without stopping at Fixins.
Come on, man.
So we can either go eat together, or I'm gonna get a plate to go with me because I'm eating at Fixins.
Absolutely.
Because KC and I are hosting the Oak Park Speaker Series with Chris Webber.
That's right.
So we're gonna be out there. I just posted the link over on my Twitter account. We'll make sure it gets out to the D-Lo and KC Twitter account, the ESPN 1320 Twitter account, and the King KC Twitter account.
Thank you.
Most frustrating thing on the planet, especially on it pretty much corrects on Twitter. It does not correct on Instagram. So when I go to tag the former handle, there's nothing there.
There ain't nothing
God
there, right?
damn it.
Don't blame
Start
me,
over.
blame Sean.
Well, no, I blame you.
Nah, Sean did it. It was too much. I couldn't. No, we couldn't be associated at all.
You should have stood up against him. Got the nerve to look down at Kendrick when you wouldn't even stand up against Sean Combs. Wow. But we'll be hosting the Oak Park Speaker Series with Chris Webber and Kevin Johnson this Saturday. Kevin Johnson's going to be moderating the thing with Chris. Chris got a new book out. It's at the Guild Theater. Use the promo code ESPN1320 to get a discount on your tickets. I believe the discount's $10. I don't know how long tickets are going to be available. I don't imagine they're very long. There's a small uptick if you want like the meet and greet thing. I would encourage everybody to get this is Chris Webber.
Yes.
like you have the opportunity to hear and meet Chris Webber in a very intimate setting that we are very, very excited to be a part of.
It's just, I feel like this is one of the first times he's come back to sack like this.
Like this. Yeah. Like this. Like,
he
absolutely.
He might have, but since has he been back since the new arena?
Since the new arena opened?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been here.
Okay. I'm just trying to think that whole thing that happened that we have a good, that was before, that was when the Kings were threatening to leave.
Yeah.
And
he's been back since. He's been at the Golden One Center.
Has he been back, talked to anybody?
I don't feel like I can't think of a time he's been back to do something like this, like a full-on event. And it's not just an event. He's going to be there Thursday. He's going to be there Friday. And I'm talking about at the Golden One Center. He's going to be at the games this weekend. He's going to be doing a ton of stuff with the Sacramento Kings. And then he's going to be doing this event at the Guild Theater that we're going to be a part of on Saturday.
I think he's throwing out the first pitch at one of the River Cats.
That's facts too. Yep, that's facts too. So the doors open at 12:30. Again, the link, it's in a what is that page called? Eventbrite. Like if you want to search it there, if you don't want to go to Twitter, if you're like Ramsey and you don't have social media, even though he's on YouTube, which is social media, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine, Ramsey. You can go to Eventbrite and search Chris Webber, and the event will come up. It's this Saturday, the Oak Park Speaker Series at the Guild Theater with D'Lo and KC, Chris Webber, and Kevin Johnson.
Pull up on us, man.
Yeah, use the promo code ESPN1320. It gets you a discount. That is not just a meaningless promo code. That gets you a discount. Go use it. Very excited for this weekend. Not just to see one of my favorite Sacramento Kings of all time, but to go to Fixins immediately following.
Absolutely. And don't sleep on Slim and Huskies too. I don't know. I'm not a big enough eater where I'm just gonna eat both places, but I don't know, man.
Well,
I might go back out there on Sunday.
Well, the program ends. I mean, if we stayed for the entire thing, VIP photo op, all that stuff, about 2:33, kind of lunch.
True.
I mean, you could grab
and then order a pizza, bring it back home.
I'm talking about. It's cheat day on Saturday, boy. We getting fat.
What's that?
We get well.
I probably should know. My
I need to be a little bit more diligent.
Just drink more water, less soda, less sugars, and it's helped out.
Good. Good for you.
Definitely need more water though.
Hey, shout out to our man Isaiah Thomas. He finished the story. I don't know. He's going to finish the season. The Phoenix Suns signed him for the rest of the season.
That's awesome.
That's pretty dope.
That is awesome.
That's pretty dope.
Love to see that.
If he gets in on Friday, he might get the biggest pop of all time.
Yeah.
He is going to get a reaction at the Golden One Center.
The thing about it too
until he makes a three, and then they were going to turn on him quick.
Like that.
Yeah, they're going to turn on him quick, and rightfully so.
Yeah,
they're going to turn on him quick.
But the thing about it is, I think he could help that team. I believe that he could. I don't know how much opportunity he's going to get. I don't know how much playing time he's going to get towards the end of the season. But I feel like he could help. So we'll see what Frank Vogel thinks about having him out there. But I feel like he could help. But it's just a great story. I mean, this guy.
Hold up, Slim and Huskies closed. That's in the chat like 5 times. Five different people can't be making that up.
No, I hadn't heard that at all.
No,
that would be awful.
No, y'all, all of you are wrong. All 7 of you.
That would be awful.
All 7 of you who mentioned that have to be.
Wow.
They did. Obviously, everyone mentioned that. Yeah, they closed.
That is awful. This had happened this week. Wow. That was the best pizza spot in the city.
Terrible. Is there any way to fix it? Is it too late? Yo, can we do what do we got to do? A fundraiser? What do we got to do?
Oh, no.
This is terrible news.
Mm-mm-mm.
Wow. Hey, salute Slim and Huskies. That sucks, man.
That does.
That absolutely sucks.
I love that place.
That was not on my radar whatsoever.
Well,
still eating at Fixins.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's for sure. Shout out Fixins, man.
But, sorry, I interrupted you. I kept seeing it pop up in the chat. Like, wait a minute, what?
Yeah.
Close.
Sucks.
Frank Vogel, and we'll see what he thinks of Isaiah Thomas.
Yeah, man. Like I said, I just think he can help that team out, and I love the way that Isaiah Thomas went about this. And, he did whatever he had to do to get back into the league. He wasn't above going to the G League. He wasn't above 10-day contracts or anything else like that. He just wanted an opportunity to show that he could still play. And sometimes they closed the door on those opportunities. They said, I wasn't good enough or whatever, but he kept going. I mean, I know he's big with Nip, and you talk about the marathon and all this. I mean, it was a marathon for him to get back to the point where he's closing out a season with the team. And he did it. He accomplished it. So congratulations to him, man. I love to see that story.
I don't know. How old is Isaiah? Do you know off the top of your head?
I would guess 30.
35.
30, I was going to
35.
34. That would have been a win for me.
That's not. And by the way, whatever was going on Thursday and Friday.
Hold on. We're not taking expansion teams. I feel like with the regulars, we can get more people in.
How many scoreboards do y'all want me to keep?
Well, we're up to 4 teams now, right? Because it's me, Jesse.
We got the
Kyle and James.
Yeah, and the Hams.
Yeah.
I mean, the main event is me versus KC, obviously, but
yeah, that's always day 1 and day night.
So I'm assuming you have like a 1-0 record against Kyle?
Yes.
An 0-1 record against Hammer?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Unfortunately.
And you have a 1-0 record against the Jason Joneses?
Yeah. I mean, we can always just say what my record is. These
your overall
battles,
record stinks.
No,
you're
it's
still
like,
plenty
it's
of games under.
What are you talking about?
It's what?
Fact, it's like 8-12.
Look. No.
You're the commish. You do what you want.
No. Yeah, that's right.
You want to take the wins off.
That's right. I'm Roger Goodell here, pal. Those whatever the hell went on last week doesn't count towards the
We
record.
are back. That means I'm no longer on a losing streak, baby. Let's go.
Whatever happened.
Whoa. No,
whatever
I
happened.
beat Jesse's ass all week last week. We're not
While I
taking that
was
away.
here. No, you got those.
Oh yeah,
right
we're
here.
on a losing streak.
Whatever
Yeah,
the
it's
hell
4
went
games.
on Thursday and Friday.
What do you mean what happened?
I get all of these Kenny's winning all of these unsanctioned pocket watching
I was
games.
killing the game.
And then all of a sudden I see this talking James Ham graphic.
That was fire. Shout out Wilsey for that one.
That was crazy. A little spooky, but very cool.
That's a good call. Yeah, we'll just take Thursday and Friday out. You did beat me.
We didn't even play on Thursday.
Okay, well then perfect. We had an off day.
Friday's a win for me.
No, sorry, sir. Commish said so.
I have
8
your
and
record at
12.
6-12.
Now that is, you almost made me curse. That is not the record. It is 8-12.
Where did these other 2 games come from?
I beat Kyle and I beat Jesse.
Yeah, well, sorry, Kyle. His
Kyle's in the league.
his expansion fee didn't pass. All right, it didn't go through. It bounced. James as well.
I'm 8-12.
You
can't go back and review this. The game's over. I don't care about your little sorry 2-minute report.
Oh,
the game's over.
Let him tell you what you can do.
The game's over. 2-minute report. Thank you for the 2-minute report.
How did the
but
game,
it doesn't affect the game.
How did the game
doesn't affect the record?
The game took place without the officials.
It's facts.
I don't care about the 2-minute report. We're not Shaq.
Nah, Kenny
Atlanta
was
this
out
whole
there
thing.
running Earl Hebner out all Friday. All Friday. Fast counts, ring the bell all day.
Talk to Damian like The Rock talked to that ref on Saturday.
You know what the final boss means.
Just cursing left and right.
It got to the point where it was like, Rock, will you stop? They're editing this, dummy. Like, it sounds terrible.
Oh man.
Yeah,
I mean,
we'll
look,
come
when we come back, I mean, we can get this game in. You're just talking about somebody.
I'm gonna need to check your browser history, and then we can.
Ain't nothing going on. If I cheat, I'll tell you I'm cheating.
Signs of a bad cheater. We'll come back. Have we done this one before?
I don't know. We could pick somebody up. We could pick somebody on the Thunder, though.
Oh, look, you just want to cook right now.
Yeah, I'm winning.
No, that's fine.
Look, I'm killing every game.
Nah,
I
you've
play
been
right
leading
now.
the witness for a while now with these selections.
I'm killing every game I play right now. I need to cash in on this.
I feel like
Damian Priest.
Yeah, we definitely did this one. You're thinking of Isaiah. We definitely did this.
Well, we can
one.
go to OKC. The Kings play OKC today.
All right.
It's whatever.
This guy. We'll come back.
I'm like the
just
dude.
begging.
I'm like the dude in the
Just-
program on Road Rage, where he bangs out the windows with his head.
Stilo KC brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
That is awful about Slim and Husky.
Yeah, that sucks. I don't even know exactly where it's at.
That's next to. It's hard to explain, but it's like across the street from Fixins.
I will say the studio is missing like
Oh,
some sort
that's
of
right.
title
I
belt.
know exactly where it is. Sorry, Jesse.
So the studio needs some sort of title belt or something. We need some championship in here.
I'll get a.
Not even for pocket watches. We just need a belt.
We get an MLB belt. They're got those running around. Kind of bastardizing the belts.
It would be dope to have championship belts hanging behind us.
That would be fire though.
Those are like $400 a pop.
No, we'll expense it. No doubt. We'll expense it.
Charlie,
The tribal chief, where's he at?
Charlie, no one will notice.
The tribal chief, is he directed things yesterday to get pictures?
He sure did.
I don't know. Kim Stalo's is a favor after she hooked up Kyle with a whiteboard. Maybe we can get a championship belt.
Hmm.
And a Money in the Bank briefcase. We need a Money in the Bank
briefcase. Would be, that'd be fire. They'd both be fire, but that'd be fire.
Yeah, we need a Money in the Bank.
Would Mick Foley have worked in the Undertaker spot, or would that have been too goofy?
Nah, it wouldn't have worked. Because he what have you done? Sacco?
Yeah, you do
For The
soccer.
Rock?
Or whatever.
Like,
Maybe
it
hit the
would've-
Rock 10 times over
it-
the head with a chair or something.
Like even the moment there was a certain it wasn't comedy, it was like nostalgia. If Mankind had come out and done Sacco, it would have turned to comedy, and like I don't think you want comedy in that moment.
Because one thing with that match that also like kept running in my head was when Mankind beat The Rock against the Corporation and stuff like that. Remember when Stone Cold comes out at the end?
Yeah. The one thing I thought of was maybe they wanted the quick entrance for the Undertaker, but then it was like, well, you could have done Austin in the golf cart. He rode the or
The
whatever,
ATV,
whatever,
the four-wheeler,
the ATV, the ATV that he used to ride. Hits the gas on that, gets to the ring quick, stuns Rock, keeps it moving. Yeah, but I got you, but it's not more iconic than this.
They would have gone crazy.
Yeah, that place would have exploded.
When do we get to start talking about like where that match ranks all time? Because it's still early, so I don't want to like be too crazy about it. Is it?
It's up there. It is sky high up there. And I think the most impressive part about that main event was they worked 40 minutes the night before and managed to do a completely different match with each other the next night.
Mm-hmm.
That was no hyperbole, one of the greatest WrestleMania main events of all time.
I think I still give the edge to Taker and Shawn just because it was just them two.
So at 26,
25,
25 wasn't the main event.
Oh, it wasn't the main event. Okay. Damn.
So if we're talking about the last match,
I'm talking about greatest matches of all time then.
yeah, okay. It doesn't top 25 for me.
Okay.
But it might be second. It might be second. That was really good. Really, really good.
My dad's in here talking about Cena need the ATV. Cena, Father Time has caught up to our guy.
Yeah, that was a long rant for John.
John looked the oldest out of everybody,
That was a
including the
long
Undertaker.
rant for John. Well, that's because Taker had the cap on.
They did a video of like Cena and Rock standing face to face on Sunday, and then they do the flashback of them doing it in Miami when they had their match. Cena got older, Rock looks younger.
Did you see Did you see Taker at the Hall of Fame?
I didn't.
He has his hair pulled back, but like his hairline is so far back, it's just like there's like a V like right here, and then the rest is gone. And it's the way he styled it, it doesn't look bad until you realize what's happening. And you realize, oh, he doesn't have hair, but it's the Undertaker, so it's always Trysta Krick is going to join us here in just a heartbeat. I can't lie. The commercial break we just had made me want to look at something. What's wrong?
I mean, I'm looking at it right now.
I'll give him
a little credit. Wait, is this is 2022?
Oh, no, yeah, you need to go to 2024.
I thought I had.
You need to go
to
the one on.
Let me see. From what I see of it, I mean, I see what you're saying in the front.
Mm-hmm. So
it looks like he's trying to style it though, because he keeps the side shave. So he's trying to style it, make it maybe look like a mohawk type deal. He's trying.
He's trying, but it's not a mohawk. His hair is gone. Yeah. I got to see. We were just talking about this. We were just talking about it during the commercial break. I need this. I need to see this and hear this one more time. Oh my God. When Cena's music hit and the reaction from the crowd.
It went crazy.
I just wish we had gotten the glass. Oh, poor Cena. God, that had to be the longest ramp ever. Cena has not run that far in years.
What they say? Did Cena say he's wants to come back more?
So I think he said, I guess it was on the Pat McAfee show. He's booked up for 2024, and he wants to come back for one more run in 2025.
You're older than what he is now.
I don't think John's that old.
Well, he's not that old.
I mean, he's not young.
He don't look like he's not that old.
John's still work a match, probably.
John's 46.
John don't look.
John can work.
Give him a year of
John's
DDP yoga, he'll be good.
Well, wait a minute. John's 46. You know who else is 46?
Who's that?
AJ Styles.
He's getting ready to retire too. He's talking about
AJ
that.
Styles, 46 years old.
AJ Styles looks a little different.
He looks better than ever.
JC in the chat asked, you put the belt on Cena one more time to break the record? I feel like you have to.
I don't know how you do it at this point. Like,
if they're cheering him and he's selling T-shirts, just do it.
So
real quick.
you do the Hogan thing, like when Hogan came back after the Rock match, they put the red and yellow back on him and he beat Undertaker for the title. You do that?
You do. I feel like you can get away with that.
Or he didn't beat Undertaker. He beat Triple H for the title.
Yeah, I feel like you can get away with that. You can build him up to where you kind of like make it. I mean, just decent. Where he's like he's supposed to be here to win some type of.
It depends who the champion is. Like, can he beat Damian?
Yes. Damian Priest, like, he should not hold that belt more than 3
Like,
months.
there's a way, like there's a way you could do it, right? The when Goldberg beat Kevin Owens. Kevin Owens was hot. And they made Chris Jericho a part of it because that was the story. So they got Jericho involved. That helped Goldberg get the quick Goldberg 10-second win. And he got the title that way. And it was believable. Like, it worked. I guess you could do that with John.
Well, if he's going to take a break from movies, though, and he's around.
Do they want him to have the 17th? Are they comfortable going, okay? And remember, it's not they. Rick is Hunter's guy. Does Hunter go, all right, John?
He should, because Rick
especially because we all know what they're doing with Charlotte.
Yeah. It's a good question.
We all know what they're doing with Charlotte. They tried to get Charlotte to 16 in a year.
Well, then maybe they don't do it with John if we're just going to make Charlotte like, yeah, she's the leader now. Maybe you don't do it with John at that point. I don't think Flair should have it. Flair sucks.
I don't know. My whole thing with John is he looks great for a normal human being. For John Cena, the wrestler, he don't look good.
Oh, I disagree. The only thing, John,
he looks slimmer. He looks older.
He looks older.
He looks paler.
That's what it is. The tan really stands out. Like, my man needs to go to Cal Sun. He needs a little spray, maybe a little time out in his, Arizona home or Florida home, wherever he lives. He needs some.
Send him to A-Rod's guy.
He needs some. It is jarring, especially standing next to The Rock in this picture I'm looking at. It's jarring. So he needs to get through this year, tan a lot.
Yes.
And then cut his hair. Go back to the short hair and the bald spot won't stand out.
That's true. That's true. That could
he could do it. Like, John does not look bad. He looks different, but he does not look bad.
He doesn't look bad. Like I said, in real life, he looks nowhere near bad. But as far as like what we saw from him in WWE compared to like Sunday, I don't like that look.
Just get on with the Rock's dietitian.
Well, and
then he would look fine.
Randy's and AJ's.
Maybe you get back with
AJ and Randy's dietitian is crazy.
Maybe you get back with the guy that mysteriously healed your torn labrum 3 months into a 9-month injury. Maybe you get back with that guy.
Super Cena. Super Cena.
Hey,
I have a lot of respect for John Cena. Like, all jokes aside, like John is like, and this is where I always get caught up with the Rocks and the Austins.
Mm-hmm.
Their run was a heartbeat. It ended so quick. Like, Austin got hurt and was gone. Mm-hmm. What he did money-wise can't be denied, but it was just so quick. It was over. The Rocks ended for a different reason. He got a calling somewhere else, and he got sporadic. John was just there, and he was there. Like, I thought he was a really cool heel to start, but once he became that baby face, he never switched. Mm-hmm. And to me, that's one of the things that makes Hogan's run so impressive, is that Hogan was once the top baby face in the business and once the top heel in the business. Yeah. That's impressive in its own right. But John Cena I don't think he gets the respect he deserves for what he did.
So then is he underrated?
I think so.
Because Flan Bryan asked, like, is he the GOAT, like, actually? And like you probably say no, arguably, but I say
no. Like, to me, it's Hogan. Like, I just don't know how you make the argument against Hogan. Hogan's run went solidly from 84 to 93, and then like 96 to, well, maybe not.
So then, yeah, I'll give you Hogan.
I mean, he had the matches with The Rock,
and the thing that puts Hogan over the top for me is Hollywood Hogan.
Yeah,
like if he would have just said yellow and red, as massive as he was, I don't think that would have been enough. But for him to completely flip the script and become Hollywood, and that's what,
and it's that's only
hard to beat. I don't know anybody beats that.
Hollywood Hogan was the only time in the post 84 worldwide expansion era of professional wrestling that anyone other than WWF was relevant. It was Hollywood Hogan. The Flair versus Hulk Hogan at Daytona Beach with Shaq and Mr. T. No one, like, it was cool. Like, no one cared.
Yeah.
Nitro started, and it's like, all right, cool. There's another show. Maybe it beats Raw in a couple of nights when Isaac Yankem DDS is fighting, but it didn't matter.
Right.
When the NWO started, and more importantly, when the NWO started and Hulk Hogan became Hollywood Hogan, everything changed. Yeah. And for those 2-ish years, a company that didn't have the letters WWF was relevant. No time before or no time since has another company been relevant to that degree. Not a shot at Impact or AEW, but to the degree of what WCW was, not even close.
Yeah,
wasn't even a threat. They were beating WWE's ass. Yeah. And that was led by Hollywood Hogan. That's the difference.
So we went over it on Friday, but I think it's Hogan, Cena, Stone Cold. I forgot. You can do whatever with the other two. I think Roman's got to be in there. Give it to
me again. The top three:
Hogan, Stone Cold, Cena. Not in any order. I mean, Hogan's one, but like Stone Cold, Cena. I think Roman has to be in there, and it's probably Shawn after that.
No Rock.
I'll throw Rock in there over Roman.
I wouldn't. I don't think I'd throw Rock over Roman.
I think
Roman. Well, because I think Casey's list is right, but it's either Shawn or it's Roman.
But here's where Trysta Krick's going to join us in just a heartbeat. Here's what I'll ask. Hogan once led the company. Cena once led the company. Roman once led the company. Cena once led the company. Did Shawn?
That's what I thought about.
They tried.
Failed.
Not very long.
And to be honest with you,
and that's where I get stuck with Brett.
To be honest with you, well, you know the time better than me, so maybe you challenge this. But that's when they were getting their ass beat.
So Shawn became champion in March of '96. March, April, May. 3 months before Hall and Nash showed up, and 4 months before Hollywood Hogan was born. So he becomes champion. They get white hot, and you have you have like Vader stuff in there. You have Psycho Sid stuff in there, And then you get to February, Hogan and they're off and running, and you lose your smile. And then it goes to Taker. And Taker, when you look at Taker, they didn't know what to do at that point. They were WCW. I thought WWE television in 97 was good, but the title was lost because Taker's opponents were like Farouk, like Stone Cold Steve Austin when he was ascending, the obligatory match with Mankind. Then he drops it to Brett. Brett leads to Montreal, and Shawn really just has it to get it to Austin in March, and then everything changes in March for WWE.
Did guys start becoming stars? Like I feel like The Rock, like he became like a star, like like just worldwide known and stuff. Even as a wrestler, like was it like that before with other wrestlers, or did he kind of set that tone? Because like Cena became a star after that and stuff like that.
Hogan did.
Hogan did.
Hogan
Okay.
did.
Not even Macho got that.
Yeah, not yeah. Hogan
Macho
was
was a wrestling star, not an entertainment star.
Yeah,
Hogan was the only entertainment.
Hogan was one of one.
Okay, I was just asking. I was saying if Rock started, maybe they get some bump into the top 5, but if it's Hogan, then it's Hogan that started.
Yeah, Hogan started it, but like
and all of that. You've laid it out perfectly. Where Austin 316 started and where we think it started, right? But he led all of that. Austin led all of that. Like I don't want to disrespect The Rock and DX and all this other stuff, but I don't know if any of that happens if Austin isn't leading the charge to that degree.
Yeah,
Austin was something else, man.
The original
Austin had them brothers talking about hell yeah.
Yeah, he did.
Hell yeah.
He still
Give me
does.
a Steve Weiser.
Yeah, he still does.
Have brothers like me talk about
Steve
hell yeah,
Weiser.
I'm a rattlesnake.
That's one of his best impressions, right?
No, I don't know.
Right there, the one right he did right now, that was solid.
All right.
The brothers talking about hell yeah, throw me one of them Steve Weisers.
It's there.
It's not. It needs a little work. It's not there.
He's got the energy, I think.
So what you and Deuce both do well is it sounds like you're gargling when you talk, and that's like that's the Austin. That's the Austin thing, because for some reason when he gets on the mic, he what? He just has this like totally odd like sound to his voice. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna whoop your ass. And it sounds like all your other impressions. That's the funny thing.
If you listen close enough, you can hear the distinction.
That's right. That's true. If you close your eyes and just really listen, you can hear the distinction. But Austin is unique in his own right because he ushered in that next era just as Hogan ushered in the one in 1984 ish.
Roman top 5 though. Like I said, I may be biased. But
I think so too.
Roman top 5.
I mean, we're talking again. That was my barometer for seeing it. We're talking a 10-year run right now. Austin didn't have it. Rock didn't have it. Shawn didn't have it. Shawn had great matches, but Shawn was not carrying the company. Cena carried the company for 10 years. Roman carried the company for 10 years into a $21 billion acquisition. That number can't be right. What's the number? That can't be 21 billion. That's way too high.
2.1 billion?
Maybe it's that. Maybe it's 2.1 billion. That seems that seems low.
21 billion. That's Trysta money.
Well,
I hope that someday that's true.
What's the number, Jesse?
9.3.
9.3 billion was the acquisition money. Wow.
Speaking of, that's crazy.
Did you watch WrestleMania this weekend?
No, I was in Glendale for the Final Four.
Oh, you were.
That's
right. That's right. You were there for the Final Four. I saw the pictures.
Are you
Saturday? What did you say?
Are you still in Arizona?
No, I'm at the crib.
Oh, that's okay. Now, I knew you weren't in.
She's just in a different wing, kind of
Yeah.
like your house. There's multiple wings to the house. We saw. I think we saw a recent De'Aaron Fox sighting.
We did.
Yes.
That's his house now.
Well, that's how I'd approach it.
You guys got to look to preserve your house, okay? We got to look to stay out of the play-in, deep into the play-in. That 9 seed is looking like we're staring down the barrel of a shotgun right now.
Well, TK.
A hell of a segue by TK right there.
That really is. That's all-star stuff right there. But, I mean, some people may look at it as an excuse. I think it's a reason. I mean, they did lose their 2 top shooting guards. And Damian puts it, I love this because he's 100% right. They lost 25 to 50 points on any given night with what, those guys could do. Like, Herder could go for 25.
25 with the potential
Monk could
of
go
50.
for 25 or 50. That's 40 to 50 points on
Mm-hmm.
on any given night. And that's tough to deal with. I don't know if anybody's dealing with that.
No, it's incredibly sad. Incredibly sad for the players, incredibly sad for the team. You just have to kind of say, well, whatever happens this year, we can kind of chalk it up to probably injuries being the main reason. Should have probably been better earlier, letting leads slip away. I texted you, I forget who they were playing, where they're up big.
It was New York.
It was,
You texted me during the Knicks game.
Mm-hmm. And I'm like, golly, man.
And we got these numbers for you. And we were texting about how it's been a problem all year long. The Kings have blown 3 20-point and lost the game. A 20-point lead 3 times. That's the most in the league. The third one was to the Knicks. They lost one to the Suns, which happened in a matter of like 7 minutes in the fourth quarter. And then they lost one to the Bulls. That was a 22-point lead. Again, those 3 20-point, those 3 blown leads are the most in the league. Then we did this to me, TK, is the story of the season. We could talk about injuries, and that's fair, but that's the current state of the Sacramento Kings. We did their win percentage against teams below 500 was like, you have to throw Houston in there now. So it's like 20 and maybe like 20-8 or 20-7 or something like that. It's a very respectable record. With teams with a win percentage of 275 or lower, they're 7-4. That's the story of the season right there. Given how close 6, 7, 8, and now 9 and 10 are, the story of the season is the 7-4 versus teams with the 275 win percentage.
Yeah, I mean, that's Milwaukee Bucks type stuff right there. You can't have that. You can't blow that many leads. You can't play.
Oh, every time.
She gonna get them buck shots in. She gonna get them in.
At this point, I can't tell what the reason is. It's what we call a mix.
The Bucks or the Kings?
My shots towards the Bucks.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
What we call a mixed motive, like it could be Doc, it could be Dame, it could be just the city of Milwaukee. I don't know.
TK's just waiting for the Bucks to get eliminated so she could tweet, "Thank God we got rid of Dame Lillard."
That's a story for another day. But
man,
it's a story for another day. I'm not going there. I did watch. I went to the Suns Pelicans game on Sunday. There's like 8 former Blazers on those teams. It was incredible. Watching Yusuf Nurkic get bodied by everyone. Larry Nance, former Blazer. Drew Eubanks, former Blazer. Jonas Valanciunas, not a former Blazer, but also pushing him around just the same. Zion as well, a potential Blazer. Maybe Dame would stick around if we would have traded for him. They need a guard bad. But yeah, it's back to the Kings. I'm concerned. I'm concerned in pretty much every way. And I don't know how you get that discipline back because those wins were happening last year, were they not? It feels like there was a level of precision, sharpness, maybe just like high-level scoring where you could just shoot yourself out of bad games. Hard to say, but I'm constantly baffled. But also, you came back down 20-something against the Celtics, almost won that game.
And like a lot of people were talking about that game, and they're like, "Oh, they were against the backups and the scrubs." I don't care. We're trying to get a W.
I've been against the G League team. Just win.
Care less. You know what I mean? So, yeah, it's one of those things that this year they haven't. They've had the same issues that to Hollinger's and other people's point, things that they didn't have to deal with last year as far as injuries and roles and things of that nature. And it's got them in a situation where there's still a team that's ready to go to the postseason, whether that's the play-in or the actual playoffs. They're still going to be in the postseason. But some of those self-inflicted wounds of going, losing those 4 games to Charlotte, Washington, Detroit, and Portland, those are ones you're going to look back on, man, and say, if we don't make – because you take 3 of those, they're like in the 6th right now by like 2 games. If you take 3 of those games, and it's just frustrating to see.
Yeah, and I think the thing that concerns me the most is potentially playing the Pelicans in the play-in in a 9-10 or in a 7-8. Either way, really, it's just.
You know why that doesn't concern me as much?
Why?
They can't win every damn game. At
It's
some
a
point,
do theory.
at some point, the Kings are gonna have some pride and not lose. It's why I don't want to play the Lakers. They're just gonna beat the Lakers again. Like, no, I don't want anything to do with the Lakers. I don't want anything to do with the Golden State Warriors for entirely different reasons. If it's the Pelicans, so be it.
I'd be down for the Suns. I watched the Suns
That's
up
fine, too.
close. That's probably the one I think is the best matchup.
The Suns scare me the most because it's like I feel like either Book or KD would be like, fine, I'll do it. Like I'll just like we're not missing the playoffs. Like if I have to do it by myself, I'll do it by myself. If Brad
So
ain't
are
there
the
to me-
Pelicans the least scary of them all?
to me, in a one-off, yes. In a one-off, they're the least scary. In a series, I don't know. I don't know about that.
Yeah.
But in a one-off, yeah. No, I'd rather it be the Pelicans than the Lakers or the Suns. Or
Who do we feel we can
Warriors.
actually beat in a 7-game series right now?
The Blazers.
Unfortunately, you won't get that opportunity.
In a 7-game series, I think they can get Minnesota. Yeah, I think they can get Minnesota.
For those listening on the radio, that was a facial reaction from
That's a really
shocked
like,
face.
really?
Cat
Well-
is talking about he might be coming back. That changes things a little bit. But even if he comes back, who knows
He
if
ain't
he's
gonna be.
100% or
Yeah,
whatever.
he's not going to be.
They got in there. I think they could get. They could get
What stands out to you about Minnesota? Because that answer obviously surprised you.
Yeah, I think it's just like one of the team that's top in the West. I think if I'm making the case for why that makes sense to me, it's just because Minnesota's like 19th offensive rating. So you can say no matter how good Minnesota's defense is, can they really stop good shot making forever? No, they can't. Can they stop De'Aaron Fox? Probably not. But defensively, they are so tough. And so I guess another thing going for Kenny's point is like they go through scoring droughts too. They can sometimes take difficult shots for no reason, but they're just loaded, man. They're big.
really
To me,
good.
that's the biggest thing is like the Rudy Gobert Sabonis matchup is a little scary. The Jaden McDaniels on who, I don't know. I guess maybe Keegan Murray. And I mean, just the matchups with how big the Minnesota Timberwolves are as a whole is sort of fascinating to me.
Well, no. And look, to your point, me feeling that way, we talked about confidence level earlier. Me feeling that way is like thinking of the whole Kings team, with Malik Monk there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Without Monk in the playoffs, if they don't have him in the playoffs, and it's tough for me to think they can beat somebody in a series. Because I just don't know if they have enough offense to be able to beat somebody 4 times in 7 games.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you want to go against the team with the worst offense, right? Like that's kind of what you want. And I guess that's the key for Minnesota, or that's like the case. It's just tough. Everybody's going to be tough. The Lakers are a big team. They're finding a way to figure some things out. I think that's probably the team I think you have the most success with, though, because they're so touch and go with shooting. And AD, he could be out like 18 minutes into game 1 and be done for the series. We saw that against the Phoenix Suns.
We saw
That's not inconceivable. LeBron is obviously playing on a level that at his age is insane, but like you just never know, right? Their shooting is very sporadic. Sometimes
He's not going to miss a playoff game, though.
What'd you say?
LeBron's not going to miss a playoff game.
No, for sure not. But I'm saying if you were in a 7-game series with them, you're not going to be based on how the standings are. But in terms of like a team that I would feel the best about in a 7-game series against, it would probably be the Lakers.
Do we feel the same about the Clippers that we did like 2 or 3 weeks ago?
I don't.
Kawhi's injury.
Again, there's no
Kawhi-
scenario where that happens
and Kawhi
because they're
hasn't
pretty
played
locked in
as
at
well,
4th.
but-
Yeah. Kawhi's injury is concerning. that team in general is all over the place in terms of like how much they lock in. I think any team that struggles with focus or shooting or decision making is a good thing with the Kings. Because so, for example, like decision making would be like the Timberwolves, right?
I think you just laid out like 3 major Kings problems.
Yeah, that's like the neutralizer, though. That's what I'm saying. Is like you got to go against those guys.
Your weaknesses neutralize each other.
Yes, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like if you're talking about an incredibly disciplined, high probability shooting team that can shoot from deep, like I don't know. Surprisingly, the OKC Thunder are the best or one of the best 3-point shooting teams in the league right now. Even though they're small, they make incredibly good decisions. That I do not think is a recipe for success against the Kings or success for the Kings against them.
There's something Trysta said earlier that, just a little minor research, and all this other stuff. Last year, the Kings did lose to Charlotte, who was the fourth worst team in the game. They lost to San Antonio, who was the second worst team in the league. They lost to Utah, they lost to Dallas, lost to Washington, lost to Indiana, all teams that didn't make the playoffs. So our thought
were they bottom of the league teams? Like Indiana wasn't bottom of the league.
Indiana wasn't bottom. I mean, they clearly weren't making the playoffs. Same with Washington or the play-in. Charlotte was, like I said, the third or fourth worst team. San Antonio was tied for second worst team in basketball. They lost to them at home. Utah.
We're talking about the bottom 5 teams in the league this year.
Yeah, I mean it's not the same. What I think about with all this though is, to be fair to everybody who said this throughout the offseason and everything else like that, it was a different year last year, right? Like the records aren't going to be that much different from the Kings this year and last year, even with these losses and all this other stuff. It's just that the league is a little better this year. The conference is a little better this year, and you weren't able to get away with that this year.
Yeah. I mean, the OKC Thunder are maybe going to be the 1 seed, and they were a play-in team. The Minnesota Timberwolves had to, if they were, they were the 8 seed, and they had to do the same thing, right? So, yeah, you're talking about teams that were bottom feeders, barely getting into the playoffs, that are now the top of the West. 2 teams go all the way up to the top of the standings. Yes, you lose Memphis, so that leaves you 1. The Clippers move up. The Lakers are basically in the same spot. Warriors are a little worse. But, yeah, there's been like a complete shuffle in terms of the good teams and the bad teams outside of Denver. And that's about it.
No.
That's about it.
Yeah, I'm looking. Yeah, Memphis is the major fall off. Phoenix is going to be better. Yeah, Phoenix
West
is going to be better.
Crazy, man. West got talent. West got some major talent.
A lot of talent. I mean, you're talking about teams that are in the.
Shout out to the 36-42 Atlanta Hawks that have clinched a postseason berth.
Exactly. If you're in the East right now, at this record, you're probably out of the play-in altogether.
Yeah.
It's just a much weaker conference, like a lot worse.
You're actually in the same exact position. It's because the Pacers. Yeah, because it's the Pacers. It's a little different, but it's New York, Cleveland.
9-10, though.
Yeah, right. But you have Philadelphia, who's 44-35. They're a game back from Indiana right now, and they're currently in the 7th spot, which is about where Sacramento is, right? Sacramento's 45-33. So they would probably be in the 6th spot by half a game,
right,
over Indiana. But you'd still be in that fight with New York, Cleveland. But you would be fighting to stay out of the play-in while simultaneously fighting for
like the third.
Still very realistically third.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Yeah, your future would still be in front of you, and right now it's like I don't even know if we can get out of the play-in tournament.
The Celtics have 15 games on the Bucks. I just feel the need to point that out.
15
freaking games on the Bucks.
Way to be a good journalist. That needed to be said. You know what I mean?
I know. I thought you'd like that. 15 games back. That's
They're terrible. Nobody's
well, I
talking
meant
about
that more as Boston's really good and less that the Bucks are really bad. But hey, we could go either way.
I don't think people are talking about how like fugazi the Bucks are.
Oh, I feel like that conversation is being had.
Not really. They're just like, oh well, like they're gonna figure it out in the postseason, right? The Sixers will play the Bucks, and the Bucks will be favored. It's like, I don't know why that would
figure it out in the
be.
postseason, huh?
The Bucks will get to the conference finals.
See, this is what I'm talking about. This
Who's
is
gonna
what
beat
I'm
them?
saying. Everybody's
beat 'em?
doing what Kenny's doing.
It's more about who's going to beat them.
Sixers, Knicks.
Hey, the Sixers hadn't done anything in life for me to be like, oh, they're going to rise
Bro,
up. No,
the Bucks just lost 4 consecutive games to bottom feeder teams. Some of those were out.
well, I am Doc here, and I will wish you tell the whole story. 3 of those were out Dame, right? And then one was out middle. And Giannis didn't play one of them either, right?
Who cares? This is like we're talking about Jordan
The
Poole.
Raptors have lost
in
like
the Lizards.
13 in a row.
There was
Like,
no Giannis. I think Dame came back for that game, but there was no Giannis in the Raptors game.
Yeah, we're
So,
talking about the
they're
losses
not
to
good
Lizards.
outside of those guys. So, like, they'll lose to anybody.
The
that those guys
Raptors were 1-9 in the last 10 before they got their dub against the Milwaukee Bucks.
I thought you were going to say 1-19 because they've been awful.
yeah,
lately.
they've been really bad.
Bad.
But I mean, but
They've
who's going
lost
to beat them?
6 of their
Cleveland,
last 7.
who just had a horrendous West Coast road trip. The Knicks without Julius Randle and OG.
I think the Knicks are getting a little bit dismissed without Julius Randle. I think as long as OG Anunoby is healthy, pain-free, and effective, he is going to make life hell for others. What was
That
the
ain't gonna
last
happen.
year?
That ain't gonna happen. He ain't healthy. He's not gonna be healthy, and he's not gonna be pain free.
Well, we're gonna see how he does. We're gonna see.
Cleveland came out west and lost to everyone except Utah. They lost to Denver, Phoenix, LA. Oh man, but they beat Utah. Salute.
Milwaukee making the conference.
See, this is what I'm talking about. I am exactly talking about the fact that everybody is discounting these losses and just penciling them in. They could lose to Miami right away, first round.
We'll see. I don't see it happening. When those two are playing, if Dame and Giannis are there, that's good enough in that conference to get to the Eastern Conference Finals.
We will see about that.
Will it be funny if Philadelphia doesn't make the playoffs?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I think so too, because
Yeah.
that Buddy streak would continue. Buddy Hield will still never have made the playoffs if Philadelphia loses.
And he thought he was in
on
there.
Teams that were playoff teams too, right? Like he was in New Orleans, and then like they were making the playoffs, but not with him, right?
Well,
like,
Indiana's going to make. Well,
maybe
they should make the playoffs. They might make.
If Philly's in the play-in, that probably means Indiana's in the playoffs.
Right. So, yeah, poor Buddy.
No. Yep. Poor Buddy.
Before we leave here, I know we talk a lot of NBA, but Trysta seemed really, really excited about UConn going back to back.
By the way, can we say this real quick, because we haven't the men, and Kenny and I were talking about this last night. 14.6 million. Yeah, that's how many people watch.
So the backstory to that, Trysta, is like we talked about like the lack of a buzz for the men's championship game. Like people weren't really excited, and I was kind of upset because it was like it used to always be one of the greatest days of the year, of the sports year, is the men's national championship game, the Final Four. And you're like, man, it's not the same. And then I look in the stands, and there's like 70,000 people watching. And we're like, they're probably going to do like, they're probably going to do
74,000 people in there.
Yeah. So they're still
huge.
Not falling off
15 million watching. I'm going to just say this now. There might not be a coach in history that I've loved and like become as enamored with as fast as I have Dan Hurley. I love everything about him. He is an absolute lunatic. I like that. Did you see him push Cam Spencer? 3 minutes left in the game. Cam Spencer's just dribbling the ball. He literally walks onto the court and pushes him to start the sets and then yells at the ref for calling a technical. I'm sorry. You can't do that, Dan. The thing that I like about him, that I think as I've gotten closer to situations in like the high school grassroots sort of backstory, right? You've got competing circles, you've got people with agendas, you've got NIL money, the parents, what's that circle look like? Maybe there's family members that are coming out of nowhere. You've got agencies with their own agenda. You've got agencies paying parents to spy on who comes around their son to make sure that they can keep their little fiefdom. Kids are starting to freak out, not knowing who to trust, right? And Dan puts out, there's an interview with him that just kind of got recirculated where he's talking about how he recruits and how important it is to find out about a kid's circle. And he's like, because if the parents or the friends or whoever is in that kid's ear, in that young man's ear, and can persuade them to go into a negative space when they're not getting the ball, when they're not getting playing time, when they're losing games, and I let one of those type of kids into my program, no matter how athletically gifted they are, no matter how special they are, they will kill a program. Just one will kill a program. Mm-hmm. And I was like, oh my God. That's applicable to everything, by the way. Corporate culture, your teams, your shows, whatever. And you talk about what he's been able to achieve and build in a place where, like, there's a bunch of 5 stars at Kentucky and 5 stars at Duke, and they just play in a way that I find to be just grinds you down, right? Like they don't make mistakes. They play up against Purdue and Zach Edey, and they had the perfect game plan. Let Edey go off. Don't let these 3-point shooters get into rhythm. Don't let them start feeling themselves. They had the least amount of 3-point attempts that they've had all year long, and that was his entire strategy. These guys on the perimeter, they have to have less than 20 points. Zach Edey can have as many as he wants. There will be no chance for us to beat them to beat us if their guards and their wings have less than 20 combined points.
Yeah.
What an absolute, and he's just so messy with it too, which I love. He's like, what can I say? We won by a lot again.
I said this earlier, Trysta. I said and you laid it out really beautifully right there. He has figured out how to be a college coach. And hold on,
ignore limit. Hold on, no. I'm here.
Oh.
I'm here. Hold on.
The Undertaker. It's the Undertaker.
Bong. Hold on. Hold on.
There we go.
Ignore the limit. Ignore the limit.
I think we got her.
Safari limit.
I had talked about Dan Hurley has figured out how to be a college coach in this day and age better than anybody else right now. He understands how to recruit, who to recruit, like you just laid out, how to deal with the transfer portal and all this other stuff, and how to get guys that can play best together for maybe a couple of years on the college level. He's ahead of everybody else. Somebody else going to have to get their weight up because he's got it all figured out.
Also, the way that you, I guess, identify how good and deep this team really is, outside of the fact that they only needed to play like a 7-man rotation in the national championship game, look at what their recruiting class looks like. They only have 2 commits, 2. Mm-hmm. And you think to yourself, like, that's odd. You got Kentucky with like 6 5-star guys. You got Duke with a bunch of guys. Why? Then you look at their roster. They have a guy that's 7 foot from, I think, Scottsdale, Arizona. This kid doesn't even have a photo, but I can promise you he's going to become stepping into the role of Sonogo and Klingon. And you got Sampson, who's going to be back, who played great minutes last night. You have a bunch of 6'7", 6'8" wings. You got 2 kids that are coming in. And I asked about them, like, hey, do you know this kid, Noel? And they're like, yeah, the kid, Noel has like great parents, great like circle. That's the first thing that people say when I'm like looking into him. You get 1 freshman, 1 and done. I think there's only been 2 1 and dones in the history of UConn. Steph Castle special, but he comes in and he's like the most unselfish player on the team as a 5-star. Mm-hmm. And you get like 1 perfect transfer portal guy in Cam Spencer, who said that he transferred to UConn because of how honest Dan Hurley was about, like, listen, I'm going to point out your flaws and we're going to get better at them together, which is so antithetical to the way that most kids want to be coached. They want to be told everything that they're good at. It's just and the thing that's crazy to me, which is why, like, on April, whatever date we're at, 9th, are we on 9th? April 9th, April 8th?
Yep.
April 9th, I am here to say, with my full chest out, I don't care what, like, Jonathan Givony or what, like John Rothstein is saying in terms of, like, top 10 teams for next year.
Mm-hmm.
Like, UConn's still the top of the top to me, and I think a three-peat is absolutely in place.
Mm.
And if you're sleeping on UConn after they lost 3 pros, literally 3 guys from their starting 5 became pros, and they didn't miss a step, and they were even more dominant this year, you are completely missing the whole picture here. You're sleeping.
I'm with you.
Trysta Krick, Heat Check Podcast, Bet MGM tonight. Always great to talk with you. We'll come back more D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
We didn't miss the break either.
No, not entirely.
So we kind of did.
Nah, it was like, well, do we keep going? I was like, nah, I feel like you kind of dropped the mic on the three-peat. So if you had stayed with the roster, I just would have kept going. But you kind of dropped the mic with the three-peat. It's like, all right, we can go.
This team's nasty. That's all I want to say. It's nasty.
The whole program's nasty. Like, that's the thing I was marveling at. The fact that this is their 3rd coach to win a national title in the last 25 years.
You know what's crazy is that you've got, 4 programs that have gone back to back, and
yeah, it's been like in the last 60 years,
and 2 of them are Hurley's.
Well,
that's crazy.
That's
kind of crazy.
It's a winning family, right?
That's
there.
Kind of crazy.
Anyway, I got to get to work. I'll see you guys.
Looks very nice out there today. Oh, this is
look
just
at these
views everywhere.
flowers in bloom.
Oh,
see you.
nice.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All
I'm in my yard getting a little peace.
Very
Kind
nice.
of like Damien has,
Thank
yard.
God. Oh, wait till. Well, I'll text
How
you.
you cooking?
All
text
right.
you.
You're
I'll
cooking
text
something up. You're putting something back there.
Yeah. Well, even better. I'll text you.
All right. Bye.
Love you, TK. All right.
Bow. Oh, I got it up. Let me get up in here, man. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. Kicking it with KC. You already know the vibes. Hey, man. Kicking it with KC. It's been a while. I'm back at this thing again. But this weekend, we got some major stuff going down, as it's Mamba Day on the Sneakers app with 3 different Kobe's coming out. The Kobe 4 is down there with the blue and the white and the little red in there. The Kobe 6s right there with the camo. Those are pretty fire. Then the Venice Beach Kobe 8s, very fire. My favorite basketball shoe of all time, like the feel and everything, is the Kobe 4. I really would love those Kobe 4s, but we'll see. Those Kobe 6s, the camo joints, those are special. So I don't know. The people aren't used to this, but those Kobe 8s, I got a pair. I like them. They're cool. I'm not crazy at that Venice Beach look. I think that's 3rd for me in those 3 shoes right there. I'd have to rank them as 4, 6, and 8. That's how I'd rank them in order. Those Kobe 4s. If I can get a piece of those Kobe 4s, we talking at this point. So everybody, get ready on the Sneakers app. 4/13 Mamba Day. 3 different Kobe's releasing, the 4s, the 6s, and the 8s. Go cop those. That's kicking it with KC. Yeah, Dr. David. I mean, my weekends are gone always anyway, but AU, baseball, regular traveling, basketball for the Kings in the playoffs, concerts. Just is what it is. D-Books is tough, man. They tough to get. They tough to get for sure. You got them like Black Panther, Black Cat joints that are coming out soon too. Those are cold. Yeah, man. Yeah, it's closed. It is. It is actually closed. We just found that out today, and did a little more research. And yeah, they closed down in Sac. Oddly enough, that was their only West Coast location. Everything else was in Tennessee and in Georgia. So they tried something. I guess it didn't work for what they were trying to do.
Man.
Yeah.
That sucks.
Hector, I did not see that, but Gil says a lot of stupid stuff. I've never been a fan of Gilbert Arenas. Not everything he says is stupid, but he says a lot of stupid things. Oh.
All right, Joe.
Oh, I see you,
All
big
right,
dog.
Joe.
All right.
Shout out to our man Joe.
Big ups, Joe.
Joe's
out there grinding. Joe was making sure everybody that went through every inch of Tom's Watch Bar yesterday knew that 1320 was in the building.
Oh, he did. He did.
Did you go to the one spot?
The bathroom? Yep. I saw it.
I said, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
I saw that.
I don't know if I need the poster next to the urinal, but hey, man.
Hey, Joe out there working.
We here, man.
Joe out there working.
Joe be grinding, bro.
Joe, you know how dope our team is? The tribal chief was out there hanging up posters.
He was.
That man was out there hanging up 1320 banners.
He was moving basketball hoops.
He wanted something covered up. I don't even remember what it was, but he was like, I think I do remember what it was. But he was like, I want this.
It's a good idea, too.
That was a great idea. Yeah, we had a nice little time at Tom's Watch Bar. Hopefully the beginning of a
Shout
beautiful
out to my
relationship.
Man Joe runs that location at Tom's Watch Bar. Big ups to him. We talking.
Yeah, man. Yeah. We definitely talking. We got quite a few things coming up. A Sky River broadcast is on the horizon.
Yeah, man.
We will have details on that next week. And we've got an event this Saturday, the Oak Park Speaker Series with Chris Webber. Chris Webber is going to be moderated by Kevin Johnson. D'Lo and KC are going to be the host. We posted the link. It's an Eventbrite. That's how you get your tickets. You can search Chris Webber on eventbrite.com and copy tickets there. Use the promo code ESPN1320 because that will give you, I think it's like $10 off per ticket.
Yeah.
So use that promo code ESPN1320. Copy your tickets while they're still available. Chris is doing a ton of stuff over the course of the next couple of days for the release of his book, man. It's like an afternoon event from like 12 to 2 or something. It's actually from like 1 to 2, but the doors open up at 12:30. Come through, hang out. If the Chatty House is coming through, let us know because I'm going to Fixins.
Yes,
I ain't in
sir.
Oak Park a lot, man, so I'm making my stop for Fixins.
Yes, sir.
But we'd love to see you guys, man. I'm really looking forward to this event with Chris Webber. Really looking forward to it.
That's gonna be really cool, man. And like we talked about a little bit earlier, Webb, hopefully this changes now too, but he hadn't been out here a lot for a long time, man. And to get him back here in the city and and promoting his book and the things that he's got going on, it's gonna be dope. It's gonna be a really cool event, man. And if you got an opportunity to be there, you don't want to miss this.
Yeah, it's gonna be something, man. It's gonna be something. We got this. I think it was when the show ended. I don't think we were on the air. I think we were on the stream, but I don't think we were on the air. And that's the Lindsey Harding stuff.
Yeah.
Lindsey Harding is interviewing with the Charlotte Hornets for their head coaching vacancy. And I hope it's a genuine interview to give her a real shot at being a head coach. She told us here on this show, she wanted to finish her story. She wanted to see how far she could go with the NBA. I made the case for her to be the Tennessee coach
Yeah.
when that Tennessee vacancy was there. Well,
Yeah, press conference is on right now. But
cool. Good for them. But I don't know that that's something she's interested in. I don't know that the University of Tennessee appeals to her. In ultimate awkwardness, there might only be one college job that appeals to her. And truthfully, college might not appeal to her.
Yeah.
She told us here on this show she wants to see how far she could get in the NBA, and she took this, this chance of leaving an NBA bench, the second row of an NBA bench to go to the G League. And we saw Bobby Jackson, lead this Stockton Kings team and wind up on the front row of Nick Nurse's bench. Lindsey Harding getting an interview for the Charlotte Hornets. In no way, shape, or form do I believe it's a bad thing. We did have a discussion. You got to start somewhere. I don't know that I want her to start there because this is an organization that feels really bad. But if it's tough, it's tough because the first one's always going to be the most difficult.
Yeah.
You'll have a ton of eyes on you. You'll have a ton of expectations on you. And if it doesn't go well, you represent an entire gender. And that's tough. And some people invite that. Some people shy away from it. But I hope this is a real opportunity for Lindsey Harding as she continues to explore her dreams of being a head coach in the NBA.
I hope so too, man. I hope so too. And maybe I'm being a little naive with the whole situation, but I feel like it is genuine. I feel like Charlotte is really giving it a look. Now, is she the leader in the clubhouse or anything else like that? I'm not.
You know what bothers me about it is the way Woj writes about it. When because Woj didn't write about Jordy this way or any of the other coaching candidates, but there was a big write-up and a strong push for Lindsey, and it felt a lot like what they did with Becky, and I think it was Shams who was like, Becky's now gone further than any female candidate before.
Man, that's whack.
All right, man. All right. If true equality, in my opinion, in true, genuine, this is what we're doing, is the Charlotte Hornets are interviewing Jordy Fernandez, Lindsey Harding, Kenny Atkinson, whoever else is on the list. I don't know. She's a name on a list of coaches, but we're still at the stage where, oh, look, they're interviewing a woman.
Yeah.
And we want you to know they're interviewing her.
Right.
And it's like, all right.
Yeah.
All right.
If
it's genuine, salute.
Right.
But
And
at some point, these coaches are just going to be names on a list of coaches.
And even if, she's not the favorite in here, but they're really like, hey, let's see what she has to say and see how this goes or whatever the case may be. And they may come out of that saying, we really like her, but we don't like her more than the favorite. Them giving a genuine look and a genuine opportunity, her actually being able to go through that process, I think it benefits her and everybody else, just as long as, like you said, it's not for Woj to get tweets out or Shams to get tweets out. If they're really,
I don't think it's the tweets. I think
the
it's
story, the
I think
look,
it's the
all that other
organization.
stuff,
Yeah, I think it's organizations and maybe to a certain degree it's agents, like getting those stories out. Like, hey, look what we're doing. And when in Woj's perspective, this isn't a knock. It's just the game they play.
Yeah.
Woj, you can see from the podcast and a lot of the news that he gets and a lot of his slants, take a look at James Harden. It comes from an organizational perspective. And that's what I thought the stuff about Lindsey was. Like, it was a organizational prop up.
Speaking of Woj, did you get a chance to listen to him and Sabonis?
I did not.
I
didn't get to listen
coming
yesterday.
in. It's fine. It's not anything we haven't heard, but it's good to see Sabonis on that stage. You know what I mean? And get on that platform and with a guy like Woj and hearing him speak about the game. I mean, Sabonis is pretty soft-spoken as is. So it was more of that, but it was good to see him get that type of publicity, get that type of love. And Woj had kind of brought up the question, and Sabonis didn't go in on it or whatever, but he was like, about him being an all-star. And he was like, man, you're a 3-time all-star, and ironically, in probably your best season, you didn't make the all-star game. And he said, the fans are one thing, but were you a little surprised that the coaches, didn't select you. And like I said, Sabonis
Did Domas say, well, Woj, that's like talking about politics. You can't talk about that.
He did not say that. He should have, but he didn't say that. But I thought it was a good question. I thought it was a good acknowledgement maybe from Woj to be like, it's kind of surprising that the coaches didn't get you on there. So I heard more all NBA talk earlier today too. And
I'm seeing in the chat who it was from. Why are you being vague? Who'd you hear it from?
Oh, it was from Simmons and Russillo. I don't know why I'm saying it. I'm just, I didn't want to dive all the way in because we about to dive out. But yeah.
Hey, don't dive in when you can. What's the tweet? Why dive in when you can? Oh, wait a minute. We got a flag on the play.
What I do?
Flag on the play. Jesse says there is no diving on this show.
That is ridiculous.
We'll come back. We'll talk to our man Will Z here about tonight's game against the Oklahoma City Thunder when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, that was awful. Terrible. I don't know why y'all listen to Bill Simmons, man. I do not know why y'all listen to that dude. He just doesn't do it for me. I just don't. I always thought Bill was a good writer, but when he talks, I just do not give a shit what that man says. All right. Give them all oranges. Best time of the day, these damn oranges. Grantland was good. You're right, Drew Down. Grantland was definitely good. Yes, Al J is with us. About a little over a half hour or so. Will.
What's up, Damien?
With his Dope Ones gear on. What's up, man?
This is probably my most commented shirt. Whenever I wear it to games, gets a lot of comments. Rightfully so. It's a great
That's
shirt.
a good one. That's one of his originals.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of the, when I ordered my first shirt from him, we connected on social media when we first met, and he sent me that shirt as a gift.
Nice. I'm nervous for tonight.
Me too, man.
Yeah.
We went over so many scenarios that are all okay if the Kings win.
Yeah.
And if they don't, nothing. It just sucks.
Also, sorry if you guys were looking for numbers earlier. I heard you throwing around the record against certain percentages. So if you're throwing out signals,
oh no,
earlier.
Will. Today was a slow ass day, man. We had a tough time planning the show. We had time to kill. That was all spontaneous.
Yeah, nice. That's hard when there's.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's hard when there's no NBA games to talk about.
Yeah, now everything is going to be super meaningful.
Yeah.
Aldrin J, a couple quick things on Raw. I like the main event. I like they set up Jay and didn't go with Drew. I like they keep the Drew Punk thing going. I thought it was a decent show. I had to flip through it quite a bit. Obviously nothing shocking in it. Thought that opening hour was interesting, but it set up an obvious Cody Rock angle. I thought the thank you Roman chant was really interesting. Like, he might accidentally come back as a babyface. Like, if he's gone long enough, he could come back and be a babyface. He'd have to beat Cody's ass like within 10 seconds to make sure everyone knows he's a heel. But overall, I thought it was a decent show. I have no idea. I have absolutely no clue. No clue. I just hate The Rock walking around with that stupid belt. Yeah, Zay, that was pretty funny too. I didn't know this until a couple of months ago. Maybe not even that long ago. Used to be blueberries, but now oranges are my favorite fruit. Oranges have now.
Oranges.
Huh?
I always forget about oranges because it's such a hassle.
Yes.
I mean, not that much, but
Yeah.
I mean, compared to like blueberries,
it kind of is.
Yeah.
But it
So
is
good.
it is taken it's my new number one seed.
And a stunning turn of events. Remember how I like blueberry flavored things, but I didn't like blueberries?
Yes.
I like blueberries now.
Wow, look
Welcome
at that.
to the team.
Look at that. Look
All
at
we had to
that.
do was bully you into it.
My daughter loves blueberries, so every now and then I, messing around. Hey, feed me my blueberries. She feed me. I think that's pretty damn good.
We're coming back, Will. Jesse just sent us a weird Roman Reigns tweet. I don't know what's happening in this video. Is there audio to it? No, he appears to be.
I saw that.
He appears to be
IG.
walking on a treadmill and snarling at the camera.
And
yesterday I mourned. Today is day one.
Yeah, he's letting you know I'm still here. I ain't going nowhere.
Okay.
I'll be gone for a little bit, but I ain't going nowhere.
Okay. All right.
Roman. Thank you, Roman.
And thank you, Will Z. Will Z is here with us now as we gear up.
Thank you, Will Z.
Oh, that works
There
too.
it is.
That's they bring signs to. That's the next thing is we'll start Raw. We'll start WWE style chants at live shows at Sky River.
Incredible.
Somebody on the blackjack table like, what the hell is going on?
Starting a "This is awesome" chant inside 32 Bruce Street.
Oh, they'll do it too.
Maybe the
Yeah, I
other
know
one,
they will.
the holy.
Oh, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't put Jesse in that position. Don't do that. Let's stick with the PG chants. We're PG era of D'Lo and KC at Sky River. Will Z with us. Bring Will on camera. The first thing Will says, I'm nervous about tonight. Kings got a 2-1 advantage in the 3 games so far this year, Will. But what do the numbers tell us about the Sacramento Kings and the Oklahoma City Thunder?
Yeah, so here's why I'm nervous. The Thunder are, as we all know, they're very good on offense. They third most points in the league, 119.8, and they shoot the heck out of the ball from 3, 38.9%. In the last 10 games, the Kings have only eclipsed the 119 point mark one time. They've only passed one. They've been under 110 for 9 of the last 10 games.
Wow.
And it's I don't know if they can keep up with the Thunder scoring. For reference, everyone's talking about the defense and how great it is, and it's like, yes, we're finally an above average defense, but I don't think people have realized how much the offense is struggling. For some perspective, in the same 10-game span, the Kings are shooting 43.8% from the field. For reference, the Blazers are at 44.2%, and the Grizzlies are at 43.6%. Those are the bottom 2 teams, and the Kings are right in between them. Those are season numbers. So it's just they're struggling to score. And I think that's we're seeing them shift identities on the fly because of the injuries and become a defensive first team. And against a team like the Thunder, I just don't know if that's the best recipe for success. Again, all that said, they could come out and go like 22 or 40 from 3 and win. But it just makes me a little nervous.
Nah, it's understandable, man.
That was the tough part. Didn't they score? I'm sure I can look really quick. Didn't they score like 60 points in the first half? They did. They scored 60 points in the first half against the Knicks, and then wound up finishing with 109. Because I remember thinking in the first half, all right, like that offense is clicking. Like it's a good look, but it doesn't feel like they can sustain it for a 48-minute game anymore. I don't know if that's the absence of Malik and Kevin, and if it is, it's perfectly fair, or if it started before that, because we've been questioning their offense at different times for sure this season.
Yeah, I think it's Herter and Monk going down, not only their scoring alone, but them working off of and with Sabonis in the two-man game. I wrote an article on this over the weekend, how Monk and Herter have assisted like 46% of Sabonis's assisted field goals. So like they were the ones primarily giving Sabonis his good looks inside. You get a lot of those from Fox as well, but you don't have players that can come in and replicate the passing to Sabonis and get him those, like the Monk with a little pocket pass or Herter off the dribble handoff action. It's just that's really hard to replicate with Davion and Keon and Colby Jones and whoever's coming in with those minutes.
So and I see the same things. Now you're the numbers guy, right? So numbers wise, are there things outside of the actual scoring number that are down? Like, are they getting to the free throw line less than they were before the Monk and Herter injuries? Are they is their 3-point percentage down? Because it feels like it's just harder to score, but is it because they're missing shots or they're not getting the same opportunities, in your opinion?
So I think you'll like this one, Kenny. This is a really interesting one. Same 10-game time frame. The Kings are averaging 23.8 wide open threes. For reference, the Pacers lead the league at 23 per game. So that number's gone up. They're making them at a 41.6% clip. The Celtics lead the league at 41.7. So they're getting more open threes, wide open threes, and hitting them at a better clip. But other aspects of their offense, I have to look at the numbers and like the free throws, like you said, but it's other areas where they're falling a little short. I don't know kind of why that is. I'd have to take some time and really look at the numbers, but I think Sabonis struggling in the paint a little bit more. Teams are just collapsing on Fox, I think, more when he drives, or they're just missing shots that they made earlier in the season.
Is that would you characterize that as the main issue, or maybe one of the main issues of what's going on with De'Aaron offensively? He had the one big game against Boston, but outside of that, it feels like, and you've been using a 10-game sample size, I think with De'Aaron, you could probably stretch it out a little bit further. It feels like he has not been that dominant scorer that he was earlier this season.
Yeah, and it's tough because if you look at his shooting splits by area on the season, he's shooting 66.1% in the restricted area. Last year, he was at 76.5. In the floater area, he's at a little back and forth. 52 point. Nope, that's last year still. Come on, update. Man, I swear the NBA site sometimes is just.
Sometimes
rough.
they conspire against you, Will. That's all.
Yeah.
But you persevere. You always rise on.
So the big one is
Will gets
floater areas
nervous that
about
it's not moving fast enough, as if we don't have all day to do this. We've got all day, Will. We're
Good
kicking.
point. I had a Red Bull this afternoon, so I'm like, let's go. Like, come
Turn
on.
all the way up.
Yeah.
Will gonna be tweeting a mile a minute tonight when that game starts.
Yeah. No, but the big one is the mid-range. So on the season, he's down to 37.3% from the mid-range. Last year, he was at 47%. So, and that's where we saw, I think, the Knicks game where he just missed a lot of floaters, a lot of mid-range shots. He's missing that shot. 37 is pretty low for the volume that he has from mid-range. So I think it shows two things. One, he was so good last year everywhere. Like he was one of the best, I think 16th best restricted area field goal percentage in the league. And that's among big men. He was career high in the floater area and then knocked down the mid-range as well. So when you kind of take those little bits away from all three spots, it compounds and it builds. And it's just, I don't know why he isn't hitting at the same clip, but it's definitely something that I've noticed as a trend this year.
Have you seen any change in Sabonis's numbers as of late? It seems like he hasn't. You know, and I don't think they've been as good as they've been or they were earlier in the season. Some of that is Malik and Herter not being there. Some of it is, you know, it's been a long season for those guys, and they've, you know, they've got a lot on their back, and they might be starting to wind down just a little bit and get run down just a little bit. But have you seen any change in his numbers since the Monk injury?
Yeah, his efficiency's gone down as well. Pull up his game logs. Because that was the main thing with Sabonis was all year. Like he's not averaging a crazy amount of points, but he's doing it at a really high clip. He is in the 60% range for so long. But if you look at his field goal percentages, 50%, 46.2, 53.8, 47.1, 50, 50, 30, 60 on 3 of 5, 50, and just like he's struggling inside as well. And we saw in the beginning of the season, he kind of struggled. He hit this point where he was hitting like 83% of his looks at the rim, and now it's gone back down. Again, I don't know if that's just defenses playing them differently without Monk, his looks not being as good, or if he's just in a bit of a funk.
Well, what do we got tonight for a swing stats, Will? Because whatever it is,
sorry, I feel like I'm bringing everyone down.
Well, no, it's not that. I think we're all like you. I think everyone's nervous for the game. Like there's 4 games left. They all matter. They only do they matter, they mean a ton. There's no room for bad first halves, bad final 5 minutes. There's no room for any of that anymore. The Kings got to find a way to win games over the course of the next 6 days. And then if they don't, well, starting Sunday, we'd have a mentality shift. Well, they got to win 1 or they got to win 2 or whatever the case may be. And you want to root for top 6 while at the same time, you're like, okay, they're going to play in the postseason. You don't want them to play 2 postseason games. And you sure as hell don't want them to play the Lakers or the Warriors. So there's just so many different emotions going into this final stretch of the season. And it starts tonight against a really, really good Oklahoma City team that's not in this cluster. You got a back-to-back coming up on Thursday with this the cluster of teams that you're fighting with. This is a team trying to get the 1 seed who you've matched up pretty well against, but you know, we've established your shooting guard depth is shot.
So the good thing about the Thunder is that their weakness matches up with the strength of the Kings, and that's rebounding. So the Thunder are probably the worst rebounding team in the league, definitely among contenders. 39.2 rebounds per game, that's 3rd fewest in the league. 8.8 offensive rebounds, that's 2nd fewest. And they give up 11.8 offensive rebounds for 15.5 second chance points per game. Those are both 2nd most in the league. If you look back at the Kings' 3 games against them this year, in the 2 games the Kings won the second chance point battle 22-12 and 23-6. So by a wide margin in both. In the game they lost, the Kings still won 11-9, but that's not close enough. A 2-point win there isn't really enough to make up for the Thunder's 3-point shooting. So that means tonight swing stat is second chance points. I think they need to dominate that stat. It goes along with the Kings if they're feeling. That's the nice thing about offensive rebounds is you don't have to shoot particularly well. I think that they can, even if they don't shoot super well, get those second looks. And Sabonis himself just go out, dominate the offensive boards, and go to work.
Yeah, like I said, I'm nervous for this game. And we started off the show talking about confidence level for this team, and these guys are playing hard. And love what I see from Kobe Jones, Keon Ellis, all these guys that are trying to step up in the absence of Herter and Monk, and Keegan Murray's doing what he can, but it's just their lack of offense lately is really concerning to me.
Yeah.
Really concerning. I know the defense has gotten better, and that's what everybody looks forward to. But sometimes I'm just out there and I'm like, well, where are the points going to come from? Right?
Yeah. I'll be really interested. Oh, sorry. If you got to go for break.
No, you're good. You're good.
I'll be really interested to see how they guard Shea as well. If they blitz or double team a lot. since that went so
blitz.
poorly last time.
Don't blitz.
Yeah.
Or the biggest thing is don't do the same thing over and
Yeah.
over again. Give them different
Mhm.
looks.
So I'll be looking at that on how they choose to defend the Thunder. So we'll see.
Well, we appreciate you, man. We'll see you. We'll see you Thursday. Got a lot of
Looking forward
basketball
to
to
it.
talk about this week, and hopefully it gets off to a good start tonight, man.
Let's do it.
All right.
Thanks, guys.
Will.
Appreciate
Have a
you.
good one.
Our man Will Z. Make sure you check out the Zcast across Will's social media platforms. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRX QHD2 Sacramento ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app. You look at these numbers over the course of the month of April. 109, 109, 100, and 107. Those are the numbers that the Sacramento Kings have put up on the offensive end. 2 of those were in wins, but still, you stretch it out one more day, you can get a 127 in there against the Utah Jazz. But then you go back to 103, 96, 109, 102, and then you have a couple of big numbers against the Raptors and the Grizzlies. It doesn't feel like what there was a stretch of. It's like the issues that have plagued this team that we have discussed at some point in the season are all to a certain degree still there. Like you go back to the beginning of the season, and again, we can preface every conversation with Malik Monk and Kevin Huerter are gone. I think everyone knows that. We don't have a choice but to talk about the team that's in front of us, right? The story is their shooting guards are gone. We can acknowledge that. But we can also acknowledge the fact we go back to the beginning of the season, we had concerns about their offense. And there was a stretch where you're looking at that 120, you're looking at that 118, you're looking at shoot as high as 130, and you're like, oh, they're good. Okay, it's back. All right, well, now we're back to the point where it's like, man, what happened to the Kings offense? We talked about free throw shooting at different times throughout the season. We're watching them miss free throws again this year. Just some, and De'Aaron Fox, starts the season white hot, cools down a little bit, heats back up, cools down a little bit. And he's kind of in the cool down stage. And if he wants to be in the cool down stage this week, that's fine. Get hot next week. Because this team's season ends next week if De'Aaron Fox is scoring 20 points. Yeah. It's over. And if a team game plans and sets up De'Aaron to score 20 points in a game, it's over. They're not going to survive a play-in game that way. I don't think they survived this week that way. It's unfair to put that all on De'Aaron, but it's kind of the way that it has to be. That doesn't mean Keegan still has to, and I think Keegan is, you mentioned this a minute ago, he's been stepping up. You asked when Malik went out, demanded when Malik went out for him to get those shot attempts up. Mm-hmm. For the most part, that's what he's done. Yeah. We'll leave Harrison out of this conversation, but
keep moving.
Look around at, Kobe Jones and some of the other guys that Trey Lyles in particular. Yeah, Trey. Malik goes down, Trey Lyles gets back in the lineup, and it's like, okay.
Trey he's playing with a certain level of intensity since he's come back.
It's almost like okay, I'll do it. I got it.
Yeah.
I got it.
Yeah, he's not just looking for things to happen. He's getting after it. I love the way he's come back and play, and especially with Malik Monk going down. So, yeah, need more of that.
Yeah, and then you get stuck on, man, imagine if Trey and Malik played together. Like, man, imagine how good the second unit would be, because Trey has just been so good in his return, and it's just one of those things where, he has to be. Keon's still been really good on the defensive end. But he's probably only going to provide you so much. It doesn't mean he's bad on the offensive end. It means he's probably only going to provide you so much on the offensive end. It's going to take everyone, just about everyone, in a Kings uniform to get a win tonight. Yes. And again, cut this, run it back on Thursday, because the same is going to be true Thursday. The same is going to be true Friday.
All hands on deck, man. Everybody's got to step up. Everybody's got to step up. The last road game of the season.
Yep.
The last road trip of the
those season. Last road games of the season, KC, they could be tough.
They're almost like the first road game of the season.
Yep, and those are tough. Or the last game of a road trip, or the first game of a road trip, or that damn middle game of the road trip, man. They could be tough.
Yeah, it's got to be
pretty much a built-in loss here when it's the last road game of the
pretty
season.
much built-in loss. You got to you've got to make sure that everybody's locked into the task at hand. Everybody got to be locked into the task at hand. You can't have anybody thinking about anything other than coming out of there with a victory by any means necessary. And one of the things I mean by that is, look, if it calls for De'Aaron to shoot the ball 30 times, 31 times tonight, and that's what you got to do to bring him home.
Yep.
That's what you got to do.
It. Yep.
Ain't no thing.
Yep.
Keegan, if you got to put up 25 shots or whatever and you feel like you're shooting too much, you're not shooting enough.
Yep.
All right. Got to have everybody stepping up to get a W. That's the most, I don't care how it gets done. I don't care if it's 125, the 123. I don't care if it's 95 to 93. Get a win. This is everything that this team has asked for to have this opportunity. It's right there in front of you. Go home, get that W, man.
Yeah, you can take steps this week to Charlotte and Detroit and Washington and all of that stuff we talked about earlier. You take steps this week to that never being brought up again. Because in the end, if you get to the playoffs and you lose in 4, none of those games matter.
Yeah.
You get to the play-in, you win, you advance, you lose in 4. You win the championship, whatever. You get to the postseason, the actual playoffs, 7-4, 275 win percent. None of that stuff matters anymore. The 2 9-game losing streaks matter because you missed the playoffs. Right. Those are brought up to this day, partially tongue-in-cheek, but they're brought up today because you missed the playoffs. If you had 2 9-game losing streaks in a season and wound up, being in a not yet existed playing spot, I don't care. It doesn't matter. You can eliminate all of that. The ups and downs, the free throw shooting, the this, the that. You can eliminate all of that. But it almost certainly has to start tonight.
Yeah. We talked about a number of different times. They can get this.
Unless the Clippers and the Blazers win, then maybe it doesn't have
right.
to start tonight.
But even then, that feels like a missed opportunity. Right? Like
absolutely.
Like, man, you had an opportunity.
That was Boston, right? Didn't a couple of things go the Kings' way the night they lost to Boston? Or maybe it was New York.
Night.
Oh, okay.
Maybe New York too, but the next
it was one of those 2 games where it was like, oh man. Shoot. Because with both games, you obviously I feel a little bit different, but you had the 20-point lead against New York. And then obviously the Celtics game came down, to Kobe Jones getting punched in the face.
Yeah. Just smacked.
Yeah.
Last 2-minute report though.
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah, it was a good
Very
call.
nice.
It was not a good call, but our bad.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys.
What we had to do.
Yeah.
Much like my record in pocket watching. Doesn't matter. My record's 8-12.
No, you actually got it the other way around. Your record when I'm gone doesn't matter. It's not real.
What are you talking about? The season still goes on.
Look,
when Adam Silver's on vacation,
hey,
it still goes on.
I'm the final boss. Me and the board members will get together and determine what all of these exhibition games that took place when I wasn't here.
Sanctioned fights.
Sanctioned by who?
Sanctioned by the other people that were involved.
I wasn't here. How could it be sanctioned?
Hey!
Did anyone flag thrown? By the way, Jesse's not on camera, so I can't.
Challenge flag.
So Jesse's calling a challenge.
That's challenge overruled. Keep playing.
Was music played?
Yes.
Who pressed the music?
No, not all the time. Not all the time. Against Kyle, you hit it, didn't you?
Pause. Okay.
Well, yeah. Kyle, you hit it.
Come on, man.
Kyle hit it when you did. I have no control over the board.
Oh, hey, man. Music was played. Let's just stop with that question right there. You were looking to see if music was played. Music was played. It was sanctioned. It was ready to go.
So
12, man.
So here's the thing. You're not paying attention. You got all of these non-sanctioned victories, and you're saying you're 8-12. The fact is, if all of these exhibition matchups that are happening against these tomato cans out there.
Oh damn, Kyle. Oh man.
You're 10-12.
See, I don't know. Sure, I'm 10-12.
You have because you have the Jason Jones game, which I don't count.
Well, you
Then you have the one versus me, which I don't count.
Good. 10-12, 2 games under 500. I'm about to do work, baby. I'm on my way to 500, above 500 coming soon. You heard it here.
Swear to God, I can't take a single day off.
Yeah, Glow.
We'll come back. I was so excited to talk to Jason Jones. I almost asked him to come on yesterday. Jason Jones of The Athletic.
The professor.
That boy was working last week.
Man.
He joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Ducks. Hey, man, if they're in the NBA, it counts. Or actually, we have numbers. It's the PWL.
If
they're in the PWL, it works.
I like it. I'm with it.
Jay Cliff, I've been seeing the comments. Jay Cliff, my dude. I didn't say you were wrong last week. I didn't have any problem with them blitzing Luka at the end of the game and getting the ball out of his hands and making Exum shoot the ball. I didn't have any problem with that. My issue with the blitzing was number one. You got to mix it up. Once they figured some things out and they made adjustments, you gotta figure it out and make some corrections to that. So you blitz sometimes, 2 times down, you switch, another 2-3 times down, you hedge, then maybe you come back with the blitz. It's about switching it up. With the Mavericks game in that fourth quarter, yeah, I'm not letting Kyrie and Luka beat me. If Dante Exum beats me, tip my hat, which is what you got to do. But I'm not letting Kyrie and Luka go one-on-one. Not doing that. Yeah, but Jay Cliff, the problem was he was like 1 of 4 in that situation late in the game. He hit that one, but the fact that the Kings didn't score on any of those other possessions is what hurt them just as much as Exum hitting that shot. So Exum has been cool or whatever, but who you want? Exum or Luka taking that shot? Exum, you pick your poison. It's not about any strategy being bulletproof. It's about what can you live with. I can't live with Kyrie. You saw Kyrie did the Jokic left-handed from damn near the top of the key, left-hand floater. Like I'm not letting that man shoot. He can hit any shot in the world. Same with Luka. If Dante Exum hits a wide open 3 for me to lose, I can deal with that more than just saying, well, let me just let Kyrie and Luka go one-on-one. Not doing that. Not doing that. No, you Luka and Kyrie are gonna find the open guy regardless. We just disagree though. I mean, I'm not letting Luka and them go one-on-one. For Dante Exum is good. He ain't been goddamn Malik Monk this year. Dante Exum hits a shot. I'll tip my hat. And like I said, in that situation, he went 1 for 3. But we also agree that you can't just do the same thing all game long. That's what happened against the Knicks. Also, just in case y'all didn't know, Jay Cliff be having them seats.
I heard.
Jay Cliff be down there. He be down there.
Jay Cliff be calling the defenses from what I hear.
He does.
What time is the game? 6? Is it 6 or 5?
I think it's 5. 5 o'clock.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, Sal, calm down. I saw the video. Of course, Ruckus. That's how Casey knows Jay Cliff got those seats. He's got the seat right next to him.
That's cap.
KC was sitting next to Gucci Lady.
Wow. It's even more cap from Jay Cliff. That was take like 2-0.
Well,
it's not even close.
That Drake gifted him.
Not even
Hey,
close.
thanks for having my back with that idiot you work with, bro. Here's a jacket. Also, help me write these rhymes for my next track.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
King's got a 6% shot, huh? 6% shot at the 6th spot.
There's the math.
Yeah, no, I'm 6% shot. Damn. Some of that real sticky, icky. Oh, wee.
No, Keegan's not going to step his shoe game up because he's with Adidas.
Hi, L. Duncan. I hope you're having a fantastic day. Our man Jason Jones of The Athletic going to join us here in just a heartbeat. My man he dropped some work over there on The Athletic last week leading into WrestleMania, man. Excited to talk to him. Just looked up at the TV. They were doing odds for teams making the playoffs and to get some of these open playoff spots. The Sacramento Kings with just a 6% chance to get a top 6 seed. They're going to have to defy the odds to secure themselves a playoff spot without going through the play-in. And I know that's a conversation that we're probably going to have next week, just numbers-wise. The odds say the Kings are going to be in the play-in. But I'm not down on the idea of them winning a play-in game.
I'm not
I just
either.
would really prefer they don't have to.
And I've heard what you had to say about playing at home. These with having others there, not having a Malik there to be with you, I think it might benefit them a little bit to be at home.
You're probably right.
I understand why you
right.
say what you say. I don't get it twisted. I understand.
I can change my mind tonight. If they come out and play well against Oklahoma City or come out and play bad against Oklahoma City, I could, road game might not be so bad. Or, man, the Kings need to play at home. As you outlined the Clippers and Jazz games, the last 2 games they played at home.
But once again, the good thing about all of this is, you still have an opportunity. You don't necessarily control your own destiny. I don't want to say it like that, but you go out there, you got games to win. If you can win those games, everything that you're trying to do, whether it's 6 seed or 7-8 or anything, is right there for you. Yeah. That's better than, I know they're eliminated now, but like Houston, right? Like Houston needed to win and like a bunch of people to lose to even get anywhere close.
Well, Houston was damn near at the point where they couldn't lose again.
Right.
And there were a ton of games left where it was like, all right, just win your next 11 in a row.
Right.
And you'd already won like 10, so then you'll get in there.
Right.
So,
you got an opportunity. And like I said, I'm not like super, I want to say looking forward to, but I'm a little nervous about tonight's game.
Yeah.
But if they mess around and win tonight, that would be a huge win for this huge week.
Yep. And it'll be really fun to enjoy tomorrow. before we go back to being nervous on Thursday.
Super nervous.
Yeah, see, we're gonna go. So that's the crazy part. They win tonight. We might not even be nervous Thursday. We might be sick.
Well, no, think about it like this. They can't do anything this week to make us not nervous.
Nope.
They win the first
Nothing.
3 games. What, we not nervous on Sunday?
Yeah, no,
Even
absolutely
though I say
not.
they're gonna beat the Blazers, but we're gonna be crazy nervous.
You said it with your chest too.
They're gonna beat the Blazers, but they say they finally beat the Pelicans on Thursday. What we gonna be feeling on Friday afternoon?
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna be honest with you too. If they lose tonight, I don't know that I want them beating the Pelicans on Thursday.
Oh, you want to save that
just in case? Just in case. Wait, is that 5-0? Is that 6-0? What is it?
That would be 5.
It would be 5.
Yeah.
You sure?
Yeah, because they played them 3 times, and then the playing game is 4.
Okay.
So if they beat them,
so this would be the 5th.
Yeah.
If they lose tonight, let them have 5. Let them have 5. I'm taking a look here. I was actually looking for it. There they are. Anthony Davis listed as questionable. LeBron James listed as questionable. LeBron listed as questionable with flu-like symptoms. Anthony Davis, left eye.
Flu game.
No, may very well be. May very well be.
And I can't remember. What did we say? Who just on the surface, what are we looking for today with Lakers Warriors? I think we're looking for.
I can't remember what we decided.
Because then it became circumstantial.
Well, no, it was circumstantial. If the Kings win,
we want the Warriors.
We'd want the Warriors to win because it kind of separates the two groups again.
Yeah.
If the Kings win and the Lakers win, we just go through this all again on Thursday.
If the Kings lose, do we want the?
I want. Where is the game at? Crypto or Chase? I want it to explode. I want the arena to explode. I'm not trying to see the Lakers in the play-in, Jason. Not trying to.
I'm just enjoying the conversation because, things were all good like a month ago.
They were.
And they're not good now, Jason.
Now this is a completely different conversation.
They lost 2 to Dallas and everything changed.
And they lost their 2 guard, both of them.
Well, they lost the depth chart.
They got roster player. They're looking for roster player 99 or something now to play 2 guard. It's just, like I said, one thing they avoided last year was the major injury.
Mm-hmm.
And the major injury hit them at the absolute worst time of the year this time.
Yeah.
Do you feel like Malik Monk was like the one player they couldn't lose because they didn't at least it felt like have someone that could replace what he brings to the table?
I mean, you mean outside of De'Aaron and Sabonis?
Yeah.
Okay. Because you don't have anyone who can duplicate that in really any shape or form or fashion. You're not going to bring Davion off the bench and say, go get me 20.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to ask Keon Ellis or Chris Duarte or anybody else. You can't, to be a scorer and playmaker the way and explosive as Malik is. Yeah. Because I was like, after Fox and Sabonis, I would say he's probably right up there as guys you just can't replace right now.
So everyone's nervous going into this Oklahoma City game tonight. Of course, the looming prospects of a play-in, the looming prospects of a play-in potentially versus the Los Angeles Lakers and the Golden State Warriors is ahead as well. Lakers are playing really well right now. As someone who watches that team really closely, do you think they could do what they did last year?
I think depending on who you draw that first round, yeah. I mean, so much of a playoff run is just sometimes just luck of the draw and who you play.
Yeah.
I know people will be like, well, that team didn't have, that hard of a run. I'm like, hey, you play who's in front of you. And I've never seen a team apologize after they win a series and go, you know what? I wish it was a harder team in front of us. You take what you get and you run with it. So, I don't think anyone, if you look at that bottom, who's 7 right now? Is it Phoenix or New Orleans?
New Orleans.
It changes like every other day, it feels like, but I think if you're one of the top 2 seeds, you see any of the 7 through 10, you're not going, yeah, that's the team I really want. Like even a couple of years ago when you were the 1 seed and you got Memphis, you're thinking, okay, this is a young team, John, those guys had never been there before, but you're potentially looking at getting Sabonis and Fox in the first round. If you're Denver, you've had problems with that. You're looking at getting LeBron and AD. If you're Oklahoma City, you've had problems with that. I mean, there's just not who wants to deal with KD, Beal, and Devin Booker in the first. I mean, there's or getting the New Orleans can be so up and down, but if they're rolling, who wants to deal? I mean, this is crazy.
They're going to have to get rolling because they are not right now. Like,
that's why I'm always skeptical of them. I mean, like I said, a month ago they were looking different, and now they're kind of going. Yeah, they're going through the up and down thing. So yeah, it's going to be a interesting next 7 days.
And look, one of the teams that I hate the absolute most, I can't deny what they're doing. Maybe the hottest team in the West is the Dallas Mavericks. I mean, they are cooking.
Yeah,
they figured something out with Kyrie and Luka, PJ Washington, Dante Exum, Daniel Gafford. Like, these guys are producing right now.
Yeah, and where did they dig up Dante Exum? I mean, it's sometimes when you get on a roll, it's a matter of finding a guy like that. You're not paying Dante Exum $20 million.
Right.
Yeah, I remember a few years ago, it was like, man, only if the Kings could draft Dante Exum, they'll have their point guard for the future.
That was crazy.
Well, all right.
And it feels like Dante's bounced around for a while.
Yeah, I think he was out of the league for a little bit.
Yeah, some of this, it's just right time. Some of the guys they're playing, like, who would ever thought, getting Derek Jones Jr. in your starting lineup, and getting a guy from the Wizard and a guy from the Hornets, you'd say, okay, now we're rolling. Or you could be Milwaukee saying, let's go ahead and put Pat Bev in the starting lineup to get a spot.
Well, they have a whole other host of issues.
Well, look, we need a spark. We're going to go out there. We need a spark. We got to turn things around. It's just one of those things. You got to look at the roster.
When my man said, I looked at the equipment manager on the road, I was like, oh, come on.
Oh,
my man hit that. I'm like, man, my man packing up the gears, catching strays in the post game. He's like, man, all I did was get the dirty laundry. What did I do?
So the thing about that is we haven't really talked about it. There are some rumblings now and from people that like aren't shock jocks or hot take artists or whatever, they're like, Giannis is gone.
Didn't he want Adrian Griffin gone?
Yeah.
And sometimes you get what you ask for.
Yeah. Then you ask out.
This is why you don't talk to players about coaching hires.
Yeah. I mean,
don't do it. This is why.
You don't fire a coach who's 30 and 13.
Everybody was upset with Adrian.
Well, that's true too.
Yeah, but
Bobby Portis beat him up one time. Like, it was pretty bad.
Yeah, but even still, I mean, if you're going to make that move, you can't be basically a below 500 team since that move. Yeah. I don't think anyone. I mean, I didn't think this would happen to him.
I still think they're going to the Eastern Conference Finals.
I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know which Milwaukee team shows up. The one that can't stop D'Angelo Russell, or Jaren Jackson Jr., or the one that looks good. I don't know who shows up with them.
Well, I know.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Dame is just at home board. Dame is just at home board. Like, oh, this is a fun city.
Miserable.
Poor Dame. Dame watching. Dame like KC. He just sitting around watching boxing videos. Dame might be watching the 13th round as we speak.
He might be. What up, Dame?
That reminds me when Rondo was in SEC. I said, what you doing your free time? He's like, man, I just watch Netflix.
Oh, all right. Thanks, Rondo. So congratulations on Rondo, who announced his retirement. And shout out to everyone who didn't know.
Had no clue.
That Rondo wasn't. I thought he was retired.
Had no clue.
It's always weird when a guy left the league for like 2 or 3 years and they're like, oh, yeah, are you coming back? He's like, no. And they're like, then it becomes like breaking news. He announced his retirement. It's like, what kind of knew Rondo wasn't coming back?
We need to really chill with the term breaking news at this point.
Yeah. It's he said on a podcast. Okay. All right.
Giannis Antetokounmpo declined his extension, or he declined his player option, signed a brand new extension, has 4 short years left on his current deal.
That's easy to move. Dame just moved.
Warrior fans doing that Birdman thing, trying to think, oh yeah, if he's unhappy. Remember they had the Greek night for him and everything.
48.7, 55.4, 58.6, and 62.9.
Well, the Warriors about to be broke because they're going to re-sign Clay.
Well, Clay said he's going to do it at a reasonable price. Or he didn't say that. He's like, oh, I got to worry about my mental health. Orlando might be calling.
Yeah.
Orlando trying to poach every two guard in the
Yeah, every time a player says I'm gonna do it at a reasonable price, I'm like, he's gone.
He didn't say that. I got to take other things into account.
Yeah, like the money, as he should.
And I think Joe Lacob will pay him what he's looking for.
Well, if Joe gonna look awfully funny if he don't,
and he gonna look funny if he do.
Well, he's set a precedent for looking funny for doing it.
Yeah.
It's gonna look really funny if he doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what they do. I don't know what they do now. I mean, if you bring him back at a crazy amount of money, do you really want to have all that money tied up into a playing team?
I mean, maybe going to the play-in for Steph Curry's next 3-4, maybe that's good enough for them because I don't know how you get better.
Yeah, not with all those salaries. I mean,
you're relying on.
You hope someone takes Wiggins off your hands for a bunch of,
Well, that's probably as big as anything else as the Andrew Wiggins one.
But then when you do that, by the time Wiggins is coming off your books, now it's time to sign Kuminga, if that's what you want to do.
Mm-hmm.
Like the money just keeps revolving over and over. Klay Thompson, he hasn't been that bad this year. 17.6.
It's
for him. I mean, that's different, but 17.6, shooting 43%, 38% from three.
It doesn't matter. He's still better than the guy you just gave $100 million to.
Yeah.
Jason's Domino's partner. He's better than him.
Mm-hmm.
No matter, despite how many of Jason's colleagues write about how this massive turnaround by the Golden State Warriors has been spearheaded by Draymond Green, it's not.
Hey, shout out to my colleagues who are around the Warriors.
Shout out to all of them. Shout out to all of them, and shout out to Jason Jones because Jason was cooking last week. Jason was cooking last week. He dropped the Paul Heyman article. He dropped the Jey Uso article. Hey, I don't know who Chris is. Salute to Chris. You need to be at WrestleMania every year.
Yeah, I'll be there next year. It's just the timing didn't work out this year, but I'll be there next year. Yeah, it's our our numbers on the WrestleMania keep growing every year.
That's awesome.
And, being able to get, like I said, talking to Paul Heyman was like an education in the business. It was just so, and Jey Uso is just as cool as he seems on TV. So we had a lot of fun with that. I've had
number one contender Jey Uso, by the way.
That's right. Yeah. I mean, the WWE is cooking again. This is like This is the best role they've been on probably since the Attitude Era.
So you guys are right, but the situation, does it take a little hit real quick because they're cooking? Cody finished the story, but it looks like Seth is going to be gone off of TV for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Roman's going to be off TV for a while. Seems like The Rock is going to be off TV for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Does that take a little? Punk is still recovering. Does that take a little bit of? Is it a little bit of a hit to what they started cooking up?
I don't think so, because I think if Vince was still running things, it would be, because Vince's whole focus was these 3 or 4 guys. And one of the complaints a lot of us had was that, man, if you don't have these people on TV, you give us nothing good to watch. They've got so much to go through right now.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you got Cody, you're going to have, you got Drew the Drew McIntyre thing. You got so many different things going on where you finally feel like the roster is being used and it's not just 5 people every week.
Yeah. And we're talking about the women's division, and they're right. That women's division is cooking.
Yeah, it's on fire.
And then they're going to have their draft later this month, so you're probably going to get Carmelo and Trick up on the main roster, and so I think somebody I know that hit me on Facebook, they were like, they hadn't watched wrestling in years. They're like, this is like the most diverse looking group of superstars they've ever seen.
Yeah, you look at Damian Priest having that title, like that's a big deal.
Yeah, they were like, I don't remember it being this way. I'm like, yeah, this is different. And I think that, you know, it's amazing what getting a guy who's always getting accused of sexual, crimes or whatever out of your business, out of your company will do.
Well, yeah, there's that, and I don't want to discount that. It's also getting a guy who's like 80
Right.
out of the decision-making
Yeah.
process. Like how in tuned are you with what this audience wants to see? Like Hunter's like 55, he's like 50 years old or something, like maybe 51. Like he is a lot more in tune with this product. He's been working with the younger talent now probably for close to a decade. Like he is far more in sync with what the audience responds to than Vince McMahon probably ever was.
Yeah, and then you remember when he was running NXT, how much fun that show was compared to what was going on in the main. I mean, they were putting on better pay-per-views than the main roster.
Yeah.
And like I said, I mean, this diversity, not just, in terms of, gender, race, but just styles of matches.
Yeah.
I mean, Vince loves his, 6'4", 6'5", 200, there's a look in it, and then when it came to the women, what he like, he was going to get, the pretty girl and whatever he was going to do,
He was going to get the fitness model and try to make them a wrestler.
Mandy Rose.
Well, it literally worked once. Trish was a fitness model and she wanted to learn to wrestle and she became a fine enough wrestler.
Yeah.
But okay, well, we could do that with anybody.
Like, oh, she's pretty. Let's put her in the ring. It's like, no. And what Triple H said, then we're going to go to the NCAA. We're going to get athletes and put them in the ring. And I think when you watch the product, I mean, the stuff that Bianca does, the stuff that Tiffany Stratton, all of them are doing. We've come a long way from the TNA matches and the, loser
evening gown matches.
Yeah, the rip her shirt off matches. We've come a long way from that.
We can't forget to thank Shawn Michaels. Never forget to thank
Shawn Michaels.
No.
I want to look at Shawn Michaels' browser history. I want to see where exactly he's finding some of this NXT talent from. One thing I was hoping might go away is the brand split, because the brand split has never really truly been a brand split. We'll see now under the helm of Triple H if that changes a little bit. And I'm also curious what they do, because I think I read Cody will be on SmackDown Friday. What do you do next with him? Do you move him on completely from the bloodline, or do you go with what is a very, very easy transition to solo?
I don't know. I mean, I think that them doing the whole draft thing pretty soon allows you to do some things differently. Maybe you keep him on Raw. Maybe the bloodline ends up on, if you bring the bloodline to Raw with Cody, that means you bring Jimmy, you bring everyone to deal with Jay. Do you move Jay in the Judgment Day to Smack? There's, even when I talked to Jay, he said, isn't it kind of funny that he wears blue on Raw and Jimmy wears red on SmackDown? So he's, they've got a lot of different options. And one thing I wonder about is, how do you, even with the Judgment Day group, how do you ignore the fact that the fans love Rhea?
Yeah, that is kind of weird. That's tough.
It's like they're booing, and then it's like, oh, here comes Rhea, and they love Rhea. So I mean, I don't know how, they've got a lot of options now, and I trust the brain trust much more than I would have a year ago or 2 years ago, when you're like, okay, because remember, Vince would go away, we'd love the product, and then Vince would be like, things are going so good, I'm coming back. Like, oh, great. And all of a sudden, you would just see the difference.
If I remember correctly, Vince returned last year, the night after WrestleMania, and basically tore up the show.
Yeah. Yeah. Just tore, like, no, I don't like any of this. And you see all the people who they got rid of, all the talent they let walk over him, but that Sasha Banks and Naomi walked out on the entire thing. They quit in the middle of a show. So I just think I think overall it's been good for the business as you got some of those people spread around.
Say that again, because I don't want that to get lost.
Stephanie McMahon walked out on the entire thing.
She's like, I'm out.
She's like,
I'm giving up my blood right to this company.
Damn it, Dad, again? I mean, I couldn't imagine being his kids. Like, God, Dad, again.
I was
Like,
happy she came back. I was happy she walked out on Sunday because they showed her Friday, and she looked visibly nervous when Paul Heyman acknowledged her, and the crowd responded really favorably. And I was happy she walked out. Good for her.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, I mean, it's got to be kind of like a nerve-wracking situation for her because you think about it, you know, at least Shane has his sons playing college football. He's got a whole different thing when you see Shane, you know. You know, Linda kind of got hooked on to the MAGA Trump thing, and so people, you know, she'd probably get booed if she showed up. Vince would definitely get booed. She's probably going, I don't know if anyone likes me.
Vince would get served papers. If he
Yes. Well, so who? It was The Rock. The Rock one time, and I believe he was the only one.
Yeah, he was the only one who said his name.
He said Vince McMahon's name, and for the first time that I can ever remember, the crowd reacted, and they booed noticeably to where The Rock stopped, and I think had to like check what he just said because he couldn't. I don't think he recognized immediately why the crowd reacted that way. He moved on again. He gave a similar speech later in the press conference, did not say his name again.
Yeah. I mean, in the context he was saying Vince's name was perfectly logical.
Yeah.
It's like
crowd didn't want to hear it.
Nobody wants to hear from, yeah. I mean, and if you read any part of that last lawsuit, it doesn't leave, and that's why the most tone deaf thing I saw over the weekend was Vince's trainer posting about how it's a shame that someone who helped build this can't even be there. And it's a shame if people like abandon you when you're down. I'm like, my man didn't sprain his ankle and get left at home.
Shut up and do some bicep curls.
I'm like, is that what we're really doing? Like, is that what we're really doing? And then I watched the CM Punk interview that he did that last week. He said when he came back, he goes to the gym, he's on the phone. They're like, get off the phone. Vince doesn't like phones in the gym. It's like
the entire weekend, and it might have started with your good, close, longtime personal friend, Paul Heyman, felt like a celebration of Triple H. It felt like or perhaps more specifically, it felt like a celebration of the exit of Vince McMahon and the entrance of Triple H.
Yeah, I know when I talked to Paul, it was about 2-3 weeks ago, and unsolicited, he basically was like, I'm going in the hall now because Triple H said so. He's like, I've been offered before and I always turned it down. And I mean, he just went on and on about how great it was working for Triple H and how honored he was that, you know, as he calls him Paul, you know, Paul Levesque, he was how honored. Yeah, it was you know, even at the end of WrestleMania, Cody's like, come on out, you know.
Yeah.
I think everyone wants to acknowledge that, hey, this is different. And we're, you know, they said some of the forbidden words are no longer forbidden. You can now say wrestling on TV. It's no longer just sports entertainment. You can actually reference people who used to be in the company. Like, remember when I think it was last month when they acknowledged Sting had his last match.
That
would have never happened before. Even they're running down Roman's past. They say Daniel Bryan. They say Edge. Stuff that you would have never had happen before. And I almost think it has AEW shook. They're like, oh my God, let's go find that video.
Oh, AEW is shook. Yeah, AEW is scared to death. They're in full WCW 2000 mode right now.
They're like, okay, let's go ahead and, you know, I'm like, so you're going to show a video of a guy no longer in your company fighting someone who is now in Japan? I'm like, I don't understand.
WCW is like one move away from Jeff Jarrett laying down at Bash at the Beach. Like that. we're one bad move away from that moment right now.
We're one bad move away from Samoa Joe just showing up on Raw with the belt.
Well, you see who Samoa Joe is wrestling tomorrow night.
Yeah.
He's wrestling Dustin Rhodes.
All right.
Hey. Goldust, he's phenomenal. Yeah. And at his age, he's done an amazing job. Bro, this is so transparent. You guys look ridiculous.
Yeah.
You guys look ridiculous.
It's a bad look.
Like Dustin should have been in Philadelphia.
The better look for AEW would have been to let him be in the audience.
Yeah.
That would have been a better look for them.
And there's a history of that. They've done. Maybe it wasn't AEW, maybe it was Impact, but the WWE has worked with other companies before.
Yeah, I know they've done it with Impact. I think there was a thing where I forgot
Flair. Was it
They
Ric
did.
Flair and the Horsemen?
I forget. I know they did a thing where they let The Rock and talk about somebody on Impact. It was like they were like honoring someone. The Rock. I think the Big Show did it before and something similar with that.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, I think that was just that's a missed opportunity for them. That's free advertising for your company. Like, I wonder how much more traction TNA got by letting Jordan Grace be in the Rumble.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah, so I mean, I think in 2024 we're no longer kids. We know all these people know each other. They all train together. You know, the quote unquote forbidden door has been knocked down more than once. I don't see the harm, but I think now you've got a situation where they're just trying to find ways to say, okay, well, CM Punk talked about us, we'll get him back. Like, no, you won't.
No.
Like almost your entire main event roster outside of the two little tag team guys are old WWE guys, all your top guys.
I will say this though. I do think obviously I'm not there. I don't know what happened, and I don't in terms of what happened with I can't remember his name, but it's Luke Perry's kid.
Jack Perry, yeah.
Jack Perry, thank you. I did think his comments about Tony Khan were a little unfair. Like, maybe Tony Khan doesn't fully have a grasp of what he's doing yet. It is something he has to figure out.
Mm-hmm.
But he's throwing his money behind a second professional wrestling organization that the business needs.
Yeah.
WWE is better served if AEW exists.
Yeah. I think we've seen that. I think we've seen if there's no AEW, we have no Cody.
Right. Yeah.
There is no Cody without I mean, there's definitely a lot of positives to it. I just think, I think it would benefit AEW to work on making AEW better and not try to do this game of back and forth with them. Yep. I mean, and they've got talent over there. I mean, and I think on some level they know some of that talent will eventually leave. I think it's only a matter of time down the road before Swerve goes back, and they'll have to break the bank to bring him back. Because I talked to Swerve was it last year? He just said they ended our stuff way too early.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, I think we know who was behind probably ending that, and he's gone.
Right.
So I think you're going to see eventually MJF will go over there, but it also, like I said, it gives other people an option. Instead of having to go to Japan, you can go to AEW.
Right.
And Tony Khan's going to pay you.
One of the things I think they need to work on is just being the best AEW they could be, not being an alternative to WWE, or we do things different, or we bleed over here, or whatever. Like, just put together good storylines, have good matches,
be a professional wrestling program.
It. You don't have to be the alternative or so different, or we do things different over. Like, just be the best.
It didn't work for ECW. It's not going to work for you.
Yeah, we do 30-minute matches and they don't. No one cares about that. Give us entertainment. And I think one thing Paul Heyman told me, he said when you watch AEW, their match style a lot of times is very ECW-esque.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. He said this, and to him, he said that part he thinks his legacy is that some of the things he did that were considered crazy in the 90s are now a lot of places the standard in terms of style and some of the. I mean, because remember, some of their storylines in ECW were wild.
Yeah,
I'll never forget the one. What was the whole Sandman Raven one? You're no longer my father.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was so wild. Like in '94, while you've got Doink the Clown in the WWF, you've got a man taking another man's child and saying,
Well, well, you also have the Raven and Tommy Dreamer story where Beulah gets pregnant and Raven finds out it's not his, and I think he responds by giving her a DDT.
Yeah.
Maybe it was a pile driver. I can't remember which one it was, but it's pretty.
Yeah.
It's some pretty interesting.
Yeah, New Jack could not exist in this TV era.
No, not at all.
That's still one of the greatest promos ever. I can still watch that to this day. OJ, the good work was one of the wildest lines in a promo ever.
Crazy. Hell, that was crazy.
I mean, ECW did, that whole era gave us a lot of stuff that we still use today. But I think the business overall, I think if if TNA is doing well, if AEW, if all of them are doing well, the wrestling fans all win because that there's more talent to go around.
Hey, great stuff, Jay, man. You killed it last week. I couldn't wait to have you on today and catch up on a really fun weekend of professional wrestling. And we'll get back on track next week because the playing games will be set and we'll know where everybody stands. So we'll talk next week, my man.
All right.
Appreciate you. So, man, Jason Jones right there of The Athletic. Jesse, I'm going to need you to get behind the board real quick. Because let me be clear. I'm back. The commissioner is back.
Yeah.
Throw them headphones on.
Yeah.
And let's see what's been going on here the last few days.
Let's cook.
We got about 2 minutes. Let's get it in.
Nowhere.
I've got the stats in front of me. You mentioned Giannis Antetokounmpo is leaving.
That's right.
We're doing the life-changing total earnings of Giannis Antetokounmpo at the end of his current contract. The 27-28 season. Obviously, he will peak in his earnings there at $62.9 million. Giannis Antetokounmpo, the former number 15 overall pick from the 2013 NBA draft. 11 seasons in the books. We're counting 15 seasons. I'm bringing Jesse on the screen. I've never seen this before. Jesse looks nervous.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'm nervous. I need this dub. I'm not gonna lie.
This is a different Jesse Tapia than I'm familiar with. But all of this talk about what went on when I was away. 15 NBA seasons. Giannis Antetokounmpo, the former number 15 overall pick in the 2013 NBA draft. He will peak in 27-28 at $62.9 million. I don't know who goes first anymore.
He does.
Jesse
I'm winning.
I'm gonna go 343 million.
We're going 343 million. 15 NBA seasons. Former number 15 overall pick, the 2013 NBA draft.
It's not gonna get it done, Bob. I'm gonna go 365.
365. Man.
Win for your boy. That's a win for your boy.
This is one of those games.
Win for your boy.
You have to count for this one or what?
This is one of those games where I feel like you both lost.
That's a win for your boy.
I feel like I got the dub then.
$459 million.
That's a win for your boy.
How did it?
That's a win for your boy. I was thinking 375. I said, let's not go too crazy. Let's just make sure you get this
we're
dub.
counting whatever nonsense went on last week, this man is 11-12.
I am literally the Boston Celtics in the finals and the conference finals. We are struggling right now.
Get your stuff together.
I'm trying.
And we'll see you here tomorrow on ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Kings, like the beam.
Unbelievable. Wow. Man.
Would you say what for what?
Yeah, 459.
Oh my! He's gonna get another. He's gonna get
And
another.
he's gonna get another
contract.
Yeah, 459,148,522 will be the number in the 27-28 season.
Damn.
At least y'all know I wasn't cheating too. Like
I agree with this.
Throws it in there. At least you know I wasn't cheating to start.
I'm gonna now.
Look at this.
Listen, I got
Look
speaking
at this.
engagements on Saturday. I got the Kings' last home game on Sunday. I got 3 Kings games this week, and now I got to review the tape to find out what the hell happened while I was away.
It's fine. 11-12 is what it is. 1 game under 500. Your boy.
This doesn't sound right.
Your boy is about to be the leader in the clubhouse.
I believe the head-to-head.
I might be at 500 already. There.
No chance. None of his head-to-head with me.
I believe it's so. None of these last week were against you.
Only one was.
Yeah, I think yeah, 2.
I went 0-4 against Kenny last week. If we didn't play Thursday, I went 0-4 against Kenny last week.
We didn't play Thursday. We played Friday.
And then we played Monday through Wednesday as well.
You were here.
But I was here.
Yeah, I played him once then.
You did play Friday.
Yes.
So versus Jesse, 8-12.
Come on, man. Look, I didn't take the first quarter of the season seriously. I knew You know, it's not. It
All
doesn't
right,
really start
man.
cooking
We got to
till
go
after
do
the
another
All-Star
show.
break. You know what I'm saying? So it's whatever.
Hey,
This is all it was. I got tired of playing the Wizards.
Hey, your boy about to get that P. That's gonna be the belt, the PWL. That's gonna be
PWL.
the PWL belt.
I'm gonna be like just itching for pocket watching games now,
We're
trying to
gonna
get
get-
wins any way I can get them. Oh, we are struggling.
Once my financial life settles down, I'm gonna get us a belt and a Money in the Bank briefcase. Those are the two things we're gonna have in here.
That PWL. Hey, thanks, Flying Brian. I gotta finish the story. I gotta finish the story.
KC Jesse was Roman Reigns, and now he's Jimmy. Now he's Jimmy.
That's
Uso.
not nice. You're not wrong. You don't have to say it, but you're not wrong.
Come on, man. Poor Jimmy.
Oh, Jimmy. Jesse about to come in here and super kick KC.
Zabo, yeah, let me see it with it, man. Come on, man.
Yeah,
Put it
he
on a
told me that
shirt.
last night.
Put it on a shirt.
All right, man, we got to get out of here. We appreciate y'all. Remember the Chris Webber event this Saturday, Oak Park. We've retweeted it. It's all over our social media stuff. You can go to eventbrite.com, search Chris Webber, the Oak Park Speaker Series featuring Chris Webber. Use the promo code ESPN1320, man. We'll see you guys tomorrow. And yes, indeed, light the beam.